Hello. It's the day. We made it. Sim update 10. Feels good, man. Nice dabs. Hey, Ricardo. There's a dab. There's a dab emoji. I didn't even know that existed. Hey, Jimmy, what's up? So I turned on the Shift Z stats mod here because I think a lot of people are going to ask about performance during this stream. So I'll have this up here the whole time. So I'm running about 50 FPS right now. And I did turn DLSS on quality mode. I'll probably turn it off. Cool, yeah, join on up. I'm actually, the first thing that you guys can help me answer is whether or not the beta server is different. I see Aviat over here. It's like on the runway. I saw Branston loaded in earlier. Hey, Branston. I don't know who's updated from the beta, who's opted out of the beta or not. What I did was I opted out of the beta this morning, and then it gave me, after rebooting, I got a 120 gigabyte update. You know, in the non-beta version. So I'm running 1.27.21.0 is my version number. So I'm on 127.21.0. So this will be the version number of the latest version of Sim Update 10. Whether you're on the beta or not, still, it's going to say the same version number right here. So what I'm curious about it, first of all, is I don't know the answer to this question yet. So you guys will help me find this out, which is, are we still on the same multiplayer servers or not? Because if you kept the beta, that means that you're still opting in to receive the beta builds. And my hunch is that people that are still opted into the beta may still be on the beta server, separate from the main multiplayer servers. So I see Branston. So Branston, if you're still in chat, are you on the beta still, or did you opt out? Are you on the non-beta, the full release? Then we'll know if we're if beta and non-beta can see each other. There's another name there. Shoot something. Main multiplayer server. Okay, cool. So Branson and I are on the same build then. He's not on the beta, neither am I. You never opted into the beta. Okay, cool, cool. Good to know. So, well, at least that confirms for me I'm out of the beta. And yeah, to start, if you want to join up, start at November Zulu Mike Charlie right here. Mount Cook in New Zealand. I thought it'd be cool to start in New Zealand. First of all, it's daytime there right now. It's like 9 a.m. live time. So if you want to run live time and live weather, then, you know, it'll be daytime for us to fly there. It's still daytime, obviously, like West Coast on the US, it's not dark yet. Even the East Coast, it's still not dark. So I thought it'd be cool to start somewhere like this without too many structures and stuff. Check out our performance in the sim, fly something scenic. People can play around with turning on DLSS or not if they're in the on PC and have DLSS and want to try it and have it yet. Non-beta. Oh, you're shoot. Okay, Ricardo, you're not on beta. Okay, cool. So we need to figure out the first person that's still on the beta when they load in. I'm curious if we'll see them or not. Is there really snow here in real life? I don't know. Let me check the real weather. I would hope so. I hope it's accurate. I'll check it out on my phone really quickly while we wait for a couple more people. Hey, Laird, what's up? Videos has helped me a lot. Awesome. Good to hear. Thanks so much. Glad they're helpful. You're in the beta too, Jimmy? Oh, you are in the beta. So can we see each other? Are you OBMFS? You can't see anyone. Oh, no. Yeah. That was my hunch, and maybe it's true then that beta and non-beta... And wait, are you on the USA West server? If you go to your main menu and click or if you're on Xbox, whatever, press on your name in the top right and make sure you're on West USA. That's the closest server to me, so I'm pretty much always on West USA unless I do a group flight with someone else who's, you know, kind of hosting somewhere else. Once you choose that and then go back in, if you weren't on West USA, then maybe beta is still separate from the full release. You are on USA West. Oh man. So then I guess then I guess people that are still in the beta do not see people that have the full version of the sim or never opted into the beta. So I opted out of the beta and I'm on the full version, the non-beta version now, as of this morning. It did require me to download like 120 gigabytes though to update. It took several hours. That sounds like that's the case then. So beta and full release are still separate, even though they're both on Sim Update 10. All right. Crash course on how to slew. If you're on PC, I know you enable it by pressing Y like Yankee on your keyboard. If you're on Xbox, you need to go into your control settings and bind a key to turn slew mode on. Once you have it, I think mostly the function keys are what you use to move yourself. Yeah, you hold down like F6, F7, F8. Oops. Whoa. It keeps kind of resetting me. But yeah, you hit the Y button on keyboard to do it. And if you go and check under control options here, you can look up all your controls for slewing. Just go to keyboard, or, you know, if you're on a controller, do that. On the left side over here, just type in slew. And you should get all of these options for moving your plane around. This is where you're going to need to go if you're on Xbox and you want to do slew mode. If you want to like bring yourself up to like 250,000 feet, like at the edge of space. You need to set a key here to toggle slew mode first, because it's not in there with the Xbox by default. If you have a keyboard, you just hit Y. And then, yeah, you'll probably want, you know, like translate up. Looks like some of mine maybe got reset. Oh, yeah. Mine are reset to... I don't have a numeric keypad on my keyboard, so a lot of these for slewing they default to numeric keypad for up, down. So, yeah, you may need to set something here like slew translate up fast. Like, okay, so F4, I guess, might be the default. So if I press Y on my keyboard and hold F4, yeah. I don't know the button to get down. We're gonna... What? I just turned off slew mode and there we go. It's flying, I guess? Whoa, what? Wait, my engine isn't even on. I'm not sure how that worked. Hey, Nat Dave, what's up? Oh, you're almost done downloading? What is going on here? Wait, how is my plane flying right now? I didn't even start the engine. I think maybe we just found a bug playing with slew mode. Hey, Loris, how you doing? All right, looks like I slewed. I guess I slewed with the engine off, and now it's pretending like the engine is on. No instruments, this is fine. The miracle of flight. What now, right, brothers? I don't even have an engine and I'm flying. You can hear the engine like it's running. Hey, Mike, what's up? I see you on the ground here. So I know, yeah, me and Mike were talking in Discord earlier this morning, and we both opted to update. So we got off the beta and did a long download to update. You're on beta and you can see people. All right, so it sounds like then we're split. So some of us are on beta and some of us aren't. Everyone that's, oh, now that's funny. Now the engine just shut off instantly. So those of you who are still on beta, you're going to be on a different server than the rest of us. Everyone that's on the non-beta release, the servers are still separated. Surprised I'm not analog. So I did load into the analog first, and then I switched over to the G1000 version just for the first flight, just to kind of, you know, pay respects to the working title team. Just because the G1000 is, you know, all the updates and the entire NXI is now the default in Microsoft Flight Simulator starting today. You know, starting 6 hours ago when the sim update came out. Yeah, we're gonna take off. Long update, glad it's over. Yep. Yeah, so I'm gonna do the modern Caravan first with the G1000 just as a to praise the working title team for all the work they did on this thing. And then I loaded in a flight plan, so I just went to flightsim.to. I honestly didn't have a lot of time because I was so after I updated, if you do the update, the full update, just beware that your community folder, it seems like it'll get wiped if you do the full update. And for those of you just joining, if you want to hop on USA West, we're starting right here. Mount Cook in New Zealand. We're just going to do a route here from Mount Cook up to Queenstown. Just, it's early morning in New Zealand, so I'm on live weather and live time. And I personally had the New Zealand mesh like a while ago from the marketplace and never really flew around here, so maybe once I did. But I thought we'd start here, and then after this, we could go and check out some more landmarks. Maybe go back to the US, West Coast or something. Fly around something kind of, I don't know, too popular, like, I don't know, like San Francisco or something like that, just to do some performance testing. A lot of you that haven't been on Sim Update 10 will probably see a lot of performance improvements, hopefully. DLSS is an option for those of you that didn't run the beta. If you're on PC and you have an NVIDIA card that supports DLSS, you can go into your general options. And then here under anti-aliasing, this is where you turn on DLSS. So you change anti-aliasing from TAA or whatever it's on to the new DLSS option. And then you have a few settings here to determine the performance. So quality, ultra performance is the highest end of performance. Then performance is a little more to the quality end, balanced again more towards quality. Quality is the most quality. This is really determining how much it's scaling up the picture, basically. How the more the performance, the lower resolution it runs it at, and then upscales it to a higher resolution. So you're pretty much picking the scale quality here. So quality is like 60-something%, whereas ultra performance might be like 40% of your original resolution. Anyway, I'll start with DLSS on. And sorry, somebody earlier asked about DX12. The last I heard, because there isn't a new NVIDIA driver yet, DX12 is probably not going to give you improvements. And supposedly NVIDIA is going to release a new, a new driver that has Microsoft Flight Sim specific support in it for improving DX12 and DLSS performance. And there's also like a big Windows 11 update today too, I think. So I do not have that. So yeah, everyone running the sim is on the final version. If you're in the beta, just start the sim. The issue with that is what we're finding out right now is that we're on different multiplayer servers. So if you are on the beta still, you are on a different multiplayer server than the people that are not on the beta. So the only people that I will see here are people not on the beta. If you're on the beta, you're on a separate server. That's the issue. What is the update for? This update has a lot of performance improvements. It introduces DLSS as an option for people with NVIDIA cards. And the big, like, there aren't any new planes in this sim update. There's a lot of bug fixes, performance enhancements, and the G1000 NXI that was developed by the working title team is now the default G1000. So it is still in the marketplace. So there's a little bit of, if you're in a third-party plane that has not been updated yet, you can force it to use the G1000 NXI by downloading what's in the marketplace. But if you don't download what's in the marketplace, only the stock aircraft for now will have the G1000, but it's the new default. The old, like, what's considered the Asobo G1000 is kind of being deprecated now. So the NXI is the new thing. So that's what's in this plane, and that's why I'm flying the G1000 version for now. All right, I'm gonna get this thing started up. Let's see. I'm gonna use the checklist because I'm lazy. Hey Deuce, how's it going? Am I in a special caravan livery? No, I'm in. Well, I wonder if you might. I'm not sure if you have it installed, but it's one of the stock liveries. This is part of Flight Sim for everybody, so you might have to update this. You might have to add this in your content manager or something if you don't have every livery installed. I think they're separated out in the content manager. But hopefully you see the Grand Caravan. Somebody's floating in a Grand Caravan right here. Hey Jeff, what's up? Yeah, Sim Update 10 hype right now. Everyone running the same version will be on the same server. That's not what we're seeing. Who was it in chat that was on the beta still? So I'm on USA West. This is where we are right now. USA West. And we're here at November Zulu Mike Charlie, NZMC. So if you load in here and you're on the beta still, you're on the beta and right behind me. Oh, really? Let me zoom out a little and see if I can see your nameplate. Because just a moment ago, like when we started the stream, the first thing we were testing out is if we could see each other. See, I only see 3 of you, or 4 of you besides myself. So I see Valley Rats, Aviat, I see Novid, and Branston. And I saw Mike earlier, who is Citizen Zero, Mike is like very active in the chat usually, so, and I know he updated. So even though we're on the same version, it seems, yeah, unfortunately, it seems like if you're on the beta, we won't see each other. I think the servers are still separate for beta versus non-beta, even though that we're both running the same version of the sim. Oh, that is what they said? I mean, I wish that was the case. Yeah, someone else said that. They're seeing a different set of people when they're on the beta, so. All right, I'm gonna get this started finally, sorry. I know I talk a lot, but you know, there's a lot to cover. Get a whole sim update here. We've been waiting a while for, so. I'm just gonna turn on the assistance options. This is the airport, NZMC, I'll put it in the chat. So we're in New Zealand, and yeah, if you've updated, whether you're opted into the beta or not, this is the latest version of the sim up here at the top. 127.21. And then we're just gonna fly to Queenstown. There's like a route that I downloaded from World Tour flights from this site. This is a nice place to like find routes. So worldtour.flights. And so what I did, I just found one in Oceania. And this was like one of the most popular, or sorry, one of the newest ones. And it's like an hour. There's 6 stops along the way. So we'll just pick a couple along the way to stop at, but it should be pretty scenic here on the like southern part of New Zealand. It's on like the southern island. I imported the flight plan, so I should have it. Oh, what's cool about this site is you can download the flight plan right here and import that into your Flight Sim world map. And something else I noticed is that when you import a flight plan from the world map, you can do it from like Xbox cloud storage now, which is interesting. I'm not sure that's on PC and Xbox, but maybe you can like download these and throw them in cloud storage somehow and then load them on your Xbox. I'll have to look into that. Option to clear data reappeared. I'm not running Xbox, so I'm not sure, but as far as I know, you've always had the option to like clear out your like rolling cache. New Zealand's beautiful. Yeah, I have the mesh too, so it'll be cool to see that. And then after we do this one, I figure we could do like more of like a scenic one around the mountains for a bit, and then go somewhere like San Francisco, somewhere with a lot of buildings and stuff like that, so people can test their performance out, try out DLSS and stuff like that. Supposedly until we get the driver, it might not be as impactful though. All right, assistance options. Let me turn on the checklist here. Assisted checklist, and then start this thing up. And I got my frames in the top left right now, so I run at 1440p, not at 4K or anything like that. So, and my monitor itself is only actually 1600 tall, ultra wide. People that are running at a much higher resolution, like 4K, you should see a lot bigger improvement with DLSS than someone like me that's running a smaller resolution. And it also depends on your video card. It depends on a lot of things. Can I post the route? Yeah, let me see which airports it puts us at here. Oh, here we go. Nice. Here's all of them. So we can stop at whichever ones of these we want. Let me go ahead and just paste this whole thing in there. Wow. So Queenstown. So it looks like these are the ones they're recommending. We don't have to stop at everyone because that would take forever. There we go. So if you want to program it in each one of these, I'll put this in the chat as well, so you can scroll up there. Do a full delete and reinstall. It could take a while, so, you know, if you're gonna do something like that, you should do it, you know, do it when you have some downtime, because it could take you several hours, especially if your internet speed is not really good, so I'd be a little careful. You know, if you want to play now, you know, just play it on the beta for now, and then later do a full reinstall when you can walk away for a few hours. Branson says DLSS had a nice performance boost. The fuzzy rendering of glass, yeah. So the NXI doesn't look great with it. Yeah, it's very blurry. You have to zoom in pretty far for it to sharpen up. Changing LCD panel settings are like an old video dissolve transition. Yeah, the VFR has metals and stuff. Oh, do you mean the how it has search? What's really funny, I noticed, so if you look at my VFR map, all these lines, these are all going up to the North Pole. So somehow, when I imported the flight plan, this is what I got as a result. Now, I don't know if this is like this is from the World Tours site. I don't know if their file is not compatible with the latest version, or if there's a bug in the latest sim update. All right, I'm gonna do the checklist really quickly here. I know you guys are eager to start flying. DLSS, even in quality, is too blurry. Yeah, I just wanted to check it myself, but I'm guessing it's going to be the same thing. When you're zoomed out, yeah, I see it's pretty blurry already right here. So I'll probably turn it off. And I didn't see a huge performance improvement with DLSS either. We'll see how it goes once the driver comes out. I'm using Orbex Mesh. Yeah, it's in the marketplace from Orbex, so I have that installed. Servers USA West, Deuce. My sim is unplayable after the update. Same settings as before, 10 FPS. Try, the first thing I would do is go into your graphics options here and just change to a preset. I kind of do this anyway, but I'll change to a preset first and apply it and then make my tweaks. The one I usually use is I usually do high end. I'm on a 3080. But I like a little more performance out of it, so I tend to use high-end settings as my default, and then I'll go through and just turn a bunch of things up to ultra, like clouds, buildings, trees, all that kind of stuff. And then at the very bottom, I always turn motion blur off. It just seems like a waste of processing to me. And then from there, you can adjust terrain level of detail to taste. This is one of the biggest FPS killers, is terrain level of detail. Yeah, restarting. Yeah, it's always an option. After Windows 11 update. Yeah, there is a pending Windows 11 update, some big like cumulative update that they have out. I have not installed that yet, and I'm on Windows 11. Oh, they're having the issues after the update. I'm glad I didn't have time to do it. I would have done it myself if I had time, but I didn't. All right, strobes on. Let's turn taxi landing lights on. Let's check the temperature and everything here. I'm going to turn DLSS off just because it makes everything blurry like you guys were just talking about. I'll go back to TAA. Oh, off-screen pre-caching. I usually have this on ultra as well. But yeah, terrain level of detail is the biggest frame killer. And then the refresh rate down here is never on a high by default. That's pretty much always on medium. If you do high, that'll also lower your frames quite a bit. It looks like I need to go ahead and put in the new flight plan because this, maybe I can just get rid of this waypoint, these user waypoints or something. This kind of messed up my routing, as you can see on the VFR map. So I'm going to go through and delete a bunch of these with the clear button. For those of you who haven't done Sim Update 10 yet, you weren't in the beta, there's a ton of new stuff in right here in the NXI for you. So I did a video on this when the beta came out last month. So if you want to check that out, learn about what's new in the NXI, I'll show some of it off, you know, on the stream when I can, when it makes sense. But there's a bunch of updates here. So let's see if this fixed my flight plan at all. I don't think it did. Oh, what's going on my map here? Add my airport location to the title. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, I just did that, Mike. Good suggestion. Yeah, I'll have to update that when we go somewhere else. Yeah, so here's the route. I pasted this in chat too if you want to scroll up. I'll just, I'll put it in again and I'm going to code this in myself. And then, yeah, after this one, we'll do this one for an hour and a half or so. It'll probably take us to do this, maybe longer if we landed a few. And after this, we'll go like to the US or something, wherever else it's daylight, and just fly around somewhere that's more populated, like fly around San Francisco or some big city. Just kind of mess around and fly different planes around and, yeah, test our performance out. I have my frames running up here, but it's not really a DLSS test since I just turned that off. And for some reason, I'm not seeing like anything at all on my map for 1,000 miles, so... Oh, there we go. I think it's just because I have topography turned off. Let me turn that back on here. Yeah, I have terrain turned off. All right, cool. Okay, cool. My flight plan looks like it's fine now that I deleted those. There were kind of like these user waypoints that had turns in them, like lat long specified. So, Cody, what's up? Guys, help. Is the NXI in every G1000 plane? Not every single plane. It's in the NXI is in all of the stock planes. Third-party developers, they need to change their code to default to the NXI. And if they haven't, what you can do is download the NXI from the marketplace, and that will force the third-party planes to have the NXI. So if you have any third-party planes that do not have the NXI already, just go to the marketplace, install the NXI like we've been doing, you know, for a year now, since it's been in beta. When you install that, it'll work in the third-party planes. Description location TBD. Oh, right. Sorry, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, I put that in like yesterday when I scheduled the stream. This is a creator fail here. Let me put the route there. All right, that's in the description too. Sorry about that. I haven't done a group flight plan for a while, but for this, it seemed good to just all group up and try to fly around together. And we're not gonna all see each other if you're just joining. Oh, there's a bunch of us already. So all the people that I see are on the full version, not on beta. If you don't see these same people, it's because you're probably on the beta. If you're still in the beta, your server, what it seems to be is your server is still separate. The beta server is separate from the full version server, the non-beta server. I switched to non-beta earlier this morning. I had to reinstall like 120 gigabytes or something. Those of you that never were on the beta, it's like less than 20 megabytes, I think. Hodos deleted everything. Yeah, Cody. Sometimes that does happen when there's a big sim update. The only thing you can really do that I would recommend doing is just resetting to the default profile and redoing your shortcuts. It sucks, but you know, back when they released this for Xbox, kind of everybody had to do that because they introduce, in this list, what happens is they introduce tons of new settings and your settings might have switched to something else. Your prop might have switched to a different setting that they made that changes it from, you know, they add and remove settings here and there and it can mess up yours. So really the only thing you can do as far as I know is just redo it. So on keyboard or, you know, on your controller, hit these blue arrows until it goes back to the default like this, and then re-customize your custom settings. It sucks, but it's kind of the only way I know of to recover from that. Switch to non-beta. Oh, with no issue, really? I had a 120 gigabyte update for some reason. I've been on the beta since it started last month and then opted out. All right, we should line up and get going. So I stopped talking. The default doesn't show anything. I'm not sure I can help you out. There's a lot of you guys here. I was wondering how many people would be on this early too, because I normally stream later or on the weekend, because I know it's the work day still for a lot of people. Got some Kodiaks here. I love having the Kodiak just because there's just so many people that have the Kodiak too. All right, so let's see. Once we take off, we're going to go to the south. So actually, it looks like the other runway might be favorable for the winds anyway. We would have to turn around. Yeah, and with the terrain, we should turn around and go the other way. There's terrain that way. We're going to want to go take off from that side of the runway. You can see everyone, no update. Maybe people are having different experiences then, because some people are saying that they are on the beta and they don't see the same people. Or they were saying that earlier. I hope we're all on the same server. That would be the best. But I have a feeling we're separated. You're working very hard right now. Windows Update 11 today. Straight after that, updated the sim. Oh, that's probably the problem then. Some people in chat were talking about that. Apparently, people that did the Windows Update today are having problems with performance. I haven't looked into it myself yet, so I don't have the answers for you. And I did not install the update yet for Windows. Completely delete the joystick. If it doesn't recognize the joystick, try unplugging and replugging the joystick back in. Maybe restart your whole system with it unplugged and then plug it back in. You could also check, there's a Windows program called like Windows USB controllers or something like that you can launch and see if it's recognized in there. You could try that out too. All right, I haven't checked the weather or anything. This is going to be pretty casual. We're just going to fly around and have fun. Usually I take it a lot more seriously when we talk about flight planning and checking the weather and all that stuff, but I think we can be very, very casual today. Yeah, so we're going to take off and just turn a little bit to the right and head to our first destination airport near the water. We can pass by a few of them. I mean, if they look awesome to land at, you know, just do it as we get going, figure out which ones we feel like landing at or not. And yeah, if you know, I would recommend something like the Grand Caravan, the Kodiak, something like that would be fun. And once we get up, let's do one loop. Let's do a circle around real quick. We'll just do a counterclockwise loop around the airport, like a little box climb, just so everybody is up and going. And then we'll head to the first airport. First group flight, awesome. All right, so I'm just gonna do a 360 here so everybody can get up and grouped up and stuff. It seems like maybe NVIDIA overlay. Oh, the NVIDIA overlay. Disable the overlay and reinstall from scratch. Oh, you're reinstalling from scratch. Thanks, Robert. We're getting some real-time updates here from what's going on with people that updated Windows. So yeah, I guess if you use I'm running the overlay right now, but I did not update. I didn't do the Windows update, so I have the NVIDIA overlay on still. I use it for screenshots mainly. But yeah, if that's a way to troubleshoot it, then that's great to know. You could potentially turn off the overlay. You do that in the GeForce Experience app, and then in the top right of that app, there's like a little, kind of like a little, I don't know how to describe it. It's got like it's like a line with a couple dots it connects. You hit on that and you can turn off the overlay completely and then restart the sim. And then you guys can see if that helps out. Hey Bepino, how did I get the other people in green? It's a free mod for if you're on PC. It's a free mod. It's called like Clompsy's mini nameplates. If you go to the link to my site in the description, in the video description, I have a link to it on there. I have like a whole section of mods and stuff that I use. So if you want to download it, yeah, it's listed there. I just called it like mini multiplayer nameplates. And it actually has a bunch of different colors. I'm using like the green one, but they have like a blue one and an orange one and a red one, all sorts of colors. This is so nice to be on the same version as, you know, I know some people are on beta still. It's just really nice to be on the same version again because we can all fly together. You know, the last month and a half or so, month and a half on the beta, it's been a little lonelier than usual. So this is awesome. All right, if you guys are on that far side near the mountain, you might want to start turning sooner, make a sharp turn to the right, and then we'll start heading towards the this lake down here to the south. I'm surprised we don't see any F-18s or an Airbus yet. All right, I'm gonna paste the. I'm gonna turn on autopilot real quick so I don't crash it. I'm gonna paste in the flight plan again. These are all the airports. This is part of a. It's part of a site. It's from this site called World Tour Flights. So I just found this. This site's pretty awesome. It's free. Just worldtour.flights, and you can find like cool scenic routes to fly. And stuff like that. So I use it sometimes because I'm not great at deciding these things on my own. But it's just a cool spot. I use it here and there to find somewhere to fly. And it also gives you like a VFR altitude as well. Let me look this one up again. Yeah, I just went to Oceania and chose this first one here. And you can download the full flight plan as well and import it. It says, it looks like to the middle, we're going to need to get up to like 12,500 feet. At the beginning, it says about 2,000. So I'm just going to hold my altitude where we're at. Yeah, this looks like a good time to fly down close. We have this cool lake coming up in front of us here. And I'm not a tour guide, so if you're expecting some amazing history speech about New Zealand and this area of the world, I'm not the guy for you. It's more about just hopping on together and just taking a casual flight around and seeing other planes in the sky, you know. What's up, Mike? Mike is like the best co-pilot. And I know he's flying the Chancellor right now because it looks like he's in like a Bonanza, and I know he's flying a twin, but I don't have it yet. And I'll slow down a little bit if you guys want to catch up and group up or see yourself on the stream or something. And I'm also going to go down a bit too. Let's go down to like, I don't know, like maybe 3,500 feet or so to start. It looks like we're going to have to start climbing at some point. But for now, I want to take a look at the mesh I have installed and all that. What are you in Branson? The King Air, it looks like? Zoom, zoom. Yeah, maybe for the next flight. Oh, I forget who shared the link, but there's a site called Bad Weather. I think someone on Discord shared it. Maybe it was. I'm not sure who shared it. Maybe that was Mike too. But someone shared a link to this site called Bad Weather, and you can use it to find where there's, you know, clouds or thunderstorms or really high temperatures or really low temperatures. and then, you know, choose to fly there in the sim so you can find out, you can find some really bad places to fly through. And what that means for us, though, is really cool lighting, really cool clouds, you know, all the stuff that Microsoft Flight Sim is just awesome for showing. Just looks great in the sim. Oh, analog. Oh, you're in the analog caravan? Wait, that's so weird. It looked like... Wait, didn't it look like the King Air to me? Oh, now it looks like a caravan. I swear, it looked like a King Air because I saw like 10 seats on the side. Analog caravan is great. I'm probably going to switch to that after this flight, but yeah, last stream I was flying the 310, which is awesome. And I made a mistake. I said it was on Xbox. It's not on Xbox yet, but it is in the marketplace. Yeah, Parker, you can. You can fly along on Xbox and PC together. Just all you have to do in the top right up here where it says your name, change to West USA. And then you should see us all. And I just put the flight plan in, so we're headed towards NZGT, so November Zulu Golf Tango. That's the first airport we're headed towards. Actually, was that it? Did we just pass it? We might have just passed it. Oh, we just passed it, yeah. Yeah, we're not going to stop that early. And look at all of the... so this is one of the... I think, yeah, this was one of the updates to the NXI. Oh, Analog King Air. Yeah, the same company, the same developer, Black Square. They're making an Analog King Air next. And the Analog Caravan is really fun. I love it. So one of the new updates to the NXI, if you haven't used the beta, is right here. Multiplayer traffic shows up now. I think before it was only live traffic, meaning what is injected into the sim, like real world traffic. That kind of traffic was the only traffic that showed up. But now, as you can see, we have all of us here on the traffic map. So you can see multiplayer traffic on the NXI now. And if you're flying a plane that's a third-party plane that has a G1000, you may need to download the NXI from the marketplace to force it to use the NXI. So if you're looking and you don't have the NXI, because you can tell, you know, certain features aren't there, like you know, like weather radar, for example, wouldn't be an option. If you're not on the NXI and you're on a third-party plane, download the NXI from the marketplace. But if you're on a stock plane like the Grand Caravan or something like that, or the the 172 that has a G1000, those will have the NXI by default now. It's part of the sim. So if you haven't used the G1000 in a while, you're getting a massive upgrade. And yeah, I have. Not trying to self-promote my own videos here. I just want to fly with you guys, but I do have a bunch of videos about the NXI. So if you, you know, if you want to look through those and learn the NXI better, I put out videos with all of those updates they did over the last year, and that's what everybody has now. Even, you know, so if you never installed the NXI from the marketplace, you now have it anyway. It's just really, really, really improved, and that's the whole autopilot in it as well. So there's no more like 180-degree turnaround bugs where it turns you around when you're on final approach and stuff like that. That's all fixed. There's just a ton of new features, so it's really exciting. Let me try to slow down just... Yeah, I'm pretty slow. I'm at 120 knots or so we can all kind of clump up here if we want to. Yeah, and if you're just joining our next... We're on USA West, and the next airport we're going to fly past is NZUK, so November Zulu Uniform Kilo, NZUK. So if you want to meet up, just, you know, hop at this airport, jump into a plane here, like a Grand Caravan or something like that. Something pretty fast, maybe like the DA62. And you can take off and join us. We got a good little crew going here now that we're all kind of on the same version. Oh, thanks, Robert. No problem, Parker. Oh, hey, Dave. Yeah, thanks for being on the Discord, too. Have a great flight while I'm working, watching while you're working. Can't listen. Awesome. Well, thanks for lurking, dude. Appreciate it. Now, what's nice is I haven't seen people like disappearing and reappearing yet, so multiplayer seems pretty stable right now. Dude, it sounds all cinematic with this music. Sweet. Kip in the air. Hey, William, what's up? Something I noticed is the my shortcut to turn the nameplates off isn't... Oh, it's working now. Oh, weird. Cool. You can set a shortcut to toggle the nameplates on and off. So that's a new option in the shortcuts if you look it up. It's really nice. Like sometimes I want to know like what flight I'm flying by or what person I'm flying by. And other times I just want to clean it up. You know, if you're taking a screenshot or something cool like that, you can set a hotkey for that now. So I set mine to like Control F12, like way out of the way. All right, so we're about to pass by. We're coming up on NZUK. Let's see which airport that is. Kukaki. All right. And then after that, NZOA. It's in the chat if you have the chat and want to scroll up and program it in. So if you're using GPS, you want to program in the flight plan, you can just enter all these airports. Yeah, it looks like... I'm not sure why. Yeah, there's something up with this map here where it's not showing where I am once I open the flight plan. Maybe a bug there. Somehow got bias. Control F12 isn't a default. You have to set that yourself. Control F12 is what I made it. You actually have to go into the settings and find it yourself. You can just search for, I think it's just called nameplates. If you type in like plate and find the shortcut for it, set it to whatever key works for you. But yeah, it's not set by default. All right, here's our second airport here. And I think we're gonna have to start climbing shortly after this. So some of the terrain is at like 10,000 feet. So we'll wanna be up to like 11, 12,000 feet coming up. So if your plane doesn't climb so quickly, you might wanna start climbing a bit earlier. All right, so we're about to pass NZUK, November Zulu Uniform Kilo. Yeah, grab your Grand Caravan and fly, take off from there and join us. We got some clouds, so it's not totally clear skies, so that's cool. And the clouds are pretty improved too from the last version, especially when we're close to them like this, like these fog, like really lightly dense, not very dense clouds. It's a lot smoother than they used to be. They used to be pretty patchy looking and like all pixelated when you got close. That's one of the improvements they made, was like smoothing out the clouds when you're close to them. Looks really good now. All right, I'm gonna speed up just a little bit now since we've been at kind of a slower speed for a bit. All right, we're gonna turn a little bit to the west from here, a little southwest towards where Care Bear is, if you see them. And if you're using autopilot or anything like that, you might want to get ready for a bigger climb once we get up here. Looks like we're gonna have to climb ultimately up to like over 10,000 feet. So I'm gonna set mine up for 10,000 now, but the Grand Caravan climbs pretty quickly, so I'm gonna kind of wait a little bit. No, Circus, they didn't add any planes to this update. This is mainly the sim updates are mainly for bug fixes and like technology things. So like they added DLSS for people with NVIDIA cards, and there's a ton. If you use the G1000 NXI, there are like, I don't even know how many, dozens and dozens of improvements. This is now the default for the simulator. So any NXI that you've ever used is now massively upgraded. So there's a lot more capabilities. So the autopilot's better. You can pretty much fly any type of approach you can think of. It just handles them flawlessly. It's incredible. So you can we can all thank the working Title team. They started the work and then ended up getting like contracted out by Microsoft, like hired by Microsoft to make it. And now a year later, more than a year later, it's the new default for the sim. So yeah, we We owe them a lot of thanks for all the work they did. They're an awesome team. And they have a public Discord channel too. If you just Google Working Title, you can find a link to it on their website. workingtitle.aero, I think is their website. AERO. I'll put a link in the chat to that right now. So yeah, they're the ones responsible for all of the NXI updates. And they share progress. If you guys are into the avionics, you love the, if you love like the 530, 430, they've shown some progress there in their Discord on working on that, because they're working on that next. And they're also the ones to thank for these improvements here on the VFR map. So if you haven't used Sim Update 10 Beta, there's now a search box up here. So you can type in any airport address, any, waypoint, ICAO code. You can type in a waypoint. You can type in the name of a VOR and get information on that. And if you click it, it opens a little sidebar. So this is like in Ventura near Los Angeles. Gives you, the coordinates, gives you the coordinates of it and the frequency for the VOR. If you type in an airport code, it's like kind of like a poor man's Navigraph or ForeFlight. It gives you all the frequencies, gives you ILS information, gives you a METAR. So yeah, it's they added a lot of improvements here, so you can check those out on the VFR map too. Where is this place? We're in New Zealand. We're on the southern island of New Zealand, going towards Queenstown. All right, I'm gonna start my climb up because we got a bunch of terrain here in front of us. Hey Oliver, what's up? Thanks for joining, man. All right, we're gonna have to climb up a bit here. I'm a little bit off course. I'm just flying it with the heading knob right now. Dude, there's so many of us. This is great. This is why I was so excited about the sim update too, is because we've been like in two different areas, Some of us have been on the beta. The beta has its own multiplayer servers compared to the, the full release. Like the public non-beta one. So it's awesome all being on the same server again. It's great. Those of us that were on the beta the last month plus is, we're gonna feel less lonely now. Am I excited for the MD-11? I don't know that I know about the MD-11. I have to figure out what that is. I don't know. Does a 750 add-on mess up the VFR map? I think it does still, Robert. Yeah. So I'm not running the 750 right now. Mainly because when I went off the beta and updated, it actually cleared my community folder. So that's a little bit of a word of caution there. That might happen to you. It happened to me. It happened to Mike in my Discord. He updated this morning as well. He opted out of the beta and reinstalled, and not reinstalled from scratch. But we had really big updates. Mine was 120 gigabytes for some reason, and it cleared out my community folder. You see Care Bear, but nobody else. I wonder if that's an Xbox limitation. Maybe it's weird that you can see nobody else. All right, looks like we can stop around 7,500 feet or so here. Looks okay for terrain. Is this where they filmed Lord of the Rings? Yeah. I don't think it's this exact spot, but I'm pretty sure they did film in New Zealand, yeah. You updated the 750 earlier. Oh, it did fix it. Oh, so there's an update out for it. Okay. So Branson's saying it sounds like there's an update out for the PMS 750. If you have it, so you might want to, or I'm going to want to do that after the stream. I'll update mine as well. Oh, the MD-11. Oh, the MD-11. Okay. Yeah, I haven't checked that out yet. Since I mostly fly the smaller planes too, like those big ones, I don't see those quite as often. Somebody earlier asked if there were new planes in this version. So there aren't in this version, but Microsoft announced the 40th anniversary edition. That's going to be out at the end of the year. So that'll be out in November sometime. I think is that considered Sim Update 12 or 13? But that one, they're including that's the big update of the year. This is a big update in terms of like stability, performance, and the NXI updates for the G1000. The end of the year update in November is the huge update for helicopters, gliders, and they're giving like is it the Airbus 310, I think? So they're giving all those planes away for free. So everybody that has the sim, regardless of your edition, it's basically kind of like the Game of the Year edition that came out last November, December for the holidays. Everybody then got a bunch of planes like the Pilatus Porter. And so this year, they're giving away more planes. So yeah, everybody's going to get like 2 gliders, 2 helicopters, 3 historic aircraft, and like an Airbus. So yeah, that's coming at the end of the year. That's going to be a huge update. Bigger than this one for sure. I mean, this one is huge as far as avionics go. If you fly with the NXI, yeah, the end of the year is going to be crazy. Community flight for Lord of the Rings, point of interest. Oh yeah, we could all pick up. There's that. Did you guys see that camping marketplace or mod? There's like you can land and it'll set up like a campsite with a tent and like a fire and stuff. It looks really cool. It'd be funny to have that and land at different spots and set up camp. All helicopters, they're giving away 2 helicopters for free. And so there are helicopters that exist for Microsoft Flight Sim now, but the big thing with the update in November is that it's a whole new physics model. It's a whole new, I missed a turn here. Yeah, we're going to the west. It's a whole new model for the flight dynamics for all of the physics around helicopter flight. That hasn't been in the sim. It's basically been hacked in by developers. They've just made do with what they can now, what they can do now. So it's going to be a whole new model for actual, physics and the mechanics of flying a helicopter in the sim. So I imagine those devs that have made like the Hype Performance Group, they like H135. That's a really popular free helicopter you can get today from flightsim.to, that website. And I assume that they'll probably update those to work with the new flight model for helicopters after that update is out. What's my favorite song? Oh man, is that impossible? Master of Puppets by Metallica. And no, I didn't learn about Master Puppets just recently because of Stranger Things, if you guys have watched that show. I'm a big Metallica fan from from decades ago. I love Metallica. I kind of grew up listening to them when I was a teenager. Instead of I was listening between like pop punk, like Blink-182 and Red Hot Chili Peppers, and then Metallica and Megadeth. So yeah, I love old Metallica. Fade to Black also incredible. Native support for gliders and helicopters. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I mean, there are gliders today too, the dev community has created gliders as well, so you can already use them in a mod, but to have it as like a first class thing, a first class flight model in the game is gonna, I'm sure, be a game changer for those devs, and then all of us benefit. We're gonna get, it's crazy that Microsoft just gives away planes, right? Like, what sim have you ever played that just gives you planes once a year? They gave us what did they give, 5 planes last year? Like the NX Cub, like the Tricycle Gear NX Cub, I think, the Pilatus Porter. They gave a few other planes too. I can't think of all 5 of them, but I think it was 5. Nothing else matters. Yep. Oh, Sikorsky. If you just Google, if you just look it up, I can look it up really quickly for everybody. Actually, if you guys want to see what planes there are, I can refresh that list real quick and find it. Let me turn my autopilot back on here. I'm going to get back in a climb. This looks like to be the time we need to go up to over 10,000. So I'm going to get that going. Flight level change. Giving it all the power we got. Uh, 40th anniversary trailer. Yeah, there's a trailer for it. Yeah, let me bring that up really quickly. No reason for everyone to Google it if I can just look it up for everybody. Yeah, so here's, yeah, if you just Google, you know, later on if you want to, whatever, Google it and find this post by Microsoft. So yeah, there's an awesome trailer for it. Let me make sure I'm not going to hit a mountain over here or anything. Like they do, they put out just epic trailers with awesome music. Yeah, here you go. So 4 historical aircraft. Yeah, the Wright Flyer is going to be awesome. You know, Spirit of St. Louis, DC-3. I'm not familiar with a DHC-2 Beaver. And then, yeah, 2 helicopters. So there's a Bell and a gimbal, I guess, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. I don't really know much about helicopters. 2 gliders. So it looks like there's just 2 variants on this glider. Probably the avionics are different in them or something like that. And then, yeah, the Airbus 310 as well. So, oh yeah, and it said they were made in collaboration with Indie Simulations and Milviz. I mean, Milviz is epic. They make absolutely incredible planes. I'm sure the other devs are great too. I just most recently downloaded a Milviz plane, the 310R, and that thing is incredible. So, yeah, I know that there's a lot of hype around those developers. So yeah, I mean, we're just getting free planes at the end of the year again for the 2nd year in a row. So it's pretty incredible. Dude, thanks for flying along, everybody. This is awesome. So nice to not see blank skies. So after this flight, we can go over to, we can head over maybe somewhere in the States, since that's where I am and fly a lot. See how many people are out in multiplayer right now. I'm sure a lot of people, you know, aren't even off work yet, potentially. Here on the West Coast, it's 3 p.m. So they'll still have to do the update. I hope the flight sim team lets it be known that if you stay on the beta that you're, apparently it seems like you're on a different version. I'm not sure that I know for sure yet. Is anybody flying along here on the beta still? And they're able to see the same people that I can, and you can see me, and you can see, you know, Aviat, you can see Citizen Zero. I guess I'm still trying to figure this out. Oliver. I'm gonna steal that quote, put it on my little site I made with some links on testimonial. If I need a PR person, I know who to talk to. A marketing person. Hey Snaky, what's up? It's pretty good so far. I mean, it's got all the stability that the beta had, and it's nice to see other people flying in multiplayer again. There's a lot more people here, so. Oh, Anot says he's on the beta and he can see everyone. Awesome. Well, good. I hope that's the case then. You're on Xbox and you can't see anyone, but I was able to see you. Are you on USA West, Mike? Oh, you're Care Bear. Yeah, I do see you still. I see you right there. All right, it could be their servers. Maybe their servers are getting hit a bit since everybody's updating. Maybe that'll be smoothed out in the future. Plan to update tonight. Yep. Masses of planes at the West Coast. Wait, the West Coast in the US? I think we should go there next. Just maybe fly around a dense city and just see how many people are out flying. All right, everybody, when we get right over here, we're gonna make a left-hand turn. I think we should land at the next airport. Why don't we land down here at NZWA? I think we should do a landing and regroup. Can refuel or grab a beverage from your fridge or whatever. And, you know, take a bathroom break if you need to, and then come back and take off from there. So we'll fly past, once we hit the river, or this lake. Is it a river or lake here, actually? I'm not sure what the terrain is. Yeah, it looks like this lake here. So once we hit this, make a left-hand turn, and let's land right here at NZWA. The new VFR map, you can also click. So you can just click any waypoint and get information. So NZWA is at 1,057 feet. And looks like, you know, we'll be set up to land on runway 17 will probably be the easiest. So we want to get down to about 2,000 or 2,500 feet near the water, and then we'll land at NZWA runway 17. So I'm going to start my descent now, just down towards the water. We're going to make a left-hand turn there at the water, and then we'll land there. 1,000 feet for the airport elevation and runway 17. So I'm just gonna start my descent. I'm gonna go 1,000 feet per minute. That's generally the max you can go without being frowned upon by frowned at by your your passengers in the back and stuff. So the text for the other planes. Yeah, Daggy, if you're on PC, there are some mods where you can replace the multiplayer names. I have my site. I just put up a quick website to put all these links in one spot. That's linked in the video description. So if you go to my site, I have it linked there. I just have it. It's called Mini Nameplates. It's by a dev called Clompsy, I think, and it's public. It's hosted online on GitHub. So you can download it there, and you can actually choose what color you want them to be. This green one has like a little background to it, unlike the other one, so I've been using this one. Thanks for the £5 again, Ian. Here's my coffee. Thanks. I might need another coffee. I'll probably play this like the rest of the day, even when we're off stream. Thanks, Oliver. We got a one-man moderation team here. Thanks, Oliver. Next, he's gonna ask me for a paycheck or something. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for the £5. It is a mod, yeah, Daggy. Yeah, the default ones are pretty, they're pretty clunky. They take up a lot of space. Watch out for those mountains, Aviat. And it looks like Vested Polecat might be at the airport we're going to. And let's set up for runway 17. So if you're using the G1000 or something that has OBS mode, what you could do is, I'm going to switch to heading mode temporarily on my autopilot, hit the OBS button, and then use the course knob, scroll that around to give yourself a track of 170. So runway 17, just put a 0 on the end, and that's the rough heading of the runway we're landing at. So right here, I'm dialing in 170. Use this little triangular knob here if you got the G1000. And then put in 170. And this, what it pulls in here, this path is now like a long extended runway. So that's how we know how to line up with the runway really easily with OBS mode. So I'm just going to switch back to nav mode. And I'm just going to fly myself towards that route right there, towards that course. And so this is now a long extended runway for us to line at. Runway 17. I didn't check the weather or anything. I know if you guys are super, if you're very realistic with your simming, we're not being very realistic on this flight. We're just having some fun flying around in a group. So yeah, I didn't check the weather. I don't know if that's a favorable runway or not. But let's land there and regroup really quickly. And then if you're just joining, you can load in there. The airport code on USA West is NZWA. So New Zealand WA, New Zealand, Washington, November, Zulu, Whiskey, Alpha. And then how many do we have after that? Like 4 or 5 airports? Oh, there's only one more? Oh no, that's the last airport. Wait, flight plan change. We should go to the other one. Let's land at the one after that. Oh no. I didn't realize there was only one more. Let's land, if there's time, let's land at the one after that, NZWF, all right? Direct to NZWF. All right, we're gonna have to change on the fly. This is like a test right now. All right, NZWF, I'm gonna hit enter here and check. All right, it's also at 1,100 feet, but it's runways 11 and 29. 11 and 29, and I don't know what's favorable. Let's do, I guess we could do 11. What's better, 11 or 29? 11 will be closer to where we're headed right now. All right, 110. And then we'll switch to somewhere else in the world. I'll find another place for us to go. Unless it's really nice to fly in New Zealand. I just want to vary it a little bit. It'd be cool to go somewhere with a lot of people flying right now. Like maybe East Coast, United States would be good, since it's about 6 o'clock local time there. We can see how many people are flying around, New York, or we could do like Florida, or we could do the West Coast. We could do like San Francisco or something like that. Let's see where you guys want to fly, East Coast or West Coast. I'll just put a poll in the chat real quick. All right, so we're landing. I didn't realize this was our final stop already. We did this pretty quickly. NZWF is our final stop here. So runway 11. I'm going to line up for 11. And then there's also runway 29. And the airport elevation is at about 1,000 feet, 1,100 feet. So if you want to set up for traffic pattern altitude, you probably want 2,100 feet or so. If you're really fast, you probably want like 2,600 feet. We're landing at the last airport, NZWF. NZWF. November Zulu Whiskey Foxtrot. I didn't realize how close we were to it. I was going to land at the airport right before it, but this airport is very close, so it didn't really make sense. We would have just like, we could have drove to the other airport. All right, I'm leveling off at 2,000 feet. And then we're going to line up for runway 11 over here. It might not have the favorable winds, but we'll see. Okay, most people so far want to go to USA East. Yeah, so we could do like... New York seems kind of... I worry about people's frame rates when I think about flying around New York City or something like that. But it'd be cool to see a lot of... just a lot of people in the sky all together. It'd be fun. Find some randos to fly around. And it gives people an opportunity to test their performance. So for those of you that are trying out DLSS, you know, you could put it to the test in New York City. So we could do like Teterboro or something like that and fly east to Manhattan. This is the caravan, yeah, just the stock 208 with the it's got the G1000 in it. I'll probably fly the analog version on the next flight, which is really cool. Florida, New York, frame death, yeah. All right, it looks like if you guys can see Vested, they are landed at the airport we're going to, or OBM is landing right now as well. Looks like on 11. Yeah, so drop down to about 2,000 feet or 2,100 feet. And if you have OBS mode, if you're using some fancy avionics, you can turn OBS mode and dial in 110. That'll give you a course to the runway there. A few questions about Flight Sim. Whenever you get a chance, send all the questions. Yeah, I mean, if they're short, you can ask here. If you want to join the Discord and chat after the stream, you can hop on Discord and chat. We can chat there too. KFSM, somewhere north. Oh, the Ozarks. That could be cool too. Yeah, I kind of put together the route at the last minute and just used that site, the Flight Sim, or sorry, the World Tour flight site, just to find something quickly. Just excited to be on the same version of the sim again, and I love that everybody has the NXI now. If you weren't on the beta, then you have it. Oh, there's our runway right there. Okay, so it's not on a 110 heading exactly. It's a little bit, it's a little greater than a 110 heading. So I overshot it because I had OBS mode turned on. Can you fly with us Xbox via Game Pass? Yeah, everybody's on the same servers, Xbox, PC, whether you bought it on Steam or through Microsoft, we can all see each other. So yeah, just in the top right on the main screen, just choose your name. like the name menu basically, and choose USA West, and then we'll all see each other. Wish there was a cargo version of the Caravan. Oh, just like to not have the seats in the back. Yeah, yeah. If you're using something like On Air Company or something similar to that, like On Air Company, I use that quite a bit. It gives you the option to fly with like a seatless configuration, so it gives you more cargo capacity. I don't know how exactly that plays with, well, I'm really slow here. I don't know how that plays with like what the sim actually thinks the weight of the plane is though. 500. I'm on high quality settings, but I bumped a bunch of things to ultra. So I did the high quality preset, and then I turned up clouds, grass, buildings, and I put the level of terrain quality up to 150 instead of 100. But all of those like more detailed settings near the bottom, like at the bottom of the graphics settings. Wow, I'm really high because I'm just talking and not paying attention. All those other settings I left at the high-end setting defaults. I'm gonna have the longest landing ever here. Yeah, I usually start with one of the presets and then just dial in a few things kind of to taste after that. Good thing I have reverse thrusters in this. It's gonna be not much time to stop here, but the Grand Caravan stops on a dime with reverse. And we can just off-road this thing. I think, it's another reverse thrust. I think they have all the effects for the dirt kicking up and everything is still in, I think. Let me see if all the dirt kicks up here if I get going. Maybe it's not dirty enough here. All right, Branson, thanks for joining. Got a few more people landing still. Yeah, I was just chatting instead of paying attention to the landing there. Flyover or landing? Okay, it could have been a flyover for sure. This looks like a great landing. Nice. All right, looks like most people want to fly in the east. You're developing a man crush. Are you talking about on the guy that just landed properly and didn't have the longest landing, like 60% of the way down the runway? Same. Same. All right, Jester, bring it in. I don't even know if Jester's on our stream here. You got it, Enbon. That was better than my landing. Everybody's landing is better than mine. I messed up. All right, so most people said they want to go to US East. And surprisingly, most people want to go into the US and not... I mean, probably because most of you are in the US as well. Love it when a man puts it right on the numbers. I mean, New Zealand is so awesome to fly around, though. All right, so for those of you who are on PC, I think we should switch over to like Teterboro or something and fly around Manhattan for a bit. Just do a few circles, do some cliche sightseeing around Manhattan just to test our frames out. And it would be cool. Who recommended the Ozarks? Waldar did. Say KFSM to somewhere north. Find the Ozarks to fly over. Backcountry Idaho routes. You know, I don't have any personal routes, so I use sites like this to find them. A while back I did one in like British Columbia that was awesome, and people submit flight plans here. It's I'll put the link in the chat right now. worldtour.flights. So if we wanted to do, you know, you could just choose like North America, and yeah, there's probably a good one here in the Ozarks. Or is it just Ozark? Oh, there are none. Maybe not Ozarks. These thumbnails are great. Some of these. Can you buy a yoke for the Xbox? Yeah. A popular one is the Turtle Beach Velocity 1. That one's pretty popular. Yeah, the Velocity 1 has the rudder pedals are like on the triggers basically. So this one, it's pretty expensive. It's $380, but what's nice is you get the throttle and the yoke in one, and then it has triggers. And I think this can, I'm pretty sure this works on PC. Yeah, it works on Xbox and PC. I did hear some people, I think I've mostly heard positive things, but it'd be worth looking on like Reddit and stuff like that, looking at, you know, watching reviews on YouTube, whatever, to figure out. Oh, yeah, honeycomb, nice. Yeah, I forgot they have the new honeycomb. Yeah, the new honeycomb yoke is out, huh? Yeah, so here's honeycomb. Oh, you love the V1? Yeah, the thing is, you know, at $380, that seems expensive, but you know, honeycomb is super high quality, but they're $350 just for the yoke, right? And then I guess you need the Xbox hub here for $40. Honeycomb is incredible, like no doubt. I have their Bravo and their Alpha, but they do have the new one. But the Velocity one seems good. I mean, these two combined are going to cost you like $600-700 if you get both of them, and then you still need rudder control. So the Velocity one looks like a good kind of first version that gives you all that. And it has triggers on it for your rudders. So yeah, that's, you know, you got some options there. Oh, for the Ozarks, you can get a destination. Duration, I'd say, I don't know, hour. An hour is fine. Let's go ahead and look. Man, there's so many of us here. I feel bad like everybody disconnecting and starting somewhere else. But yeah, I think we should head over to like New York, and for those of you that you want to put your sim update to the test and see what kind of performance you get, I think that'll be good. And then also we might see just a ton of people flying around, so it could be chaotic in a good way. Man, look at all the Kodiaks too. Dude, I love the Kodiak so much. It's so pretty. I think I'm gonna fly something totally different, like the Extra or something like that for the next flight. So I'm gonna go back to the main menu, staying on the same server, and just, we'll still be on USA West. All right, let's go world's map, and let's just put in maybe Teterboro to start. KTEB. And then we'll just fly to the east. All right, Nick, take it easy. We'll just fly over to Manhattan from Teterboro. Just start on one of the small GA ramps. What time is it there now? 6 p.m. So we're getting in. It's pretty much sunset. It looks like the weather might be a little crappy. We will find out. Maybe I'll fly the NX Cub. Yeah, I'll try out the NX Cub. Do the Xbox livery. Just something a little smaller, but something that still has autopilot, so I can turn it on while I pay attention to chat. Did you see all the people on the multiplayer? We're gonna give it the multiplayer server stress test right now of like 20 or 30 of us join in right now at the same spot. I have my resume available for moderator. I mean, the guys that come into most of the streams know we've had some fun 18 plus chat spam bots going on in the chat the last couple months. So Bible spam. All right, let me get this started here. Not too bad weather over Manhattan. Yeah, I'm on live weather, live time of day. Get the NX Cub started. So the NX Cub, this is one of the planes that came out last year. So, you know, they had the regular Cub, which is like a tail dragger configuration. And then they released the NX Cub, which is fixed gear. So tricycle. I always have a really hard time flying tail draggers. But here, yeah, this one came out at the end of last year as like a kind of a mod to the existing tail dragger Cub, the X Cub. So now we're the NX Cub. So yeah, it has a steerable nose wheel. So it's kind of cool. I haven't flown it for a while, so do something new here. All right, fullest tank, start engine, master switch, electric fuel pump. Okay, I don't need to switch anything. You guys need to control Kips. He's inspiring me to get flight sim. I mean, I think flight sim is incredible. I was just trying X-Plane 12. I don't know. For me, regardless of the flight model stuff, I know they're pretty... some people actually say flight sim is better now with some of the new prop dynamics they did, the work they did earlier this year, with all the new propeller dynamics and all that stuff they showed off. That stuff's implemented on the 172 and the Grand Caravan, maybe more now, more planes. Oh, you wish you had the money? You could do it through Xbox Game Pass for Xbox or PC. You could do PC Game Pass for $1. I don't know if you're in the US or not, but in the US, if you're a new customer, it's just $1 for 30 days. The first 30 days, you just need to make sure to cancel before it recurringly charges you for 10 or 20 bucks a month, mattering which one you pick. But you can get it through Xbox Game Pass on Xbox and PC and try it for a month for $1 if you're a new customer. How big was the Sim Update 10 update? If you never used the beta, your update will be 15 gigabytes or so, I think I saw on the forums. If you use the beta like I did, you can stick with the beta and not install anything else and just stay on the beta. That also means when Sim Update 11 beta or other betas are out, you'll get those. So it's up to you if you want to stay on the beta or not. If you turn the beta off like I did, I had 120 gigabyte update for some reason. It probably took a couple hours to download. I turned it on this morning and then went about my business and it was done in a few hours. I don't know how long it took exactly, but for me, I had like 120 gigabyte update. I don't know that you'll have an update, you know, of that size or not, but that's how big it was for me. But I have been running the beta since it came out last month. Or was it 2 months ago at this point? A month and a half ago? Yeah, Pegasus, update is out now, so what you need to do is, if you're on Steam, you need to open Steam, let it update there first, and then launch the sim. If you're on Microsoft Store, just launch the sim. It should do the update automatically, and same on Game Pass. You might need to open the Xbox app to let it update first. And then after, yeah, and then on Xbox, it's just a normal update to the app as far as I know. If you were on the beta and you opt out, then you need to restart your system and then get the update, which could be pretty big. 98 gigabytes, Robert says. Yeah, mine was like 120. All right, that's all good. I'll leave that alone. All right, I'm just going to take off and fly east, guys. I don't know where you are at parking, but I don't know, we can just break some laws here. Be a bad pilot, just find a long run. Oh, I'm going to turn down my terrain level of detail here. So I have it at 150. This is one of the biggest frame killers in the sim. So if you're really struggling with frames, turn the terrain level of detail down. I start with the high-end preset for me that works pretty well. I could do ultra, but most of the time I just want a few more frames. So I would recommend starting with a preset, and if it's running well, then turn some of the smaller options up. So I start with high-end, and then I'll turn like all of these things to ultra here. And then I'll keep the terrain level of detail. Mattering where I'm flying, if it's in the middle of nowhere, like not a lot of buildings, I'll turn it up. But somewhere like Manhattan, I'm just going to put it back down to the default of 100. And I think there's going to be a ton of people flying. I'm just going to take off on this taxiway. Let's do an Oshkosh style. There are gonna be so many people here. And there's already a lot of people just at Teterboro. Okay, Oliver, thanks for hanging out. Thank God I bought M2 1 terabyte drive. Yeah, it adds up, especially once you get some of the mods, some of the really intense mods. Optimal GPU temperature, I think between 60 and 80 degrees Celsius is normal. Mine runs in the low 70s. But I think anything over 80 degrees Celsius might be a concern. I would Google it to double check, but last I looked that up, I think 60 to 80 is pretty normal, and mine's in the low 70s, 72, 73 degrees. I have a 3080, so probably similar to yours, Pegasus. Who's gonna moderate now? Well, we have Nightbot for the spam if that comes in. All right, so I'm at 37 frames now, 38 frames. I also have a few mods on like these these like towers here. This is part of like the We Love VFR mod, I think. That's a free mod for PC. I also have like traffic mods that change the look of the cars. I've grown to have quite a few mods actually. I try to keep it pretty low on how many mods I have in Flight Sim, but some of them are just too good to not have. Yeah, still at 35 FPS right now. I do not have DLSS on. I mean, all of us that have NVIDIA cards were probably waiting for that new NVIDIA driver to drop. I'm not sure if it's out already. I checked before the stream and it wasn't out. I'm going to launch GeForce Experience right now and check, but supposedly there's a new driver coming that's going to have some... Yeah, there's not a new one yet. It's supposed to have some improvements for Microsoft Flight Sim specifically. You know how they make those game-ready drivers? So it's supposed to improve performance with like DLSS and DirectX 12. So we'll see how that goes. I am not using add-on linker, no. I just do it the old-fashioned way. I just download them myself, drag them into the community folder. And I try to, you know, of the payware that I get, I try to get the ones that are in the marketplace. Just because I want the ease of updating them, you know, years from now. You know, say even, you know, we're already 2 years into Microsoft Flight Sim. Another 2 or 4 or 5 years later, we're going to have so many mods and planes that we're going to need to update on a regular basis or, you know, periodic basis. It's really nice if you have more in the marketplace because you just hit the update button, it updates all of them. So I'm trying to get them as many in the marketplace as I can. Sometimes I get impatient though, and I just buy it from Just Flight or something like that. Will I be buying a new graphics card? Probably not. Yeah, I got a 3080 around 2 years ago. It was like Christmas 2 years ago. Man, the weather is super choppy around here. I'm gonna just pull my power out quite a bit. So this is something I think that got changed in Sim Update 10 too. There's just a lot more, the gusts have been changed quite a bit. Not just around buildings, but like the way they interpret the METAR data. Adel, let me look for yours. Oh, you said hi. How am I? I'm good, thanks. You are a princess of Germany. No way. Well, welcome, princess. Thanks for joining from Germany. Dankeschön. And my German is horrible, so I don't have anything else to say. I have 12 SSDs. 12 SSDs? No, what? Really? I have 2. I pretty much just use one of them. 12 SSDs. Do you have like an M2? Do you actually have 12 SSDs? I don't think I've ever had more than two different storage devices on my computer at once. You know, not including like USB. You know, the photogrammetry, you know, I've turned it off in the past, just noticing like how some of the buildings look so weird. Like dirty almost, like kind of like half destroyed almost. But it's also really weird when you turn it off. Like you don't get the same building shapes and stuff like that. Yeah, why? 12 SSDs? Do you just have a ton of redundancy, or do you work on projects with like, do you do like video editing or something like that, where you just have gigantic files? That would make sense to have that much storage for one person. And the winds around here is crazy right now too. I'm hoping some of you guys are seeing some like really big improvements if you're trying. Like, I know people on Xbox were having really bad performance since Sim Update 9. Some people were. Is anybody seeing some really good good performance improvements on Xbox or by turning on DLSS? It'd be cool to know if anybody was seeing like a really big performance improvement. Microsoft usually on the forums, they'll post a poll. They probably already have one up. It's like a survey, so you can give your feedback on like whether your performance got better or worse with this update, or if it's around the same. I've never had to uninstall anything on your PC. So you just never install any, you never uninstall anything. Okay, 80, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for joining the stream. 102 watching. I should hide that number. I'm gonna get nervous and start flying all crazy. No, yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. I mean, yeah, you know, when a new update comes out, it's cool to see just someone trying it out and see if, see how the performance is. Everybody has a different experience. You know, some people are running tons of mods. Everyone's on different hardware. And everyone's got a different GPU, different monitor sizes. Like I don't even run 4K myself. A lot of people run 4K. I'm just running in 1440 on mine. So it's always interesting to see, like, yeah, it's kind of a bummer when you see that a lot of people have a different experience. And people have, that have bad performance. Statue of Libertine, yes. Oh, DCS world with large files, got it. Oh, your engine failed? What are you flying, Deuce? Are you flying something that, where the engine can actually fail? If you push it too hard? That's something that's really cool about like the Milviz and, the more study level planes. It's great is, yeah, if you do something a little bit wrong, you can just cut the engine. Not just like pulling the mixture out by accident or something like that, but, running it too hot or something like that. First crash of the update. Oh, really? When you're setting the location as the departure point. Oh, the Kodiak, Deuce? And I need to fly the Kodiak more. There's just so many, like, as time goes on, there's more and more and more incredible planes to fly. So it's getting to be hard to choose what to fly. If you have, like, the Kodiak and you have, like, the 310 or the Chancellor or the Analog Caravan, it's awesome. I mean, there's so many good planes coming out, and we're not even into helicopter season yet. Like officially. Like when the hell we got an Airbus here. Who's in the Airbus? Flying coffin. It's just crazy where yeah, it's crazy how many good planes there are out, and it's only gonna get even better. Like I don't know, it's kind of amazing. The sim is only 2 years old, and the amount of updates there's been, the amount of planes they've given away for free, and how many more are coming this winter. Yeah, it's great. How many planes do I have installed? Oh, that's a good question. Not counting the stock aircraft, I bet I have like 20. I should put together a list of all the ones I have. Like back when. Let's see, I feel like I've impulse bought a bunch of planes when they first came out. Like when the Junkers came out, I bought that. I bought the, was it the DC-6? I bought the Britain-Norman Islander one. I bought a lot of planes when they first came out, and I've haven't really flown them again.
500.
But I do like having them just because if someone's flying it, I get to see the actual plane they're flying. So that's exciting. 175? I should check my list. I mean, how many are with this sim by default? I want to say it's like close to 40 maybe. How do you have 175 planes? Kodiak is your current favorite. Yeah, the Kodiak is amazing. Cameron Fry. Wait, is Cameron Fry the sausage king of Chicago? Oh, the H-145, yeah, Trip. That's been your baby forever. Can someone make a mod so all the planes are in the hangar? That would be really cool. Oh, that's a great idea. How's it going, Jerry? Yeah, after this flight, I'll see how many I have installed. I don't think it's 175, that's for sure. All right, which we've been circling around for a while. I mean, we got sunset, flew around New York a little bit. We should do another flight. Am I gonna do an on-air flight? I could, yeah. If you guys want, instead of just some sightseeing stuff, we could do a more like official flight plan and do an approach or an instrument approach or something like that. If you guys are up for that. Hey, Colin, what's up? Yeah, waiting for the update to install. Awesome. Yeah, I hope it doesn't take you too long. It's a very, you know, your mileage can vary situation. So I hope it goes quickly for you. Something that happened to me is when I opted out of the beta and I installed the main version, like off beta, it made me install like 120 gigabytes. Cameron. No, isn't Cameron Fry from Ferris Bueller's Day Off? That's the reference, right? If you have the Reno pack, oh yeah, they're about 20 planes. I do have the Reno pack. I don't think I have all of them installed because I realized there were so many. I uninstalled those, yeah. Frame rates, yeah, I have it running in the top left corner, but it's probably hard to see. I'm at 35 right now, 35, 36. But I'm mostly on high-end settings, not on ultra. I'm on high-end with a bunch of things set to ultra. But I'm on a 3080, so my performance is usually decent, especially on the high-end preset. Up for a flight plan? Okay, cool. Yeah, we could do like an IFR flight plan together. And I've been in my on-air streams. I've been flying, and we're in New Brunswick right now. So I've been flying to the north, like trying to get through, go through Canada up to Greenland, and then fly across the Atlantic. That's the big plan for what I've just been doing on my streams every week. But yeah, if we want to do a flight plan and do all that kind of stuff, I'm totally down. We can do that for our next flight. Sounds like at least a few of you are interested in doing that. This smoke coming off of these like smokestacks right here is not part of the sim. That's part of just before somebody asked, it's part of the We Love VFR mod. It's a free mod that's in on flightsim.to. 2060 is dying when flying on medium. Well, does the 2060... I used to have a 2060 Super. Can you use DLSS on the 2060? If you can, make sure you turn that on. I'm not sure if you can use it. 4K Ultra Brilliant. New York City add-on is a must. Yeah, I don't think I have the New York City update outside of the World Update stuff. World Update 1 and 2 that Asobo put out for everybody. If you rent an on-air, do you have to return it to the same airport? You don't have to, but there'll be like a little bit of a fee. So when you stop the rental, it's going to just charge you a little bit of extra on-air money. Yes, another NX Cub. I can't see who it is because you're close. It's a Deuce. All right, I think we should go back over, find Teterboro. The last time I flew around this area, I like landed at the wrong airport. A little bit embarrassing. Oh, Boston needs a city update. Yeah, what was the there was a Germany update that came out, right? That wasn't a world update. Wasn't it just called a city update? That was the first one, was in Germany, right? It had like 6 or 7 cities that they updated. Oh, is there I assume there's payware for New York City. Yeah, I don't have any payware for Manhattan. Stressing about the 3-hour plus 737 flights where you see crash to desktop. When you see crashes on late final. Oh man. Touch wood. Yeah, knock on wood. Other than that, I'm more than happy. Alright, let's see where Teterboro is. I didn't use my avionics at all here to figure out where anything is. Looks like it's gonna be to our west more. Where is it? Oh, it's to the north. Okay, cool. So yeah, we don't just have to fly around all stream. I can do an on-air. I can switch this to kind of an on-air company stream and do a flight. Something I did want to show was what I spent over the weekend. I changed to use Pilot2ATC. On the last stream, I was using Pro ATC and trying that out, and I didn't have the best experience with it, so I went back and gave Pilot2ATC another try, and it's been pretty good. The other thing I did was, oh, I forget. Oh man, I need to look it up to give a shout out to who did it. Someone did a video showing off the like more custom voices for Pilot2ATC using Amazon Polly, like the name Polly, like a girl's name, a woman's name, Polly. It adds a bunch of new voices in, and you like pay for it monthly or something, very like in pennies. So I did configure all of that, and it sounds pretty awesome compared to the default voices. So I was planning on doing that for the next stream, but we can totally do that. Do one of those flights in Canada or New Brunswick where we are right now, and I can show off Pilot2ATC, and then yeah, and then just show off those voices and see what you guys think, and see if we run into any frustrating things with Pilot2ATC. So it looks like this is Teterboro right here. No, maybe this is the one I landed at last time. I think it's past this. I landed at something that wasn't Teterboro last time. How far away is this? It's sometimes it's so hard to tell if it's the right airport or not. Past the water. Is this Teterboro? I think it might be. Well, I can just turn it into a touch and go if it's not. Either way, we're just gonna land, and then I'll plan a flight in Canada. We can go to New Brunswick and continue on from there from the last stream. Yeah, we'll see how you guys like the Pilot2ATC voices. All right, I'm gonna bleed off some of this speed. You think you found your first bug. 4 crashes. As soon as you click on my name on the world map, oh, and set me as a departure point. Interesting. All right, I think this is Teterboro. I totally landed somewhere else besides Teterboro by accident a few weeks ago. Excited to see what Pilot2ATC does. Yeah, I had it a while back, and I actually I'm not sure what I disliked about it, honestly. I just kind of stopped using it. It's got a learning curve in that you need to be like very robotic with how you say things back to it. If you don't say things back like verbatim, how they say them to you, word for word, then it can, so it's putting their face on the pavement. I just did that yesterday on a flight. Oh, I have to fix this bug again too with the taxiways. Yeah, so you have to say things kind of verbatim. It can feel a little robotic when you reply back to them and how you say things for it to recognize what you're saying. So that was a little off-putting. I know there's only so much they can do. And there's so many people up right now. It's awesome. Oh, there's a United Airlines flight over there too, so confirmed we're seeing live traffic as well. Real world traffic is still in, so doesn't look like that broke. And I assume this one over here with the November registration number is also a also live traffic right there too. Do I post notices early like a calendar event? No, all I really do is, my schedule is usually that I'll stream on the weekend. So I'll usually do a Saturday stream, and it's usually in the afternoon, California time where I am. So I usually stream, you know, at 1 or 2 p.m. Pacific time. And what I've been doing recently, you know, outside of big updates like this, I've just been doing an on-air career stream and doing, you know, instrument flying with a flight plan and kind of experimenting with different planes and different software like ATC software on each of those. So usually what I do is just I'll have it on YouTube scheduled, so it'll give you, I think it might only give you a heads up like 30 minutes before though. So I know that's not enough, but if you hop in Discord right now, I can at least tell you in there when I'm planning the next one. Usually it's on usually I've been doing it on Saturday or Sunday. Hey Bill, what's up? You had the working Title G1000 installed without the beta. The NXI didn't work with the update. Yeah, it matters which plane you're flying. If you're flying a third-party plane, so like not an Asobo plane, not the Cessna or the Grand Caravan or anything like that, then you need to still install the marketplace version. To get it to work in third-party planes, you have to install the marketplace version still. Dude, there's so many of you. And yeah, if you look, Jerry, if you look in the link in the video description, or just go to kipontheground.com, there's a link to Discord and all the other mods and software and stuff like that that I use, and all my gear and all that. It's all listed there. I think I have a command for it here too. Discord command in the chat. If you don't want to go to the site, yeah, the chat bot should post a link in a second. There we go. Did Milviz update the C310? I'll check in a second. I don't know that I got any updates yet in the marketplace. But let's check that out when I switch out here. Let me shut this engine down. Control Shift E. Shutdown shortcut. All right, let's go back. And so you guys that were flying along for the group stuff, so kind of going to change over here to do what I normally do on my streams on the weekends, which is do a flight using my career. And I use On-Air Company a lot. So if you know NeoFly or like FS Economy, Skypark, it's like one of those career apps. So I use On-Air Company all the time. So I'm going to switch over and do a leg of a flight using On-Air Company. My plane is in New Brunswick. So we're going to fly from there to the north and, yeah, check the weather, check the winds, do our weight and balance stuff, using SimBrief, and stuff like that. And then we'll do the flight plan. It can take a while to plan, so you might get bored during the planning part if that's not your thing. But I'm going to do that, and then we'll do the leg of that flight. And then I'll probably call it a day after that. because that'll usually take an hour, hour and a half. Getting late in the UK. All right, Fredericks, thanks for hanging out. Awesome. Glad you joined for your first group flight. Yeah, I know people love doing those. Now that we're all in the same version again, it makes more sense. Since I've been on the beta for like a month and a half or so, it's there's been fewer people to fly around with just because it's separated the servers out. Let me check if I have any content manager updates. I didn't have any when I launched it. Yeah, it looks like I don't have any available. It's also, it is possible that they got updated when I had the sim. I basically left the sim to update on its own. It is possible that when it updated, that it did all the updates automatically and I didn't notice that it did them all. So it is possible that some things were updated. A button to toggle nameplates. Yeah, Dave, you have to set it yourself though, actually. I set mine to control F12. But what you have to do is go into controls and just search for, I think it's just plates. Yeah, so you just have to set it yourself. They introduced this shortcut so you can bind something to it, but it's not set to anything by default. So just put it to whatever you want here. You know, it'll tell you if there's a conflict if you choose something where it's already bound to the same key. But yeah, it's pretty nice to do that. You can also, they did another one as well for the taxi ribbon, which is also very useful. So toggle taxi ribbon is great. 600 hours. And no, I feel like I could be so much more. I could have so much more. I think that's pretty good for almost like, I'd say like 90+% of my flying is GA. So that's just probably why my time is higher actually, but I'm not doing any like 6-hour flights or anything crazy like that. Discord is locked. Oh, if it is, then it's just because of the general security settings for Discord. So let me look at what those are. Basically, you just have to, I think you have to, whenever you set up a community Discord server, it does have a requirement like, let me see here. It's something like how long you've been a member of Discord. Let me see if I can find that. It might be that you have to verify your email address or something like that. Trying to find the server settings for security, basically. Okay, yeah, it says you just have to be registered on Discord for longer than 5 minutes. Let me turn that down if I can. There, I turned it to the low setting. So all you need is a verified email. That's the lowest safety setting. Actually, it looks like you're on there already. Anyway, I just changed that so you don't need to be registered for 5 minutes or whatever. Voice locked. It shouldn't be. Yeah, all the voice channels are open. Looks good. If it's a problem, yeah, I'll take a look at it later. If it's an actual problem with my Discord settings and fix it. All right, yeah. So that taxiway option is awesome too. So if you use like the in-game ATC, you can just quickly toggle the taxi ribbon on and off as you need it. That's another really nice shortcut that's available, but you have to set the key for it yourself. All right, let me switch over to on-air world. I'm gonna get Pilot2ATC started out too, and we can see how that sounds with the new voices I installed. Let me see who used those voices. Oh, it was Clumsy. Okay, it was Clumsy on YouTube. Yeah, he had a video I saw called, it's called I Found the Best Voices for Pilot2ATC. So I'll just link that in the chat just because I noticed it on his, and this video is from like a year ago. So this is the video I watched when I was like, oh wow, you can, and I saw a forum post about it as well that I Googled on the Microsoft Flight Sim forums, but he had tried them out. And so yeah, it's using like a service by Amazon to add more voices to Pilot2ATC. I also wasn't planning on doing this, so let me, I just have to configure something so you guys can see Pilot2ATC as well. And, oh sorry, let me turn those noises off again here. Hey Justin, where did I go for the mod for the green label, the multiplayer? Yeah, sure, it's on, I have it on my site, but let me give you the direct link really quickly as well, because a few people asked about that. Yeah, I have all these links on this site I put together, so if you want any of this stuff and my gear and all that, I've made a little reciprocal heading quiz, because I talk about that all the time, how to find reciprocal headings. But I have it linked here, and I'll put the link to it directly here in the chat. It's from Clompsy, and it's called Microsoft Flight Sim, like mini nameplates. So that's linked right down here as well. All right, I'm gonna get on air all started up here, and then we can listen to the Pilot2ATC voices. Hopefully they work as soon as I turn it on. Let me show you guys that app. So it's like a ATC replacement app. And then on-air company, I use this as my career mode instead of something like NeoFly. 005. That's right. 005 is the reciprocal of 185. I still need to make a little, I think I might make a short on YouTube just showing the little +2 -2 trick that I use. That's awesome, but I got to do the animation and stuff for it, so it'll take me a bit. Okay, let me bring up Pilot2ATC. I just need to do something really quickly with OBS to get this to show. All right, Pilot2ATC. All right, there we go. All right, so this is Pilot2ATC. The interface is not absolutely incredible, but basically you build your flight plan here, or you can import a flight plan, and they have a moving map if you need it to, it kind of shows where it thinks you are and what route it thinks you're gonna take and all that. Was that Boards of Canada? Oh, you mean the music that's playing? It's just copyright-free music called Stream Beats. It's just on Spotify. So it's for people on YouTube and Twitch. You can play it and not have to worry about copyright strikes and stuff like that. Stream Beats. The guy that makes it named Harris Heller. He's a YouTuber that teaches people how to make videos and stream and stuff like that. He's got a super popular channel. But I think he was a musician before, so he put out a bunch of copyright-free music for free for people to use on Spotify and stuff. There's like a bunch of different genres. Yeah, I'm playing like the ambient one or something like that. And then, yeah, so Pilot2ATC, this is an ATC replacement, so it is payware. I forget how much it was. It's been a while since I bought it. But you can, what's nice about this compared to the other one I was using last week is that it has support for like GA flights, not just airliners. The one I was using called Pro ATC in my last stream, it assumes you're an airliner basically. So you have a call sign that's an actual airline. So I was going with like a Southwest flight number for mine, which felt a little funny flying, you know, a Grand Caravan or something like that. I guess it could be a cargo flight. You know, maybe I should have done DHL or something like FedEx, something like that. But this one lets you configure it. You put in your call sign, it does text to speech. And something I configured, you can't see the pop-up I opened, but something I configured here are additional voices. And so like, here's one of the example voices. Let me load one of them up. Okay, so I can play a test of one of these voices. Maybe. Oh, looks like maybe it didn't load the voices. Let me restart. I did hear that when you use these custom voices, you have to like restart the software sometimes. So maybe that's what I'm running into. So let me restart Pilot2ATC again. Do these model all airspace realistically? I haven't tested too much of it. Like I fly around like Los Angeles and California quite a bit, and the airspaces they have there, like the Bravo and LA is in there, and I've flown to Santa Barbara a bunch of times up the coast, so the Charlie airspace is there as well. They won't like yell at you, but you do have the option to... Oh, sorry, you're probably... I'm not sure if you're talking about Pilot2ATC or the in-game ATC, but there is some level of, yeah, airspace awareness. I haven't flown VFR with this yet. I've only done IFR flight plans. So with IFR, of course, they're, you know, ATC, they automatically coordinate your transitions through different airspaces. It's one of the benefits of flying IFR is you don't have to worry about busting airspace. You're just basically cleared through the airspace by ATC automatically throughout your flight. That is a good question though. I'll need to try a VFR flight at some point and see if that's the case. It could be different than what Microsoft Flight Sim does on its own. All right, so I restarted it. Let me see if those new voices work yet. I can do like a voice test button. It doesn't look like it's loading it again. This is one bug I read about, but I hadn't experienced it, of course, until right now. I'm going to open up the Amazon app and write a test really quickly.
Test. Okay,
that's working. So if I type in this test tool...
Hey, it works.
I can choose one of these other languages.
Hey, it works.
So they have like different accents and stuff, like US English,
Hey,
UK,
it works.
UK English, stuff like that.
Hey, it works.
Hey, it works.
Some of them sound like children,
Hey, it works.
which is a little weird, so I didn't choose those voices.
Hey, it works.
Okay.
Super duper.
So those are like the Amazon voices. And apparently there's like an issue with restarting Pilot2ATC to get them to work. Oh, $60 for Pilot2ATC. Yeah, the other one, Pro ATC, was similar. It was, I think, $50. Yeah, it's a bit pricey. I think they work with multiple sims though, so if you use more than Microsoft Flight Sim, I think some of them, maybe both of them work with both sims. All right, attempt number 3 to restart the software. And then in the meantime, I think what I'm gonna fly, I've been flying the 310, is really fun. Maybe I'll try the analog caravan again. Whoops, not there, over here. Oh, it looks like I have 52 planes installed total. So I don't have 175 or whatever Ian has, which is insane. All right, Deuce, thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, have a good night. Hope the rest of the sim update goes well for you. I wish you many frames per second. And from today, yeah, I'll check that in just a second, Michael. Yeah, we're in New Brunswick. You know, I messed up that last flight, so I'll have to teleport myself to where the rest of you landed. I remember at the end of the flight, I was just turning onto final, and then suddenly I got the black screen, and it ended my flight. So it didn't give me credit for completing that flight in On Air Company. I think I'll fly the analog caravan again. It's been a few flights since I've flown that one. And then let me see here. I think this is where we were, Wanaka. Oh no, this is in New Zealand. Whoops. Oh, what name was it? I'll look it up in On Air Company to see where we're going from. But yeah, I crashed at the end through like aircraft stress or something. I was in the yellow band on the 310 when I was flying it, and it just ended the flight. I didn't open the window or anything like that, so I disabled stress damage now for this flight. So hopefully that helps. All right, 310. Oh, I have the 310. Maybe I should do the 310 so I don't have to switch planes. I'll do the 310 again, just so I don't have to change planes. Where's the 310? Huh, maybe it's not. Did it not install all of my planes? Oh, maybe all of my third-party planes aren't installed. Oh, they're not. Look, it's not installed. Oh, yeah, the FS Birds and all these other plugins. Oh, wow. So it looks like with the update, it didn't keep all of my content manager stuff in. So it looks like I need to re-download a bunch of planes. So that also explains why I only have 52 planes or whatever. That's probably what you get just in the sim by default. When I turned on a final, yeah. Oh, Matane, yeah, that's it. Yeah, we are... Actually, it's where we landed. Matane is where I failed the flight from, I think. We were flying to the north from there. So I can pull up Sim Brief and see my last flight plans. I think is it under my flights somewhere? Here we go. Let's see. So it would be in, those are saved flights. Yeah, the 310. Yeah, we were going to CYCV. That's where, if the stress, I don't know, I call it a bug. I don't want to do the same flight, so I'll probably just teleport myself there because I was on final. And then, you know, those of you that flew the last time won't have to fly there again. But yeah, we were supposed to arrive at CYCV last time. Because it was on the north side. Wait, what? No, this is not right at all. I must have been flying. Yeah, you're saying Matane still. I just want to make sure that is the last one. It's on the north side. CYME. If it's on the north side of the water, then that's right. Okay, yeah. So this is where we departed from. We flew up here. This is where we flew to. It was, yeah, this one right here. This is the one where I failed on the landing. My map's frozen right now because it's installing the plane. Oh, someone else is over. Oh, that was a real world flight. Yeah, this is one we were at. Yep. Yeah, exactly where Dave is at. Yeah, this is it. CYCV. All right, let me update the title here so you guys know where that is. CYCV. And I'm on USA West server still. All right, so I'm gonna load in here and I'm gonna do the 310. I just got it reinstalled. And we'll do the last livery here because it gives me custom tail number. And then I'm gonna end up pulling the time back a bit so we don't have to fly in total darkness. I'll pull that back when I set it up in on-air company as well. All right, so I got the Cessna 310. Yeah, we did a second leg. Yeah, I remember landing at Matane, or however you say that, and then we did one more, and then I failed to land. So I'm gonna need to teleport myself there to CYCV. So I'll just go ahead and do that. Just make sure that... Okay, it's called Pretty Estates Resort Airport, I guess. Is that right? Let me double check that here. Oh, the weather is scary. Awesome. Hey, that's perfect for IFR. That's what we want, right? Yeah, this is at Septa Isles. All right, sweet. And yeah, I'm in the 310 again, which is, man, it was so much to fly. Oh, man. Yeah, nobody's landing here today, but maybe they'll let us take off with zero visibility. All right, and so I am transporting my plane to this location in on-air company. You can do that periodically. You get like these little travel tokens that'll instant teleport you. But generally, you have to wait to teleport your pilot somewhere else and then find a plane at that airport. But you kind of get this cheat token you can use to instantly teleport. You get, I don't even know how often you get one. So first I'm going to see if there's even a job available to fly us northbound, because I just want to fly up the coast, basically fly up towards Greenland so we can cross over eventually. And so I'm, you know, mostly using On Air Company as kind of a route finder to do this. So I'll just sort by heading here and find something that's going northbound. Wait a minute. This is not... Wait, this isn't right? Hold on. I'm so confused. We're at the right airport here. Did On Air Company put me to the west coast? It says I'm in British Columbia, which is not right. That doesn't match where we are now. I mean, we're on the east coast here. This is New Brunswick. And then... I can't zoom the map out anymore. Oh, I typed it in wrong. CYZV. Zulu Victor. Zulu Victor. My bad. Zulu Victor. CYZV. Charlie Yankee Zulu Victor. I think I messed this up last time. Great. All right. I teleported my pilot to the wrong place, so let's do that again. Right, and now the name matches. Duh. Okay, there we go. $5. Thanks, Zoldrin. Thanks for the stream. Hope to join on the next group flight. Yeah, now that we're all on the same version and I'm not in beta land on a separate server, I think it'd be cool to do more group flights. So I'll do a little more research and find some more. Next time, I'll probably use that World Tours flight site because it's pretty awesome to find routes. And we can do another one. Maybe I'll do another stream before the end of the week and have a separate group flying stream. Separate that from the on-air company stuff, which is more about like the flight planning and stuff like that. But thanks so much for joining, and thanks for the $5. I'll buy myself a coffee. Maybe 2 coffees now. All right, so here we go. Now we can check for more jobs here that are available actually at the airport we're at. Looks like I need to go back first. Hey Max, what's up? Hope all is well. Downloaded an add-on or mod. I follow all the correct steps. When you go to the sim, this plane is not available. First of all, Max, make sure that what you're downloading is actually a new plane. There aren't actually too many entire planes you can download for free. Like, there are some exceptions. There are a few of them, especially like helicopters or a glider. But for the most part, a lot of mods are for an existing plane that you already have. So double check what you downloaded. It could be a mod to an existing plane. It could even be a mod to a plane you haven't purchased yet that you need to buy. So yeah, I would just double check exactly what the mod is for. It's from the flight sim. Okay, look at this. Okay, this one goes pretty far. I don't know that we should go 200. Let's limit it to like 200 miles first, so we don't sit here all night flying one flight. Flightsim.to. Yeah, there are very few on that site. There are very few actual entire planes that you can download. A lot of the mods are for existing planes. So, but if it's something like the H-135 helicopter, that's an example of a helicopter that's an entire new plane that's available. Mattering which one you download it. It could be a mod for an existing plane. Nice. Okay, we can go east along the coast here. That'll take us slightly closer. Need to go to the north, really. Oh, this is a little bit better. It takes us up here. Yeah, we need to get into Newfoundland and to the north. Are we in Newfoundland already? Oh, we did. We crossed over the border just when we crossed over the water. So we are in Newfoundland now, I think. I don't know where the border is with Quebec. Or Quebec. Oh, it looks like it's right next to us. Oh yeah, we're barely in Newfoundland, it looks like. So, yeah, we're going to need to fly north through here. And then this looks like it's part of Quebec, actually. And then eventually we'll need to make our way across to Greenland And I see there's a little city pointed out here, so I might need to up our range for when we get up to this part. I feel like we need to go way further north, so we'll see how it goes. But right here, there is a job available. I can't always find a job that's going where we want to go. But this one looks decent. And let's see the info on the destination airport. This is a passenger job, so it's for bringing 3 passengers up there. There are actually a few flights right here that go to the same exact spot. So mattering how much fuel we need to get up there, we could potentially take more passengers and take 2 or 3 contracts at the same time. Oh, it's still in Quebec. All right, my bad. Oh yeah, we're in Quebec down here. So is up here this is, I don't know if this is an accurate border then. So that border looks like it's for Newfoundland. Yeah, okay. So right now we're in Quebec though. Cool. I'm pretty unfamiliar with Canada, so I apologize to all the Canadians. All right, so if we check the destination airport, just get an idea of the runway and stuff like that. Okay, 6,000 foot runway, and they have an ILS, so that's good. I think we can't assume it's towered when it has an ILS, so I'm gonna go to Sky Vector and just look at any of the frequencies that are here. Yeah, so there's a clearance delivery with limited hours, ATIS, mandatory frequencies. So this may be self-announcing. So I don't think it's towered. Okay, and then let's go over to SimBrief. In the meantime, I've reloaded Pilot2ATC. Let me see if the voices are working again here.
This is Amazon
there we
Polly, US English, Joanna, Standard. I will be one of your random voices for this flight.
Okay, cool. So that is working now. Yeah, I heard that when you use the Amazon voices, you might have to restart it a few times. I ran into that this time. All right, so we'll come back here once I load the flight in to get Pilot2ATC working. And then I'm going to get my notepad out because I'm actually going to have to write things down, to write down our clearance and all that kind of stuff. 7-zip. Yeah, get 7-zip. I use the same thing. All right, so we're gonna go to SimBrief and load up the flight plan. I'll also go to Windy and check our winds. I don't use Windy that often. I just started looking at it and it's pretty awesome. So I know it's a real world tool that pilots use. Same with, Sky Vector is also real world tool, but we can use it for our planning for the sim. Where am I from? I live in Los Angeles. 7-zip. Yeah, I already said that. Yeah, get 7-zip. It works well. I've gotten errors using just the regular Windows like zip file handler. Sometimes I get errors with certain files, so I use 7-zip. All right, and we're going with the 310R, which is part of their aircraft types here. And then let me see if I enter the arrival correctly here. CYWK is our arrival, and then our departure is where we're at right now. CYCV. Sorry, CYZV. Let me triple check that. CYZV. I'm going to copy and paste it so I don't mess this up again. All right, so here's our departure. Put that in the chat. If you guys want to copy and paste it so you don't make a typo like I did. All right, then CYWK. I'll put the whole flight plan in. We'll look at that in a minute. It's up to you. I mean, if you want to put in the entire flight plan, I do. So here's the arrival for now. And then I'll go and do it on SimBrief. If you want to follow along in SimBrief, you can just do exactly what I'm doing here and pick whichever plane you're flying, because the important part here with SimBrief is that it's going to give us our overall block fuel. So we'll know how much fuel we need for taxi, takeoff, climb, cruise, our approach and landing, and also reserve fuel and also, you know, the fuel to get to our alternate in case we need to abort the landing and we can't land there because of weather or something like that. You can also define extra fuel here in this section. So right here where my mouse is, you can define extra fuel just for your personal needs. So if you're, you know, you're planning on taxing a long time or you're worried about the weather a little more, you can add extra fuel in minutes or pounds here. So I've been adding like 10 or 15 minutes to my extra fuel just because I end up idling a lot. But this is going to be based on not your idling fuel time. It's going to be like an average of fuel usage throughout the flight. So anyway, I've been putting in a little extra fuel here just for fun. And then also, if you're doing something like on-air company or air haul or anything like that, what you can do is add your passenger count right here and your freight count in tons. And that'll be used in your fuel calculations as well. So then we can make sure we set the correct fuel and we can make sure we're in balance and all that. Something we talked about after my last stream on Discord was that with the plane I'm flying, this is the Cessna 310. So Addie, sorry if I say your name right, Addie asked about this to, what plane am I flying? This is the Cessna 310R. This is in the marketplace for PC, but not yet for Xbox. So it's a twin, and something about this plane is, if you go up here to the fuel, the weight and the balance. So if we're a solo pilot, I'm gonna remove the front passenger right now. I'm gonna turn that weight to 0. As soon as I do that, our center of gravity is out of the recommended limits. And the manual for this plane, this is made by Milviz. The manual actually says that it can be really difficult to fly if it's out of the CG limits. So here, if I'm just flying myself, I need to increase the fuel to get out of that CG limit. Now, when I increase it, you see the red warning go away. And this little target symbol here is moving to show us where the center of gravity is based on the, you know, the cargo we've added, passengers we've added, and the fuel we've added. So as soon as that goes away, right there at 608 pounds of fuel with just one pilot at 170 pounds, as soon as we start flying, as soon as we burn that fuel, we'll be out of limits again. So our absolute minimum is actually going to be, starting from there, we need to add fuel. We need to have 600 pounds of fuel if we're just a solo pilot in this configuration. And then that just gives us the remaining fuel here as how much we can add for this flight. So it's very touchy with this plane. And this isn't the case for all the planes. Like, I did this with the 208 Grand Caravan. I loaded into that, and what I did was just, I took the pilot weight, I just left the pilot weight only, and you can have 0 fuel and still be within CG limits on the Grand Caravan. Now, I'm not sure if this is a problem with like Microsoft Flight Sim or something, like that the measurements are wrong or something, but basically, at least how it's shown here, you need to weigh this thing down to fly it. So, you know, if you add a passenger, we put 170 pounds for this passenger. And let me add a passenger, let me add some baggage. Let's add 50 pounds to the back left, the back right. Baggage lockers here. You can actually hear it load it. You can hear it actually load it into the plane, which is awesome. So once we do that, you can see that with that additional weight, look, I can bring it to 0 pounds of fuel. The plane is heavy enough to still be within limits with any amount of fuel. So now that gives me the ability to fly all 900 pounds of fuel down to 0, or whatever is actually usable. It might be a little higher than 0. So that gives you a lot more, you know, distance you can cover if you weigh the plane down. But if you have it set up to just a single pilot, like I was doing, like this, you'll be out of the CG range pretty quickly. Even if you fill it all the way up, you know, you're going to have about 300 or so pounds. 400 pounds of fuel you can burn. But by default, the sim only puts in 50%. So if you don't come in here and top it off, you might be out of CG limits and the plane might be difficult to fly because of that. And yeah, the more fuel you expend, the more out of limits you are. So with this plane specifically, this is something to keep in mind. Max says, Is there a way to see passengers getting on the plane? Yes. Not so much for GA planes like this one, like general aviation, smaller planes. But if you get into flying the airliners, there are mods I've seen videos of where, yes, you get passengers. They do things like you see the passengers getting on board. You see you can do the luggage getting loaded already in Microsoft Flight Sim through the ATC menu up here. Sorry, the tower right here. So when you get, I'm not powered on, so I don't get the option. You can call luggage cart and stuff like that in Microsoft Flight Sim. But there are mods, especially for airliner pilots that do airline simming. And it'll give you stuff like sound of passengers getting on. It'll give you passenger, like how happy and unhappy they are. Some career mods and stuff will do medical emergencies where you have to divert to another airport, like NeoFly is one that does that. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with what they're called or what the best ones are, but they do exist. So if you Google it, like Microsoft Flight Sim passenger, airline passenger mod or something, yeah, you can find all sorts of stuff like that. Okay, so with this plane, I'm not going to do the startup just yet. So we're still doing flight planning. So we put in, oh, this is wrong. It changed my flight for me for some reason. Oh, I'm on a different tab. That's why. Here we go. Okay, so Cessna 310R. So I have the departure and arrival runway set. It automatically picks an alternate for us. You can override that if you want to. And then down here, passengers and freight. So what I want to do is go back to our jobs here. For me, because I'm doing on-air company, I'm going to figure out how much cargo I'm taking. Because on-air company is going to load this onto the plane, and it's going to load our fuel and our cargo. So we have 3 passengers on this flight. And I believe, what's the weight for the passenger to on-air company? It might be 180 or 185 pounds. Let me look that up. Actually, it'll be fine. I mean, it might be a 5 or 10 pound difference, so I'll just add a little extra fuel. Because SimBrief has its own idea of how much a passenger weighs, so anyway, I can only take up to 5 passengers, so I'm going to put 3 passengers here, and then we'll look at the weight on the next screen. And then it gives me a recommended route here, so this is having me go through a jet airway. I'm not going to go to like 18,000 feet, I don't think, so I'm going to choose this other route here so we can stay lower. I'm going to choose the Victor Airway route. That'll be low altitude airways under 18,000 feet. I believe it's the same in Canada. 18,000 feet is our transition level. So I'm going to choose this second one here. So it's a VOR, Yankee Zulu Victor VOR to Victor 316, and then to YWK. And if we go down here, I mean, it's a straight line. This is really not an interesting flight plan at all. Something you can do if you don't have the ability to put a Victor Airway into your avionics, which actually I don't in this plane. I can't put in a Victor Airway as a route. What you can do is zoom in here and see all the individual fixes along the route. You can also hit this button up here, this little waypoints button, to turn on more fixes. So if those fixes happen to be along this route, you could add those as well. So for me, I can't enter the Victor Airway, so I'm just going to put these few waypoints. Shake and Modoc, I'm going to put those in my flight plan. So we're just heading straight north to this airport. And yeah, the weather sucks, so we're going to have to take a look at the weather. When you fly IFR, you know, it matters the minimums for our landing. Let's just assume that they're going to let us take off from this airport. We can do whatever we want to do in the sim, obviously. We'll assume that they'll let us take off in this crappy visibility that we have right now, which is potentially like, you know, I don't even know how far we can see right now. We can check the ATIS, but it's going to be like less than a mile of visibility, I'm guessing. So there is potential that we wouldn't realistically be able to even take off from this airport in real life. But we're going to do it anyway because we're allowed to do that in the sim. Okay, so the route's pretty straightforward. I'll go ahead and program mine in right now. I'm just going to change it. Instead of the Victor Airway, Victor 316, I'm just going to zoom in here. I'm just going to type these waypoints up here. So instead of YZF, let me type in SHAIK. Oh, whoops, I missed the other one. make sure that that's on the way. The YZF waypoint and the YWK waypoints, those are like at the airfield. So these are VORs right at those airports. So we don't really need to use those. I mean, it will change our route slightly. I am going to use them because that's how it draws the route perfectly through the Victor Airway. As you can see, it's a little bit to the east. So anyway, YWK, that's where that is. So I'm just going to add that other RNAV waypoint on the route. So MODOC. So I'm going to type this one in instead of using the airway. And then I'll hit Analyze Route. All right, so it's pretty much the same route. I'm just putting in those 2 waypoints along the airway because I can't program in the airway itself. If you are flying like with the G1000 or something like that, you can program in using the airway. You could enter the Victor 316 using the menu button on the G1000. All right, so this is our route here. I'll put that in the chat as well. Oh, VFR maps, oh, 3/4 mile visibility. Okay, so on the METAR, it's giving you that. Yeah, it's possible that ATC would just tell us like we can't fly this because of the low visibility. 1 second. All right, sorry, I had to close my my blinds here. That's like it's like a sauna in this room right now with my video card going crazy. All right, so we have our route here, and then passengers I put in 3, so it has a default weight. I think it might be 185 or 180 for SimBrief and what it counts a passenger as. So we'll look at that on the next screen. And then up here, you just hit generate flight when you're done. I'm gonna overwrite the last flight plan I had. And some apps and sites will use your latest flight plan and pull it in. Like SimBrief, for example, or Navigraph can do that, for example. Hey, Mike. No, I don't have the 750 installed. Yeah, I just have, I have the 530 and the 430, so I'll use that for this flight. Yeah, all of my mods got erased when I updated, so I only installed a certain number of them before the stream started. I just did what I could. Okay, so now that the flight's generated, we have block fuel right here. So this is our fuel, including taxiing and all the phases of flight, and for our alternate and our reserve fuel. So we have 472 pounds. So if you're not using on-air, what you would do is just come in here and you would just change this slider and look at your fuel down here. 657 pounds is where I'm at right now. So you just change this fuel slider and then bring it up. So if I was doing that myself, I would just drag it until I have 472 or more pounds of fuel. And you can change to pound up here from gallons to pounds if you want for this section. But as I drag it, I'm just looking down here. So you can just drag that until you have more. So for us, if you're flying this plane though, well, the first thing you would do is set the passenger weight. So for the 3 passengers, so you would set, put a passenger here and here and here. 170, 170, 170, something like this. And then you would look at how much fuel, then you would set your fuel and make sure that your CG is fine. So I'm going to move this all the way down to 0 to make sure that we're completely out of fuel. We're not out of center of gravity limits, which we aren't. So we have enough weight to fly with any amount of fuel safely with our center of gravity. So if I just put in the required amount, I'll be fine. So 472. If we end up with 0, we're still good. No big red warning symbol here. Because I'm using On-Air Company, as soon as I load the next screen, it's going to do all that weight for me. It's going to add our fuel, and it's going to add the passengers as well. But it doesn't update this when I do it with On-Air Company. But as long as we have, if we have 3 passengers, I just did the test, so we'll be fine with fuel, whatever it actually sets. If they set a little more, like 180, 185, we'll be fine with our center of gravity. All right, let me accept that mission finally. 4Flight says low IFR. Oh, and 13 and 31 is closed by a NOTAM. All right, cool. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, so we don't, yeah, in the sim, they won't like close runways based on NOTAMs or anything like that. So we don't have to worry about that. So this, and the ATC is not going to know that either. So they'll give us those runways even if in the real world they're closed. That would be so cool if they did that though. All right, cool. Let's go and prepare the flight here in On Air Company. So I'm going to load the passengers up. I'm going to get my fuel going. Oh, it looks like I have another... Oh, I had more. I had accepted another mission at some point for the same flight. So let's see if I can do both of them at once. I had like smartphones, 202 pounds of smartphones. So if I say 202 pounds to tons, it's 0.1 tons. So if I go back to edit my flight, I'll add the freight to 0.1 tons and then regenerate the flight plan. So it'll add probably a little bit of fuel. 473. What did that add 1 pound of fuel? Anyway, obviously if we were adding more, it would add more fuel. So 473 pounds. So how I fill it up using On Air is through this interface. So I already have more than that. I have 624 pounds of fuel, and we're not outside of our limits here. We can carry a good 400 more pounds of a payload, fuel or passengers or cargo. So we're all good here. We have plenty of fuel, 624 pounds. So I'm just gonna tell the apron to load that up. And it's got my destination in here already, CYWK. All right, so we're good there. Here in the flight plan, this is where we can see our planned fuel. So it shows all the weights. This is where the block fuel comes from. At the top here, some of the important stuff I usually look at is right here. This is going to be a great flight for us. So instead of checking windy or something like that right now, we can just look at this to know that we have favorable winds. This is the average wind component for the flight, and it's showing positive 22. So that means we're basically getting an average or overall tailwind of 22 knots like on this flight. So we're going to get a good push from the winds currently. Hey, Adrian, what's up? Adrian says, do you have to still update your sim if you were on the beta on the Steam version? I don't think you do. So they made it so everybody that was on the beta is now on version 1.27.21. This version right here. So this version is what you should be running. If you're on PC, you can just go hit Alt Enter to change to windowed mode and look at the top of your flight sim window, and it'll show the version number. Or point at it in your taskbar while it's running. On Windows, it'll show you the version number. So we tested this a little today. So in the group flight, people said they were on the beta still, and they were flying along and seeing everybody that's on the full version, like the non-beta version. I switched over to non-beta. So it seems like you can run the beta or not. It's up to you. If you're still running the beta, though, remember that if they do more beta updates, like for Sim Update 11, you'll be on those updates. So for me, I opted out. Now I'm back on the main version for Sim Update 10. All right, so this is our flight plan here. Let me, I'll just take my notes here really quickly. I put this in the chat, but this is the route that it's giving us here. So our departure is CYCV. Then we're going to direct here, direct here. Direct here. We probably won't end up here. These are VORs right here. When they have 3 letters, these are VORs. These are fixes, the 5-letter ones like this. So this is a fix. I put this in as an RNAV fix instead of using the Victor Airway. So, and then this is obviously our arrival. And it's showing it's estimating our runways here. Runway 13 and runway 18. 13 and 18. So when I program this in, I'm not going to program this in. I probably won't. Maybe I will, just for reference. But we're probably not going to fly over this waypoint. Or this one here either. When we take off, we're pretty much going to fly to these, like direct to these waypoints. All right, so we're going to have good tailwinds. And then also, if you scroll down on the SimBrief flight plan, it gives you the latest weather. So it'll pull in the METARs here. under this section, airport weather list. So these are showing us alerts here, like significant meteorological conditions and stuff like that that we're gonna fly through. I just kind of go for it in the sim. This is, you know, in real world, you would look at this stuff and be like, whoa, we're not flying at all. We're gonna have some fun and just fly anyway, especially because the weather's crazy. It can be fun to fly through it in the sim. And then we also have it shows our departure, destination, and alternate airport METARs. So here we have all of our weather information. So we can see that the winds are at 8 knots, gusting up to 15 knots from our departure airport. And they're out of around a 100 heading for the wind. So that's probably why we're flying out of runway 11, because the winds are favorable there. And then this is like vertical visibility, I think. Drizzle. This is brine rain, I think is what this is saying. I'd have to look up some of these because there's so many different codes in a METAR that I'm not personally familiar with all of them yet. So each one I hit, I look up what the code is. I think DZ is like drizzling or mist or something like that. Let me take a look. Yeah, DZ means drizzle, and then BR is mist. So mist and drizzling rain is what I just looked up for those. And then I think this is vertical visibility of like 300 feet. So very low visibility. And then our altimeter here at 2978. And what does pre-SFR mean? Pre-FSR, it's pressure falling or rising rapidly. So that's basically a warning that the weather conditions could be changing drastically. And then I know here, when you have a weather, like when the temperature and the dew point are close to each other, then you're more likely to have things like fog and clouds. So usually when these numbers are near or the same, it's an indicator you're going to have things like, yeah, overcast weather, you're going to have fog, you're going to have rain potentially. But I'm not a weather expert yet. I'm learning day by day how to decode these. So HG says BR is fog. Because Google said, why did Google say rain? METAR BR meaning mist. Yeah, I'm seeing condition of mist, BR. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ones here. Yeah, most of them seem to say mist. But yeah, either way, I guess, like, I mean, that's, yeah, it's maybe it's just another way to say fog, basically. I think fog might be slightly another, I think it might be FG or something. Anyway, all right. We know it's foggy out. We're going to fly anyway because we can be ridiculous in the sim if we want to. We're going to have great winds. Let's move on. So I have the fuel ready to go. I'm going to pull back the time of day because it's a little later over there. So I'll pull back maybe 3 hours. And then I'll start the tracking here. It's good to be able to type in the flight plan now. Yes. Yeah, absolutely, Dave. Yeah. Those are some of the biggest updates to the NXI. If you use the in-game ATC, you can do the IFR clearance stuff now with the NXI. Yeah, waiting for the weather. Yeah, by the time I get going, it'll probably be clear. All right, I'm starting the tracking. So it's loading everything. You just heard it actually loaded into the plane. That's actually something that is unique to the Milviz plane, is like when you load the passengers in that you hear the sounds and stuff. And then we have enough fuel to go. So we have actual like passengers and luggage loaded in here. It's showing the co-pilot too. I'm not going to mess with this though because it'll change the weight of the plane. So I'm not going to click any of these about passengers on this tablet here for this 310. But I am going to take all the engine covers off and stuff so we can get it started up. Oh, broom. That means mist, fog, whatever. Got it. Got it. And something we get too with this plane is we get a passenger comfort index, so we might need to turn on the heater once we get up and check our inside temperatures here and there. All right, so let's get this thing started up. I'll just use the in-game checklist this time. Sometimes I use 4-flight checklists. Sometimes I use the manual for the plane if it's a third-party plane, but these checklists are pretty thorough in here. So I'll just go through here. Control locks, we already stored those. Let me actually turn off the assistant for this. It's actually not very helpful for this one. I don't think it can automatically complete these checklists, so. And something with this plane is it actually remembers like the position of the switches and stuff, so I need to make sure that they're in the right position before we get going. All right, control locks, we did remove and stow those. Parking brake is already on. All circuit breakers in. That looks to be right. When they're popped out, they have a little strip of red on them like this, so I don't see any red, so it looks like we're good. Oh, take off with the anti-ice. Yeah. Yeah, because it's pretty cold. At least with pitot heat, but yeah, we'll probably need anti-ice as well. Yep. I'm going to go turn on the... I need to turn on the AC in my house real quick. I'll be right back, or in my apartment. All right, man, my video card like turns my room here into a sauna. On air looks pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely check the alternatives too. Like check out NeoFly. It's free to use NeoFly. It has some like kind of paid add-ons, but yes, they're all really good, honestly. I like On Air a lot just because it's all backed up online, so I don't have to worry about losing my progress. I have lost my NeoFly career before when I upgraded to Windows 11, so I did that by accident, and that makes, yeah, On Air a little more appealing to me, but it is more expensive. It's a lot cheaper if you pay for more than 1 month. I know $10 a month sounds like a lot, and it is, especially when Navigraph is like $70 a year. But if you pay for a year, it's a lot cheaper. It ends up being like $2 or $3 a month equivalent. So for me, yeah, I just prepay for like 2 years. When you get back, what cruising altitude? Yeah, did sim brief. Yeah, we'll see what they give us, and then ATC. I'm gonna use a third-party ATC. Cruising altitude 7,000 feet is what they assigned here, and that might be different than what ATC gives us. And I'm gonna use Pilot2ATC and get their IFR clearance, so they may give us even another altitude that's different from 7,000. So if you're not using ATC, you could go by the 7,000 feet that it says here in your sim brief plan. But if you do use ATC and you want to follow it, then you know, you're going to listen to what ATC tells you, whether it's FatSim or Microsoft Flight Sim or Pilot2ATC or anything like that. All right, landing gear switch is down. Left fuel selector and right fuel selector need to go to main. Oh, they're already on main. Okay. And trim tabs, I actually set this to, yeah, right where it is. On the 310, you need kind of a lot of back pressure to take off. So I generally have this at the bottom of this white arc, right in here, because, yeah, it takes kind of a lot to get it off the ground. All right, battery switch on. I think this is just for the test of the lights, so I'm just going to skip that and go to the... yeah, that's just to test the navigation lights. I already removed the covers, so we're good there. All right, all this is probably good. Yeah, parking brake is set. Doors are closed. These are already down. Aux pump fuel switches are off, so I need to double check these are off, which they are. Turn the battery and alternators on. Nav and anti-collision lights on. Good. We'll set the altimeter when we get the ATIS. Landing gear green lights are on. Cabin air controls as required. I'm going to open that up just a little bit, and then we'll turn the heat on once we get the engine started. And make sure these are all set. I know I need to open this 1/4 of an inch, and I know we need this full forward and mixture rich for when we start. Yep, open 1 inch. Prop and mixtures full forward, full rich. Cowl flaps are pretty much always open. Yep, they're pushed to open. It's pull to close, so they are open. And again, we know the fuel tanks are open. We already checked those. All right, now we start the 2 engines. This process is pretty straightforward, so I just turn the magnetos on. We'll do the left engine. Left primer, hold it to turn on, and then we'll turn the aux pump to low. And we got the left engine EGTs over here. There they go. And I'm going to turn my pitot heat on right now. All right, and then we're going to go right engine magnetos, right engine primer. Got to start, and then fuel pumps to low. All right, good there. Now we can get our avionics going. And I'll get my strobe and taxi lights on a little bit early just so I don't forget. And check our flaps are all the way up. All right, cool. I'm going to hide these just so we can see all these instruments good. And we need to check like oil pressure, temperatures, and we want our RPMs around 8 to 1,000 on this when we're idling. And I'm also going to lean out our mixture a little bit here just while we're idle and taxiing. And then double check our RPMs. All right, cool. All right, that's all good. Hey, John, what's up? Oh, some fixes have minimum altitudes. Yeah, especially the Victor Airways as well. So it does have us on a Victor Airway for this. So if we wanted to, we could take this flight plan here. So if you weren't using ATC, I mean, there's a few things. We could go to SkyVector first. If we're not flying IFR, we could use the VFR maps to figure some stuff out. I don't know that they're great in Canada on SkyVector, though. Yeah, there's a little bit of information. So they at least have, like, the sector altitudes here. So these altitudes, like 4.3, that's 4,300 feet. So that's showing your highest obstacle. So you're going to want to add clearance on top of that, usually like 1,000 or 1,500 feet. On top of that, and then set an appropriate altitude after that, like putting 500 on the end if you're flying VFR. They don't have as much detailed information here as they do in the States, though. If you're in the States, there's, you know, all of these FAA charts are stitched together, so you get a lot more information. But that's one benefit to flying IFR is that ATC is going to assign you an altitude, and they're going to give you climbs to make sure that you're at an appropriate altitude for the entire flight. That's one of the good things. But if you're not flying with the ATC, you could switch over to like world low maps like this. So up here in the top right, I clicked world low. This will be low airways under 18,000 feet. High airways would be jet airways over 18,000 feet. So if you're on the low, for example, this is an MEA, minimum en route altitude. This is a minimum altitude to be on while you are on this airway. And for a Victor Airway, the purpose of this is not just to not hit terrain, but it's also to give you assurance that you're going to have the VORs in line of sight and be able to receive the VORs that are used on this leg, on this Victor Airway from here to here. So from this VOR, if you're using those to navigate, all the way up here to the destination VOR, luckily for us, there's a VOR at both the airports we're flying from and to. But it guarantees that, yeah, you have those, or not guarantees, but it gives you good assurance at least that you should have those in reception for the entire flight at that altitude. So in this case, yeah, you would fly at 8,000 feet. If your VFR, 8,500 feet and above. So like 10.5, 12.5, those kind of altitudes when you're slightly westbound and you're on VFR. But we just listen to ATC. It makes things a little easier. They're going to give us a clearance for an altitude to climb to, and if we need to climb or descend, they're going to be giving those instructions while we're on the flight. But this is a way to do it yourself if you're not using ATC or you don't like to use ATC. That's how you can find the altitudes to fly at if you're doing airways. All right, cool. And then we're going to need, something I'm going to need for this because I'm using another program is I'm going to copy this route and put it into Pilot2ATC. So if you're using the Microsoft Flight Sim ATC, once you program in your flight plan, I'll do that in a second here, you'll be able to Well, it matters where you are. We're at an untowered airport, so we don't have a tower controller, but you would be able to ask them for your IFR clearance for the flight. Otherwise, you might need to take off and tune into another controller while you're mid-flight, like a center controller, and ask them for your IFR clearance. So we'll see how it works. With Pilot2ATC, it'll let me do that like pretty much no matter where I am. It'll let me tune into something and do a get my IFR clearance with Pilot2ATC, even if it's not realistic. I'm just setting something up here so you guys can see Pilot2ATC. Every time I switch to it so you can see it as well. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to put my flight plan in here. So I'm importing it. It's doing a little pop-up window, and I'm just pasting that route in that I grabbed from over here. So I just copy the route right here. Now I just pasted that into Pilot2ATC and hit OK. And now we can see this flight plan here. You can also do your flight planning in here. You can like add waypoints, and there's even an auto plan button here, so you can have it do your routing for you as well. But I'm using the one from SimBrief. Then I just hit validate, and then I hit file. Oh, oops, I have to connect to the sim first. Hit connect down here in the bottom corner. All right, so now it's connected. And my call sign, it's a little cheesy, whatever. I have November 22 Kilo India Papa as my call sign. What I could have done, I'm not going to change it, but I could have changed it to the actual tail number we have of the plane that we've rented in On Air Company to be a little more exact. Okay, that's set up. And for this program, I changed it so I have my push to talk key is on my stick. So you can see right here it changes green when I pull my little trigger button on my joystick. I use the Airbus side stick, so I have the big trigger finger set to my push to talk key. So no matter what you're using, there'll be like something in that area, usually on your left thumb, that's a push to talk kind of key. You could set that to your hotkey if you're going to use something like this. All right, sweet. And then I can just go ahead and program in our flight plan here. We don't have too many. Unfortunately, I don't have the luxury of keyboard entry mode, so I have to enter these. Manually. All right, so let's go ahead and start with the departure. All right, so that's Charlie Yankee Zulu Victor. And if you're using the 530 like me, you can breeze through these letters by holding shift if you're using a keyboard, and it'll jump like 2 letters at a time. So I'm just using like shift and my mouse wheel. And then I let go of shift when I get closer to the exact letter. You can also go backwards. So for Z, I could just go backwards to get to it. Same with V. There we go. And I'm just going to put them in order because I'm not picking any departure procedures or anything. All right, second waypoint is Shake, S-H-A-I-K. Actually, sorry, the first one is, it's a VOR, it's YZV. So those of you that with the G3000, or sorry, G1000, or even the G3000, you can put this in a lot quicker than I can. So now's a good time for a bathroom break if you need one. All right, YZV, that's the VOR right here at our departure airport. Next is Shake, S-H-A-I-K. Okay, that auto completed that one. And then MODOC, M-O-D-O-C. All right, auto completed that, nice. All right, and then we have the VOR, Yankee Whiskey Kilo. And it is important I put these in even though the VOR is really close to the airport, just so we're more precisely on that actual airway. Oh, whoops. Yankee first. W, whiskey, and then kilo. Alright, then finally our destination. So here we are, CYWK. I wish I could just insert the first letter on top of those, but unfortunately can't. Alright, Charlie Yankee. Oops, I keep pointing at the wrong dial. There we go. Yankee. And Whiskey Kilo again. Alright, Whiskey Kilo. There we go. Alright, that's everything. Let's zoom out and just look at the map, make sure it looks right. It doesn't look right. What's going on here? It's always good to do this, look at your map and see what the program flight plan is. This looks... Oh, yeah, that's wrong. Where is this going? Alright, I probably mistyped something, so... MODOK is M-O-D... Okay, I put in the wrong waypoint. So that's why it's a good idea to always check your map after you put in a waypoint. So let's do the right waypoint. That would have turned us to the west and taken us who knows where. M-O-D-O-K, not M-O-D-O-C. I was too excited that it auto-completed. Like, I thought it just found the only available one, but that was wrong. Alright, now I'll delete MODOK with a C by highlighting it and then pressing clear. So that's out of there. Alright, now let's check our map again. Okay, so it's still going north. This only zooms out so far, so sometimes you need to use something like the VFR map just to double check. Alright, that looks good. Just going straight north pretty much. Not the most interesting route, but hey, we got it programmed in. Alright, cool. That's one more thing down. So now we need to get our clearance. I'll also, let me bring up, do we need Navigraph or not? Sometimes I use Navigraph. I mean, I'll bring it up just for, it's convenient. I think it's going to probably give me the QR code. Oh no, it's still logged in. Great. What's nice is once you program in the flight plan, if you use the toolbar version here, then it'll load in the route for you. Let's just double check that though. YZF, shake, MODOK with a K, YWK, CYWK. Okay, that's correct. And then we're using the low on-route airways. The reason why this is nice is really just looking up airport information if I want to. Actually, now that we're on Sim Update 10, the VFR map is great for this anyway. So if I want to look up frequencies, I can just scroll in and click on the airport. And we have our frequencies right here. It's that fast. I mean, this is a really nice thing if you're not using the G1000. It's just, you can look stuff up really, really quickly. All right, so one thing with Pilot2ATC is it only uses the COM1 radio. So I'm not going to be using COM2 for this flight. We're going to use the ATIS on COM1 still. So we're going to go 124.8 and we're going to get the latest ATIS. Oh no, I have a voice pack with an accent that might be hard for me to understand.
Skies are clear. Temperature 10.
Clear?
10. Current altimeter is 278. Arriving runway 09. Departing runway 13.
Alright, departing runways 13.
Winds are 120
Okay, I think I put in, I must have put in like Spanish or like Portuguese or something so that there's like a heavy accent. I mean, you could run into an accent anywhere, right? So it's actually kind of good practice. Doesn't really matter where in the world we're flying. Someone could have an accent in any country. All right, got that one down. So runway 13 is our departure. 2978 was the altimeter. I'm just gonna shortcut. I just hit B on my keyboard to do it. So put in hopefully the same one, 2978. That looks correct. Yeah, it's a little before 29 or 8. And then over here, I'm gonna double check on my autopilot. press and hold baro to get inches of mercury, 29 or 78. So we're good there. ATC's drunk. It does pick a random voice from the list that I've added each time you tune into the controller. So if I tune in again, it'll be a different voice. It won't. Oh, it kept the same one. Oh, that's kind of cool that it kept the same one, actually. All right, winds are 120 at, what do you say, 5? Here it's showing, yeah, 100 at 8, gusting 15. All right, that's all good. FSS is flight services. Now, what I have to do is look at Pilot2ATC to see their center frequency. So here it's giving me the center frequency no matter where I am. This is a little unrealistic because it's an untowered airport. There's no tower or clearance delivery, and it's possible that we wouldn't be able to contact center on the ground. Potentially. I've never done it in real life, so I don't know. Anyway, I'm just going to use 13555, and we're going to get our clearance while we're on the ground. This, if you're using Microsoft Flight Sim ATC, it might not be an option. But I think on VATSIM, any airport you're on at the ground, you can contact the center controller as long as they're covering, you know, it's top down on VATSIM. So in the VATSIM use case, it would be just like this. You would contact whoever's above you on that center controller, like that RTAC controller, and contact them for your clearance. So we're pretty much doing that same thing. In Microsoft Flight Sim ATC, though, you don't have that ability. You kind of have to wait till you get flying. All right, let's switch to that controller and ask them for our clearance. I'm just going to take notes here on my notepad that I have in front of me. And the way you do it a lot of the time is just say your call sign. So in our case, for me, it's Cessna, just Kilo India Papa, your type, and then the last 3. And that'll give you... That's basically just how it works. Even if it's not realistic, you always start with that. I don't even have to say center or, like, you know, the name of the city center. All you do is just start with your call sign. It can be a little weird, but compared to like real world or more realistic ATC comms. November 22 Kilo India Papa, request IFR clearance. So just saying request IFR clearance might have made it not like me. Let's try again. Cessna Kilo India Papa IFR clearance. Nope. Doesn't like me. Let's try again. This is the frustrating part about some of these, is until you learn the right pattern, it could just not work. And I think the downside of that is that it might not be a realistic way you're saying it. It might teach you kind of a weird format compared to what you'd say in, you know, with VATSIM or something. Cessna Kilo India Papa IFR clearance. Nope. So they have this like little help center down here where you can look up the way to say it. So there's IFR release. Here's clearance. So I need to say, okay, I need to say ready to copy. That's like the key phrase for this. So it didn't recognize anything I said because I didn't say ready to copy. So let's try this again. Cessna Kilo India Papa, ready to copy. It still hates me. All right, let's see if I tell it to say it. Wait, it just went through. It went home, yeah. Then there's a say it button. Let's see if this works.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, ready to copy IFR clearance.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, we don't have a flight plan on file for you.
No flight plan. Okay, let me try filing. I thought I filed it earlier. Maybe that's... Maybe it kind of woke up now. Okay, now that I've filed it. All right, let's try it. I must have forgot to hit that before. Cessna Kilo India Papa, ready to copy IFR clearance. Nope. It hates me. All right, let's do the say it thing again. We're off to a great start here with Pilot2ATC. All right, so I'm going to write down what he says.
Cessna Kilo India Papa is cleared to Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo as filed. Expect departure runway 13. Climb and maintain 4,000 feet. Expect higher clearances 2 minutes after departure. Squawk 4605.
So he didn't give me a departure frequency. So I need to read this back like verbatim. Cessna Kilo India Papa cleared to Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo as filed, runway 13, 4,000 feet, squawk 4605. It's not recognizing any of my mic inputs, so maybe this is a me problem. Let me check my config. Primary sound driver. I think it's right. I don't think that it hears me for some reason. And I took so many flights with this the other day. I used this for like 4 or 5 flights. And it was working. And I have not changed anything. And it says it's using my microphone. Sorry, we got some little tech troubleshooting here, which is always fun. Yeah, it has microphone access. Try speaking Italian. Cessna Kilo India Papa ready to copy. Oh, this is a bummer. This was working actually really well the last few days. So I'm wondering if it is using a wrong device here. Oh, it is. It is. Okay, it's set to my headset mics for some reason. Alright, I'm changing the default now. Which is weird, I've done this 1,000 times. Let's try again. Cessna Kilo India Papa ready to copy. So it looks like my default device changed. And so I'm going to close it and reopen it, re-import the flight plan to get this to work because it's really nice when it's working. So this looks like it's kind of my fault. Somehow my default device changed. We're just burning through all our fuel here, sitting on the ground. What did I put in? An extra 10 minutes, I think? Alright, it is almost unloading. Pilot2ATC. Hopefully the voices work and the microphone works this time. And they're going to give us a new squawk code probably, so I'm going to not put our squawk in just yet. But they did tell us to climb to 4,000 feet, so I'll put that in the autopilot. Alright, here we go. Let's try this again. Flight plan import. Paste it in. Validate. Don't start engines before flight planning is done. Well, we have to put it in our avionics though, and we don't want the avionics started, yeah, until the engines are on. So otherwise we could run our battery down. But yeah, in this case, maybe do Pilot2ATC first. Maybe would be a better idea, and double check that it's working with your mic. Alright, filing the flight plan again. Alright, and we're on with center still. So it's not too bad to get back on it. Alright, let's try this again. Cessna Kilo India Papa ready to copy IFR clearance. Dude. You're just kidding. Sorry, I never know how serious somebody is. Oh, you did put the grinny face there. Sorry. Sometimes people get really serious about like real procedures and stuff, but yeah. It is a bummer sitting here idling this long. And you guys just sitting here watching this for this long. But if you're following along, you know, you're already ready to go, but I have to do this one extra step to just kind of show Pilot2ATC. I mean, I really, really want a good, like, I want Pilot2ATC to be amazing because I love the idea of getting better departure, getting actual departure procedures and instructions, getting vectored onto final. All those things are awesome. So yeah, these kind of apps are pretty amazing when they work right. But it seems like it doesn't like my... It doesn't let me choose my input device, so it's not letting me choose choose my right audio device here, which is what's strange. Let me try again. Cessna Kilo India Papa, ready to copy. Okay, it's working. I think. Wait, is it not replying now? What is going on? So it's showing the text, but it's not sending it back to me. I don't hear it. It's the correct audio. Yeah, right here it's showing it. Cessna Kilo India Papa, say again. Now we're getting the voice problem. That is what's happening. Good sport. Now, you guys are the good sport for still being here. I expect an exodus with all these problems. So the issue now is that the voices didn't load. So this is something I read about it. You kind of take a little risk using the Amazon voices.
This is Amazon Poly.
Okay, now it's working.
US English, Joanna, standard.
There we go.
I will be one of your random voices for this flight.
Okay. Let's try this again. Output is still good, but now it's the Amazon voices I configured. All right, let's try again. Cessna Kilo India Papa, ready to copy. Simulator connected. Connect. Now it doesn't want to connect. This is crazy. Yeah, it's weird. Tutorial factor is great. Yeah, thanks, HG. Oh man, I think I have to restart it again. Sorry. I'm restarting FSUI PC because that's a requirement to use Pilot2ATC. In an ideal world, like this is the behavior we get from the in-game ATC. It would be incredible if you could talk to it. But at a start, it'd be incredible if it gave you departure procedures and vectored you correctly and all that. But when this works, it's really nice. So hopefully this will be the last attempt at reopening it. And then it is nice that I can copy this route each time and just paste it in. That's a pretty big time saver. All right, let's do that again. I'm doing the flight plan import. You can't see the little pop-up, but I just paste in the text that I copied from SimBrief. Then I click validate. I guess I'll connect to the sim. Okay, that's green now, so that's good compared to what it did last time. Filing the flight plan. Great. So that's where it figures out all the instructions it's going to give us. We could cheat and look at it, but I'm not going to. And then let me make sure the voices are working.
This is Amazon Poly.
They are?
US English, Joanna.
Yeah, ready to copy
standard.
IFR works as well.
Random voices for this flight.
They have a few options, but you have to say one of them. Okay, so we're back on center. All right, here we go again. Cessna Kilo India Papa, ready to copy IFR clearance.
Cessna Kilo India Papa is cleared to Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo as filed.
As filed.
Expect departure runway 13.
All right, that's the
Climb
same.
and maintain 4,000
4,000
feet.
and a new squawk code
Expect
probably.
higher clearances 2 minutes after departure. Squawk 5252.
5252. Cessna Kilo India Papa, cleared to Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo as filed, runway 13, 4,000 feet, squawk 5252. And she didn't reply. This is one of the hardest parts, is reading it back verbatim. So down here it shows what I said, and they said nothing back to me, which is the worst thing that can happen. See, it thinks that I said VOR 2 instead of squawk somehow. Let's try this again. Cessna Kilo India Papa, Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo, as filed. Climb and maintain 4,000 feet. Squawk 5252.
Aircraft calling center, say again with your
Oh
call sign.
no. It's because I didn't use the call sign at the end. Let's try again. Let me see if I can get away with like just filed or something like that. Runway 13, climb and maintain 4,000 feet, squawk 5252, Cessna Kilo India Papa. And nothing. So this is where the frustration comes in, is just if you don't say things exactly correctly in the exact right order, it just doesn't recognize you at all. That can be the most frustrating part. Cessna Kilo India Papa is cleared to Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo as filed. Runway 13. Climb to and maintain 4,000 feet. Squawk 5252. Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Readback incorrect. Cessna Kilo India Papa maintain 4,000 feet.
Maintain 4,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa. Normally you can just read that last part back and then they'll say okay. Maintain 4,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa. And now she's just not responding again. This is what always frustrates me about these, and it just even when I'm, you know, just doing this by myself and there's not a bunch of people watching, it's annoying enough, but to have all of you also get delayed because of this, that's where it can be frustrating. Cessna Kilo India Papa, say again.
Readback incorrect. Cessna Kilo India Papa maintain 4,000 feet.
Cessna Kilo India Papa maintain 4,000 feet. That shouldn't work either, yeah. Cessna Kilo India Papa maintain 4,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa. I mean, how many times do they want me to say it, you know? 4,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa. 4,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa. Yeah, pilot. Look, it thought that I said VOR 9 center. What? Yeah, Jelly Bean. I love Pilot Edge. Yeah, I used them a couple years ago and it was great. I know that I think after this, if my experience is bad the rest of this flight, I'll probably just end up finally going to VATSIM and, you know, working up the confidence to stream that because I'm relatively new to it, to ATC stuff, but I really want to love something like this because it's available 24/7 globally. So that's why this is important to me, is that even though VATSIM is great, sometimes you want something less casual and sometimes you want something in the middle of the nowhere where there's no VATSIM controller and you still want kind of an experience of getting some ATC vectors and stuff like that. That's why I think this kind of thing is really good, you know. Problem with in-game ATC is to make it work right now, it's a whole new simulator within Flight Sim. Yeah. I mean, if that becomes like a working title team project or something after maybe 6 months or a year of use, yeah, could be. Oh, the Alexa voice recognition would be great. Yeah. Let's try again. 4,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa. Why does it think I'm saying VOR? 4.
Aircraft calling center, say again with your call sign.
4,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Aircraft calling center, say again with your call sign.
Yeah, it's really weird. I'm just going to use the say it thing, I guess, if it'll let me. No, I don't think I can read back the clearance. 4,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Aircraft calling center, say again with your call sign.
4,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Aircraft calling center, say again with your call
It hates
sign.
me. Cessna Kilo India Papa. Cessna Kilo India Papa. I don't know, man. I don't know, guys. It absolutely hates me. I'm checking my sound settings once again to see. Okay, it's using the correct microphone still. So, yeah, it's crazy. Xbox, quick question, Sim Update 10, new aircraft. No, not in Sim Update 10, but the ones we get at the end of the year will have like 7. We're going to get 2 new helicopters, 2 gliders, an Airbus, and like 5 historical aircraft. So, yeah, that's in November, Ronnie. That's the 40th anniversary update will be in November. And that'll be Xbox and PC. Everything old is new again. Your Series X is amazing. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people that had really bad performance since Sim Update 9, especially on Xbox. So it sounds like it worked well for you. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. Get one of the passengers to say it? Yeah, let's try it again. Cessna Kilo India Papa request IFR clearance.
Cessna Kilo India Papa is cleared to Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo as filed.
Yeah, Ronnie, November is going to be
Expect to
insane.
departure runway
This was a
13.
big stability
Climb and maintain
update.
4,000 feet. Expect higher clearances 2 minutes after departure.
This one also had all the
Squawk
NXI
5252.
updates. So if you use the NXI, go look at the NXI. I have a bunch of videos on my channel. If you get into using the NXI, I walk you through all the features that have been coming out on the betas the last year. But those are all in the sim now. So check it out. Yeah, cheers, everything. Yeah, I'm glad it's working really well for you and that you're stoked. That's awesome. Cheers. I hope you're having a beer or a cocktail or whatever you're cheersing me, or a LaCroix, whatever it is, and having some good flights. Glad to hear that it's good for you. Okay, so they gave us a clearance. Let me try to read it back again. Cessna Kilo India Papa is cleared to Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo as filed. Climb and maintain 4,000 feet. Squawk 5252. Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Cessna Kilo India Papa read back correct.
Oh.
Contact us for IFR release when number 1 for departure.
Yes, it worked. Yeah, it got a little confused. And I actually trained using the Windows speech recognition. I trained it quite a bit. Ask ground for the fuel truck. Yeah, actually. Well, what's here might not be accurate. Yeah, we've been burning fuel, right? So it takes me a little while to check what we have here. That's 180, a little less than 180 on those tanks. And then our aux tanks have 120. So that's 600 pounds we have, right? Of fuel. And what did we have for our block fuel? Way back over here, 473. So thankfully, I had extra fuel because of a previous flight I did. I put in a lot more fuel because we had no passengers. Because this plane is very iffy with the CG limits. So thankfully, I had extra fuel later. I need a stiff drink. Oh, hey, that's a good idea. I like Ian's thinking. Give me 30 seconds. It's just what I needed to hear. All right, thanks, Ian. All right, I got a beer. Cheers. All right, after yeah, it's been kind of a long stream too. All right. This is another benefit to flying in a sim and not real life, right? Okay, so we got the IFR clearance. Because this is an untowered airport, she just said to contact her for IFR release once we're number 1 for departure. So when we're ready to take off, then we can go ahead and just call her back. All right, I'm gonna use the pushback shortcut, Shift P, to apparently invisibly pull back here, just because I'm so close to the hangar here. All right, and then Shift P again to stop that. All right, sweet. How much spacing? We don't have to worry about it. It's fine. I mean, we're not going to collide with each other, and it'll be nice for everybody to be together. I mean, I don't really know the right amount of spacing. I think we could just all... I mean, we could just line up and take off one after the other as well if you guys don't want to worry about collision stuff. I usually just don't. Some of those things, I just don't really worry about them. Weather looks better. It's not too bad. We're getting more towards, like, sunset, huh? It's getting darker now that we've been sitting here for so long. Let me get some of these lights on if they'll work. There we go. All right, cool. So our initial instructions were climb and maintain 4,000 feet. They have our instruction, or our, sorry, they have our flight plan in. So, and then it's runway 13. So I'm just gonna go ahead and twist my heading knob around to 130. Cool. And then if we want to take a look at the taxiway diagram, if there is one, there is not one in SkyVector. So this is where where Navigraph comes in really handy. Is if you want globally accessible charts, like you pretty much need to use a Navigraph. I'm used to using SkyVector because I fly in the US a lot, and you can get a lot of stuff through the FAA and through SkyVector. But for international, like you pretty much need something like Navigraph to figure out where you're at. Okay, so we need to go to the left, taxi. It looks like so runway 13 is over here. Winter maintenance here. So it looks like that's a closed taxiway over there. But that's really the only way to get there unless we go up to here and back taxi on 13. Actually, we have to kind of do that anyway. So I think the best is probably to turn right, go Charlie Delta, cross runway 27, and then we'll be at 31, but we need to back taxi on 31 the entire way because there's no taxiway that leads directly to the threshold of 13. So I think we need to go this direction. Got my taxi light on. Looks like we need to go this way near where Mike is, where Citizen Zero is at. Go head that direction. Yeah, back taxi all the way down. Yep. And so since this is untowered, like we would be on like Unicom, kind of like a local CTAF kind of frequency announcing all this stuff, but I'm not gonna mess with Pilot2ATC for that stuff. Let me paste our flight plan in the chat really quickly. There you go. We're at CYZV. We're in Quebec, and we're on the USA West server. Well, it's really cool. I was really glad earlier to learn that people that are on the beta still will see people that are on the full version, on the non-beta, on multiplayer. So that's awesome. Yeah, the weather got a little weird. It's like kind of hazy now. Yeah, this is pretty cool. All right, so we're gonna have to cross runway 31 right here, or sorry, runway 27 right here. So we'll just look around, make sure nobody's around. Put on our landing light when we cross over. Oh yeah, the landing lights point straight down when you first turn them on. So I need to extend them. And now they point forward. I've never seen them like at night, so it's pretty cool. Alright, so we're gonna cross 31, or sorry, cross 27. And then right after this is, it kind of butts up against 3-1. And we're just going to back taxi on 3-1. Alright, so that's 27, and here's 3-1 right next to it. So we're going to go all the way down to where N-Bon is. And then, yeah, this, look at that. The wind is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably have like 8 to 10 knots of wind, right? Each of the colors on the thing represent 3 knots. So we're between 6 and 9. I think the METAR said 10 knots. And this is a 5,700 foot runway, so we got a ways to taxi. Oh, Pilot2ATC? Yeah, we just did the clearance so far, so once I take off, we'll still be talking with to Pilot2ATC. "24-hour stream." Oh, man. That would be brutal. It's 3 hours and 40 minutes so far. I think I've tended to do... I think we mostly do around 4.5 hours or so. So that's the closed runway right there, the one we just crossed by. So we're 2/3 of the way to the other end. This is a pretty long runway, so I think if you guys want to stagger, we could do that. Try to do like a formation takeoff. I don't think I've ever tried to do that before. All right, there's 1-3. We can see it right there on the paint. We see the runway number, so we are in the right spot. I don't know the rules for staggering. Do you start left, right, right, left? How does it even go? Yeah, we can just move forward a little bit, and I don't know what the rules are, or if there are rules. So I'm just gonna move forward a little bit. I'll just go to the first marker here. Hopefully that'll be enough room. All right, then we'll wait for everybody else to taxi down. Just need to keep this thing idling a little bit, between 800 and 1,000 RPMs.
Echo. Winds are 120 at 10 knots. Visibility less at 1 mile.
Why do we have like a child voice?
Skies clear. Temperature 10.
For some reason I'm getting... For some reason it automatically switched to ATIS. I don't know why.
09er, departing runway 13.
Hey Cyber Rider, what's going on?
Septiles information echo.
I don't know why it's using... I like... I don't think I installed any of the kids' voice. Oh, I think it's this one called Justin. Alright, I'm going to delete that voice because that one's kind of weird.
10, dew point 10. Current altimeter is 2976.
Alright, let's go ahead and change.
09er, departing runway 13.
It's nighttime on your screen.
Septiles information
you can just go up. Yeah, I dialed back the time a little bit. You can just leave it on all players for multiplayer. And then you can just turn the time back.
Temperature 10.
All right, let's switch frequency. I don't know why it switched our frequency, but I need to switch back over to, what is it, 135.55. Some of these apps have like a lot of assistance in them where they'll auto change frequencies and stuff for you, which I really don't like. Hope ATC is finished 3rd grade. Yeah, I just deleted that voice. I'm pretty sure it was called Justin was that voice. So I got rid of that one. So hopefully we won't be hearing that one again. It sounds almost like the offline ATC voices in Microsoft Flight Sim sometimes uses that one. I think there might be like some co-pilot options. Yeah, I have them turned off. Change frequencies turned off. Responder radio turned off. So I don't know why I changed the frequency. All right, so when we take off, we're just going to climb to 4,000 feet so far and then en route, and we're going to listen to ATC. They said to contact them for IFR clearance when we're number 1, so I'm just going to contact her now. Cessna Kilo India Papa ready for departure, runway 13.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, this is Montreal Center on 135.55. Please repeat your request.
Cessna Kilo India Papa IFR release, runway 13.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you were garbled. Please say again.
When they say that, it's like you said the wrong thing is what you are garbled means, I'm pretty sure. Cessna Kilo India Papa IFR release.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you were garbled. Please say again.
Right, so now I have to look again for the right syntax for this. So request IFR release. So I have to say, yeah, okay, I have to say request IFR release runway blank. Let's try again. Cessna Kilo India Papa request IFR release runway 13.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you are released for departure.
There we go.
Runway 13 after takeoff, turn left to heading 319, then proceed direct Yankee Zulu Victor, climb and maintain 4,000 feet. Release for departure void at 050 Zulu, advise with alternate intentions no later than 055 Zulu, time now is 043 Zulu.
All right, so once we take off, they said to turn left to a heading of 319. Turn left, heading 319, direct Yankee Zulu Victor, climb and maintain 4,000 feet, Cessna Kilo India Papa. All right, so it's pretty much a 180 once we take off. So they said to turn to 319. So that's what I'm going to put on my heading bug. So we're going to almost make a 180 once we take off. And that kind of lines up here where we're here. We're going to turn all the way around to the left. So once we take off, we're going to be headed to the southeast over the water. That 180-degree turn is going to put us back on towards this course. And then they said direct Yankee Zulu Victor. Yankee Zulu Victor is the VOR right here. So once we take off, we're basically doing a U-turn and coming back towards here. And then we'll hear what they say after this. Oh, you can't find the taxi lights? It matters what plane you're flying. You can, if you have a keyboard, press L. That'll turn on every light on the plane. And then just turn off the interior lights, and all your lights will probably be on. All right, so let's go. Mixture is already set. Prop is full forward, and our pumps are still on. I need to remember once I get up to turn the pumps off. I need to remember to tap my brakes before I put the gear up, which I always forget. And everybody should have pitot heat on already because it's cold outside, and you may need anti-icing if you have it. Because it's 10 degrees, so once it gets a little colder when we climb, you might need that as well. Okay, so we're gonna take off, and we're gonna start climbing. Once we hit 400 feet, we're gonna turn left to a heading of 319 is the instruction she gave us. So set that on your heading bug down here, 319. And I think everybody's here and good to go. There's a bunch of us, sweet. All right, let's roll. Don't worry about running into other people. I mean, it doesn't have to be that serious. What's good is just that we actually take off. And once we get up, I need to rotate at 90, but I need to reduce my throttle and my manifold pressure and my RPMs down into the green once we take off, and turn the fuel pumps off. All right, there's 90. All right, we're gonna climb. We need to get 400 feet up, so we're gonna go to 500 feet. That'll give us 400 AGL before we make our first turn. And I'm going gear up and tap the brakes. Not used to having to do that. All right, there's our altitude, so I'm gonna turn to the left now. All right, and I'm going down. I need to pull up because I'm losing altitude. All right, we're making a left-hand turn all the way around to that 319 heading. Just gotta keep your eye on your instruments through all this, all the clouds and the mist we have here. Oh yeah, did you find it, William? Okay. Yeah, I'm not used to having retractable landing gear, so I've been forgetting quite often myself. Alright, so we're on that heading. This is where autopilot is so handy, so I'm gonna turn on heading mode. Put that on. And we're gonna arm our altitude capture for 4,000 feet. All right, there we go. All right, so we're supposed to go direct, but I think I hope it doesn't mess up ATC. I'm gonna turn on to course. She said go direct to Yankee Zulu Victor, which is a VOR, but that's back over the airport. Yeah, you gotta look at your instruments for sure. Yeah, look at your vertical speed, make sure you're still climbing, and use your attitude indicator here to turn to make sure you get onto the right heading and then onto course. Okay, and I'm gonna turn my fuel pumps off now because we're up quite a bit. Lean my mixture for the climb. All right, we're at 2,500 feet now. I do not have the window open. I just have the. It's funny. I have headphone simulation turned on too, but the engine is pretty loud. Oh, nice. Looks like we're all up. Nice. All right, let's check our after takeoff checklist again. Just make sure I got everything here. Yeah, apply the brakes, retracted, climb speed 107. We're at, yep, just about 107 actually. Aux fuel pumps I just turned up. Flaps were up because we didn't take off with any flaps. So we're all good there. Climb, power 25 on the RPM, 24.5 on the inches. So as we get higher, we can give it more and more power. That's a 1,000-foot warning right there. So we can bring both of these just to the top of the green arcs on this plane. Everything else is green. Fuel flow is high here. We're in the climb area of the fuel flow, so that's fine. That's expected. We don't need pumps until we're above 12,000 if we even get there. Airspeed, we can go as high as 130, it says. So I'm going to decrease our vertical speed just a little bit. I'll go 800 feet per minute. And then mixture adjust, so I max those out using the gauges right here. This is a Sobo's 530, 430 Nordes.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, climb and maintain 8,000 feet.
All right, climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Climb and maintain 8,000 feet, Cessna Kilo India Papa. All right, so updating our autopilot to 8,000 feet now. What's nice is they didn't wait until we got to 4,000 feet. That's something that both Pilot2ATC and Pro-ATC, the other one I used like last week, do. It's more realistic. Like they're not Microsoft Flight Sim. It always waits for you to get to the altitude.
Climb and maintain 8,000 feet.
It didn't hear me, I guess. 8,000 feet, Kilo India Papa.
Aircraft calling center. Say again with your call sign.
I need to turn down the engine sound real quick. Sorry. Let me, sorry, I'm going to pause in flight real quick. Oh, headphone simulation got turned back off. That's why it's so loud. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So, I had headphone simulation on before. Sorry if that was all so loud.
8,000 feet.
8,000 feet, Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Aircraft calling center. Say again with your call sign.
That was my call sign. Climb and maintain 8,000 feet, Cessna Kilo India Papa. Oh, Einstein. Yes, good call. There we go. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, headphone simulation is great. It's as if you're wearing a...
India Papa, climb and maintain 8,000 feet.
Dude, it won't stop. Climb and maintain 8,000 feet, Cessna Kilo India Papa. Yeah, headphone simulation is great. It's like simulating it that you're wearing noise canceling headphones in the plane, so it reduces all the engine noise and everything. All right. Oh, she's telling me to climb because I'm not climbing. That's why she's telling me to climb. I thought she wasn't hearing me, but it stopped the climb. As I was rambling about it being so great that it gave you a heads up, so you didn't switch to altitude hold mode, I was actually in altitude hold mode that whole time. So that's why she's yelling at me. Good job, Kip. Great. Well done. Yeah, sorry about how loud the engine noise was until then. Oh, this guy's here, so I can't put... Normally, if there are no passengers, you can like click the seat to put a like cowboy hat on this one. And if you click this one, it puts a briefcase on it. But since we have these people here... Oh, they're probably freezing. Oh yeah, they're really angry. Let's go ahead and turn on the heat. And cabin air needs to be on, otherwise this will overheat. Temperature is usually good around up here. And turn on the front air. All right, this will warm it up. This doesn't really actually have any effect on anything with On-Air Company. It's just a little thing to show you, like, give you an idea of the inside, like the cabin temperature while you're flying this plane specifically. So we're good there. It looks like Canada Shack is the only one that kept climbing, unlike me. who forgot to keep climbing up to 8,000. All right, and we'll just keep leaning our mixture while we're flying. On this plane, we have EGT monitor right here on this little guy. One for the left and one for the right engine. So you can just pull that until the EGT temperature is max during the climb. And then over here, this one's rotating between a few things, but one is outside air temperature, OAT. Looks like they gave us a good altitude for the cloud levels, so yeah, you can see where Canada Shack is right up there. He's still climbing. He's got another 1,300 feet to go, and he's clear of all this easily. So they're giving us a good, yeah, good clearance from all the weather here. Look at us. Look at us. We're doing it. As a group, feels good. Does this one give you up-to-date approaches like the other one? Oh, nav data. No. So actually, something I found out after my last stream was both Pro ATC and Pilot to ATC, you can update their nav data. They both had out-of-date nav data. You can update it using, if you have Navigraph, and I forgot about this program. There's a separate program called the FMS Data, FMS Data Manager. And when you open that, let me share that really quickly. How can I just add this window? Navigraph. Here it is. Okay. So this is FMS. Let me just full screen it so you can see it. This is called FMS Data Manager. This is separate from the other one that installs like the plugins and the new data into the sim. And you can see here, it scans my computer for everything where it can update data. And both little nav map is here. The Pro ATC I used last week is here. And then Pilot to ATC and then X-Plane. So you can just use this if you have Navigraph to update the data inside Pilot to ATC. And, you know, one's like Pro ATC. So this is what I used to update it. I did that yesterday or the day before. So yeah, if you have Navigraph, that's how you do it. All right, so we're 1,000 feet. We're at 7,000 now. Looking good. You guys look great. It's just, I know I keep saying this, like every hour I say this. It's so nice to be on the same version with everyone again. Like all on the same servers. It feels good. Mike, you're in the 310 again, huh? Looks good. Last time we had the same livery and Mike said, oh, we showed up wearing the same thing. Awkward. But this is the one livery you have to pick if you want a custom tail number, which it doesn't look like it's set for me. Probably because of on-air company. All right, we are at 7,600 feet. We're about to level off here. Got to get Navigraph and Pilot to ATC. Yeah, I think Navigraph is the most important thing for a simmer to buy for sure. Oh, did you join? Oh, why did it time you out? What? Hold on, let me turn that off. Sorry about that, Deuce. Deuce got timed out by Nightbot. I don't know why it doesn't like you. Sorry about that. I'm gonna switch over to Nightbot and turn that off for now. Excess emotes. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn Nightbot off completely. If we get revisited by the infamous like porn bots that come into my chat, I might need to turn it to subscriber only mode if they get out of hand because they're really annoying. So I apologize in advance for that. I don't like doing that kind of thing, but it may be the only way to let real humans talk while also blocking the weird like porn 18 plus bot spammers that come in. It's super weird. So anyway, I turned it off for now. So sorry about that, Deuce. Hey Meek, what's up? You just got home from school. Oh, when's the 737 coming? I don't know the answer to that. Maybe somebody in chat knows though. The TBM has your TCAS all lit up. Yeah, I don't, because I'm not running the 530 mod, I don't have the traffic page. But on our flight earlier around New Zealand, I was using the G1000 NXI, and yeah, it was just lit up with yellow everywhere with collision warnings. All right, so let's see where we're at on Navigraph. We don't really need Navigraph on this flight. Really, the main benefit. I mean, you do kind of. I don't know. Navigraph is just like essential for taxiway diagrams. If you're doing IFR stuff and you're doing procedures and you're doing VATSIM, like you have to have Navigraph. It's just, I think it's basically a fact. You just need it. Okay, and then so it looks like we have RNAV approaches for both the runways. We don't know which one we're going to get yet, but we'll listen for Pilot2ATC to assign it to us. I'm going to go ahead and pin the airport info on the bottom here just so we have it. And it's just a single runway. So we have 18 and 36. Runway elevation about 1,800 feet. And there's also no tower here, so we just have Montreal Center for ATC. All right, let's check everything since we're at cruise now. We're under 12,000 feet, so I don't need pumps on. And we can pretty much fly however we want in this configuration as long as our manifold pressure is not higher than our RPMs. That's a bad idea. But in general, we can just keep it running in the green arcs and we're fine. So as fast as we want to run it. Let's see, what's my ground speed? Ground speed right now, 185. We should have really good winds on this. I don't have a wind indicator on this, on the stock 530. But supposedly we would get about 20 to 22 knots of tailwinds for this flight. So we should have, we have at least 10, more than 10 because, yeah, we probably have around 20 it looks like. I think we normally get 170-ish in the 310, so we're pushing 191 right now over the ground, so that's awesome. Hey, Low Tech, what's up? Am I using tiny plates? No, I'm using the Clomp, is it Clompsy? The Clompsy ones. I'll post a link to those again. I'm using these. Yeah, it's the Clompsy MSFS mini nameplates. And I'm just, he gives you a bunch of variations. I'm using the green V2. That's the one that has like the black background kind of behind the names too. Or you can do ones that don't have that, but they're kind of harder to read, but they come in a bunch of different colors. Okay, so our cruise power is good. Our mixture, I didn't take the time to look up the best, like what our rich of peak temperature difference would be for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lean it to, I guess maybe about 50 degrees rich of peak. So we're at 1,050. I'm just going to lean it to 1,000 on the EGT here. So I'm not sure how much we need to enrich it by, but that's pretty good. As long as we're in the green over here, our fuel flow is at kind of the top of the cruise power settings here. We normally have it right around here. So it's around the 75% cruise power mark. There's it's cool, this gauge here, the fuel flow gauge shows these like recommended settings for fuel flow for climb, at surface level, and at cruise power settings. Is it good to have yaw damper on? Yeah, generally, I think most planes that you fly that have a yaw damper, you turn it on once you're like over 400 AGL. And I don't think they're always attached to the autopilot. I'm pretty sure in like the Kodiak, for example, you want the yaw damper on once you take off, even if you don't have autopilot on. It just helps the stability of the flight. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you turn the yaw damper on when you're cruising, pretty much after takeoff and before landing. So you turn it off when you're on final. So you have full control over your rudders, basically. But yeah, it should make your flight smoother by having it on. There may be some more details I don't know about that, like maybe certain crosswinds or something you should have it off. I'm sure there are people in chat that know better than I do, mattering which plane. Okay, so we leaned. Cowl flaps are always open there. Low when switching tanks. We're not doing that yet. It says to switch tanks after 90 minutes, and I forgot to set my timer here, so we've probably been flying for about 15 minutes or so. Estimated time to our next waypoint is 37, so at some point, I most likely will need to change the tanks after 90 minutes. So we'll see if we get that far. We might land by then. But in this plane, you need to switch to the aux tanks after 90 minutes to get rid of the fuel in the main and the aux tanks, which are like in the middle of the wing, to leave fuel on the wingtip tanks, which are out here. So these tanks, you pretty much want fuel remaining in these when you're coming in, like your reserve fuel, when you're coming in for landing for stability, to keep the weight there on the outside of the wings. Hey Mark, what's up? Hey Zoldrin, welcome back. Yeah, the stream is still going. Whenever we do an on-air flight, it just takes so much longer. We actually do all the flight planning. And I've also been getting, I wanted to get Pilot2ATC working. That took a few more attempts. So yeah, it's definitely, it's been extended a bit. And let's see, frame rate right now, I'm at 45 to 50, it looks like. And I'm on high quality settings mostly, but I have like clouds, trees, grass, buildings, all turned to ultra. There are just so many settings in the graphic settings menu that I don't want to mess with, that I just trust a preset for them. So I just start with high end and then I put everything else to ultra. I could probably turn my terrain level of detail up or something like that too, but I haven't. And yes, happy sim update day for sure. It's awesome. Somebody in chat earlier was just like typing in all caps, stoked that their Xbox Series X was performing so well now. It's nice to see all that kind of stuff. All right, Mike is in the 310 as well. Oh, he just teleported to catch up, I think. Yeah, if you guys want to catch up, if you have the sim, increase the sim rate options bound, you could use those. And all right, this TBM is catching up for sure. Ape is catching up in the TBM. Deuce and Fab are back here. Fab Casa. Oh, I don't know if Fab Casa is flying with us. He's at 10,000 feet, so probably not. The info in the upper left, that one is called Shift Z Stats. So you can cycle between a few levels of stats up there, and one of them is like having your frame rate and your fuel. It shows the sim rate as well. If I hit Shift Z, like it'll show even more. Outside air temperature, current pressure, longitude, altitude, indicated airspeed, wind. I just have it on like the third setting. It just shows FPS mostly. Deuce, what are you flying back here? Oh, he's in the Kodiak? Yeah, you're in the Kodiak. You might need to use sim. I mean, whatever. You don't have to catch up if you don't want to. You might need sim update, or the sim update. You might need the sim rate increase to catch up. Let me find the Shift Z stats link for you guys if you want it. Yeah, there you go. There's Shift Z stats. I put it in the chat. I'll have to add that to my site later too, just so it's there. I don't use it too often though, so just on a stream like this, when the sim update just came out, people are generally asking about frames, what frames you're getting. So dev mode does not need to be on. Yeah, it's a mod, so PC only. Dev mode just gives too much information, so it's nice if you just want your frames and you don't want to turn on like an NVIDIA tool or something like that to get them. This works pretty nice. Closer now? Oh yeah, you look a little bit closer, yeah. The TBM has caught up in a natural way. All right, let's check how far we are to the next waypoint here. All right, yeah, so we got a little over 150 indicated. Our ground speed's 195, so we have an awesome tailwind going. I can't check specifically on the tailwind here because I'm using the stock 530. But up here, I can see the wind and the shift Z stats. Yeah, 25 knot wind from 226. So 226 is right here-ish. So yeah, we're getting a really strong wind from this way. So that's why we're crabbed into it a bit. Oh, whoops, we're not crabbed into it really at all, are we? 226, yeah, just from our back right, but we're getting a big push right now, which is awesome. Unlike our flight last time, like last weekend, we had like a 15 knot headwind the entire time, which was horrible. Oh, in dev mode, your flight time will not be logged. I think that's important, yeah. I love my logbook, and whenever I don't get credit for a flight, it hasn't really happened for a while. They definitely improved that. Not with this update, but in general over the last, year or two. Yeah, I don't like not getting credit for the hours I've put in. All right, so we are, oh, sorry, this is estimated time. Is this total time on route? This must be total time on route. Usually ETE means estimated time on route is you're on route to your next waypoint, not your estimated time until your destination. So if you're on the G3000 or on a mod for the 530 or using the GTN 750, ETE is not the whole thing. It's your current leg. But I think for us, this looks like on the stock version that it's showing us time to destination instead. This is just totally stock. I didn't reinstall the 750 yet. Oh yeah, have Volanta on, like Strava. I'm right there with you. Yeah, I used to use Strava a lot. Not so much the last few years, but I used to use Strava all the time for cycling, and I mostly go to the gym now. Yeah, Strava is great. That's a good comparison, actually, that it's like Strava. We're getting buzzed by rainstorm or somebody just flew by. He's enjoying the clouds, unlike me. Dude, we're at the perfect time for, I mean, you guys probably have your settings a little different than mine, time of day. I put mine about 3 hours behind. But we got got some DA62 aerobatics going on here. It just looks so good. Like, I wonder if you could just, maybe there's a mod where you can just freeze time to this time. Just freeze it to like the golden hour. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Nordez. Or is it Noir? Nordez? Yeah, if it didn't happen on Strava, did you really exercise? Exactly. Next airport. So it's just our destination, Angus. We switched over from doing like a group flight to doing just a single IFR flight plan from one airport to another. So the destination is where we're gonna be done with the flight is the next airport. Let me see if I can find, let me find the closest one to us though. It'll be about another 30 minutes. There might not be another airport close to us. Let me check the nearest page over here. Huh. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the nearest airport is 41 miles away. So it might be hard for you to follow. You could try adding me to your friends list. Someone said there might be a bug with this, but if the bug is not for everybody, you could like click me and just join the flight by spawning on me, basically. Look at the, I just love the, I don't have traffic map on the 530, but this is basically what it is. This is great. Ricardo says on air, do you have to land soft on some flights? It does rate you. So you basically, the harder you land, I don't think I've landed really so hard that I've like damaged cargo or anything like that, but it does rate you on your landing and your reputation, which kind of determines like, I think how much money you're earning on each on each flight, on each contract, that can be lowered if you have too hard of a landing. All right, Ian, dude, thanks so much for more coffee money. I appreciate your £5 from earlier. I've been talking so much, I'm just not able to speak anymore. Yeah, thanks so much for hanging out again, Ian. Have a good night, dude. Yeah, Angus, if you want to add me, I can, let me hit escape. I think a couple people added me. Yeah, if you add me, I'll just add you, and I'm on US West. Could we do another flight after this? If there's enough interest, maybe I should extend this and we could do another one. The stream has been 4 hours already, but it's just really nice flying with everybody again, so a little more motivated to keep it going.
Contact Montreal Center on 132.25. Enjoy your evening.
All right, they're switching us over. 132.25 November. Oh crap. Cessna Kilo India Papa. That's not gonna work at all. I think, let's see if it picked up my oh crap. It didn't pick up any of that for some reason. 132.25 Cessna Kilo India Papa. All right, let's switch over on the frequency here. 132.25. All right, 250, and then we just check in by saying, in Pilot2ATC, we just check in by saying our call sign. We don't say like Montreal Center even. All we say is just our call sign and where we're at. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. Hey Dave, might join if you get your add-ons installed. Awesome. Fragile cargo missions and on-air require soft landings. Oh yeah, some of them, yeah, that's right. They will, they'll penalize you if you bank too hard or if you have too much G-force in the plane. So if you like climb or descend with too much power too quickly, that can also be something that ruins your reputation or lowers your reputation. Oh, in-game gave you a frequency change at the same time? That's awesome. Yeah, they're probably just using the same borders or, yeah, that's cool. You know, they didn't reply after I said that. I would hope they would say like radar contact or something. Oh, did I? Yeah, I contacted them. Let me try it again. They didn't reply to us. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. They should reply and say radar contact, but they haven't. And you're right in front of me, yeah. Are you in the Grand Caravan or the Kodiak? Sometimes I can't tell the difference. They both have the little weather radar pod. They look pretty similar. Dude, this is the perfect time. I try to set it to get golden hour as often as possible. It's like, it's obviously the coolest thing ever. Okay, how long have we been on this flight? 13 minutes since I started the timer, so probably around 45 minutes total. Actually, it hasn't been that long since we took off. Maybe 25 to 30 minutes since we took off, I would say. All right, let me try ATC again. Yeah, I'm on the right frequency here. We replied, but it doesn't seem to be, it's not replying to me when I say it. Oh, you're in the Kodiak? Awesome. Dude, I love the Kodiak too. All right, let's try again. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. Maybe you try say again and see if it replies to us. Cessna Kilo India Papa, say again.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, contact Montreal Center on 132.25. Enjoy your evening.
This is Montreal Center, so it's kind of bugged out. 132.25. Enjoy my evening. Cessna Kilo India Papa. All right, let me swap off and back on to see if that fixes it, and then we'll check in again. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet.
Cessna Kilo
there
India
we go.
Papa, good evening. Radar contact. Altimeter is 2960.
Wow, what a pleasant voice. 2960. 2960 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Dude,
I picked a good
Cessna
voice for that
Kilo
one.
India Papa, this is Montreal Center on
Wow.
132.25. Please repeat your request.
Cessna Kilo India Papa. I'm just not going to say anything. Does that work? All right, let's update our altimeters here. 2960. So it's changed quite a bit, so we're not at the right altitude. Dude, it's changed a lot. It was 2988 before. Now we're at 2960. So we need to climb a couple hundred feet to get up to the right altitude. And then over here, I have the cap 140, so I need to update the barometer here, our altimeter setting over here, independently, 2960. So the autopilot also knows what the correct altitude it's at. All right, and it's bringing us back up to 8,000 feet. No, we can't talk now. Unfortunately, I mean, we can if you use something like Pilot2ATC. Sorry to make it seem like that was built in. No, this is Pilot2ATC. This is one of a couple like third-party ATC programs. And then I kind of customized it a little bit with some like higher quality voices. Yeah, so I mean, I hope we get to that point. I really hope we get to the point where... Wait, I need to take a screenshot of this. I hope we get to the point where that's happening, where you can talk in-game to ATC. That would be amazing. Oh, you have it. Awesome. Yeah, if you Google for Pilot2ATC, Amazon Poly, this is what I'm using. It takes a little bit of setup. You have to follow a bunch of instructions and like type things into like a command prompt in Windows. But it's pretty nice. The voices are pretty awesome. You can choose which, but it's a paid thing though. It's kind of like Amazon has text-to-speech services that you can pay for, but it's on like the pennies to like thousands of lines of text. I don't know what it's yet going to cost me, but it'll probably be a couple dollars a month if I use it a lot. I have to check. But if you Google that, there's like a guide I found for using it. So it's a way to install Amazon Poly onto your computer. And then because those text-to-speech voices are available all in Windows, then Pilot2ATC can also use those as voices. Kind of like the same way you can go into Windows settings and install other voices. Potentially, if you don't have all of them, you can install different voices through Windows speech settings, just as part of Windows. It's kind of like that, but you're using Amazon to add the voices to your system. It's pretty cool though. I mean, it didn't take me more than like 10 or 15 minutes to set it up. There are some known issues though where you may have to restart Pilot2ATC several times before it recognizes the new voices and uses them. So today, for this flight, I had to restart it like 3 or 4 times before the voices were working. That's one of the downsides. And you know, that it can cost you a few bucks a month or, you know, whatever the usage charges end up being. I have no idea what they're going to be. Hopefully it's only a few dollars. If it's a lot more, I'll post about it or something. I'll be like, warning, don't use it. But it should be like pennies. It should not be much at all. All right, so we crossed over Modoc, so we're just going to our destination now. 61 miles left. So we should hear from ATC probably in the next 30 miles or so. We'll see which approach they give us. Dude, you guys are just giving me like all this screenshot content. It's great. I mean, we're giving each other screenshot content. I'm too far away to use that camera and need to reset it. Beautiful. I mean, we found some good weather, so... All right, I'm gonna re-lean out the engine just because we've been going from place to place. All right, 1030 is peak, so let's just go down to 1,000 again. I do need to do some research, figure out what kind of leaning strategy pilots use for this plane, so I know like how many degrees to enrich it from peak. You know, some people do lean of peak. I'll look up both and then figure it out. I don't know that it affects how much it affects Microsoft Flight Sim or not. All right, there's another screenshot. You got Einstein in the foreground and Mike in the also the foreground. Goose, time to buzz the tower. I'm surprised nobody's in a Super Hornet. We're more realistic, I guess. So far we're kind of realistic. And the clouds are just so awesome. Screenshot simulator. Yeah. This looks so good. Yeah, I mean, dawn and dusk, sunset and sunrise, like anything other. I mean, it looks fine otherwise, but I mean, you can't beat when the sun is low in the sim. It just, yeah, it's too good. Just always want to be like at this time of day. All right, 50 miles until, well, it's until the VOR that's next to our destination airport, but we'll probably get our approach before then. Is it possible to do text input? So there's a couple options. One is to allow the co-pilot to do all the responses automatically for you, which is awesome. So you could turn that on and just listen and follow the instructions and not have to do text-to-speech and not have to tab out. Like, you'd have to tab out and do this. And the other way to reply is there's these two little buttons here you can probably barely see where my mouse is. And if you click it, it gives you like these little drop downs to choose a request to say back to them. I don't know how you easily reply yet though. And then there's a say it button here. I think you might just press this button called say it to reply automatically. But there is an option to have the, like, basically your co-pilot respond, just like you can do in Microsoft Flight Sim. You know, in the sim itself, turn on AI co-pilot response to ATC. So there is, yeah, kind of a similar thing. I'm just kind of, yeah, testing out what you can do with the text-to-speech part. But yeah, I mean, I think worst case scenario, like Pilot to ATC or Pro ATC, I think so far I like Pilot to ATC better. The voices are not as good. Oh man, it's so hard to pick, kinda. I need to give Pro ATC another shot. Some incredible things about Pro ATC are the voices are better. It responds to AI traffic is awesome. I think that's such a cool feature. So if you see like a SkyWest or whatever JetBlue flight flying by you, you'll hear Pro ATC communicating with that AI plane as well, which is great. Like, it's really cool. You'll hear them talking back and forth. And the third thing that's really cool about it is you don't need FSUIPC. That's another like background process. You don't need that for Pro ATC to work. The downside is if you fly GA, it's pretty much built for airliners because you can't choose a call sign like November in the US, or you can't choose a GA call sign. Oh no. The spam is here. All right, I'm reporting them. I knew the spam would come back. Sorry, guys. I mean, it's pretty funny. All right. How do I turn on subscriber mode? I might need to do that. I don't like doing that because I like everybody to be able to talk. I don't want to force anybody to subscribe or follow or any of that stuff. So I'll give it a little bit, see if it comes back again. The bot that I had that was taking care of the spam was deleting a bunch of legit messages, so that was kind of annoying. Yeah, the spam is so silly. So anyway, yeah, I want to play with Pilot2ATC more. I do really, really love that it talks to the AI traffic. So you see a flight around you and you hear their communications. It's great. Pilot2ATC doesn't do that. But the plus side is Pilot2ATC, so far I haven't had really a routing problem with it. I had a point where Pilot2ATC kind of got lost with me, and they kept telling me to do a 180 and go back to a waypoint I already passed, which was really annoying. And Pilot2ATC has 3 modes you can run it in. As far as the plane type, like you can run it in GA mode. What was the third mode? Let me look real quick. At the settings, ATC settings. Yeah, you can choose your call sign type. So you can choose GA call sign, airline call sign, or military call sign, and also specify if you're a heavy or not, if you're flying a heavy airliner. So I think overall Pilot2ATC is probably performs better. The voices aren't as good out of the box, but you can customize them like I did. Though it could be expensive to customize them or kind of cumbersome to set it up. Pilot2ATC communicating with AI traffic is incredible though. So on my next stream, I'll probably try Pilot2ATC again. I want to go back and forth a bit so I can have a better opinion of it. But I mean, both of them are cool. Both of them have co-pilot options to take things off your hands. Pilot2ATC will change the frequencies and talk to air traffic control for you. Pilot2ATC will actually set your altimeter for you. It'll manage your autopilot. It'll tell you when it'll call out like rotate, V1, V2 speeds, gear up. It'll do the gear up. It'll do the flaps up in settings for you, kind of like you get in like the DC-6, I think. It has that kind of capability, which is different. So it's kind of hard to pick. It's kind of hard to pick. I think that if I did Pilot2ATC again and I didn't run into a routing problem where it kind of got lost with me, it would be my choice, hands down my choice. I would just deal with calling myself Southwest whatever for every flight, I would probably pick like a UPS or a DHL or something and pretend like I'm a cargo flight. That I could deal with. Right, like an actual airliner co-pilot, yeah. So that's something that's cool about Pilot2ATC. So if you do fly airliners or even like business jets and you want somebody doing your flaps for you, making callouts for you, talking ATC, all that cool stuff, like Pilot2ATC is probably the way to go. They're both expensive though. They're both like 50, 60 US dollars. But yeah, it could be a hard choice for sure. All right, we're 27 miles out. We do not have an approach just yet. I think we should listen in to the ATIS at the destination, see what kind of weather we got. Actually, we don't have to because I can just go to the VFR map. We'll just scroll up and click here. This is a big enough airport. They have ATIS. All right, so winds are 180 at 14. Runways are 18 and 36. So our runway is probably going to be 18. Winds are 14 knots, gusting 23 knots. Hey, Dave. Yeah, sorry. You asked a couple times. Sorry about that. CYWK. Yankee Whiskey Charlie. Or, sorry, Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo. CYWK. Do I have it in me to do another flight? If there's enough of you that want to do another flight, I'm down. But if most people are done after this, I think I'll call the stream. But if a bunch of you want to do another flight, we can do another flight. Let me do a poll.
Cessna Kilo India Papa expect the Viper 1 arrival with the Viper transition for the
Viper?
ILS approach to runway 36 with the Namro transition at Wabash. After YWK cleared direct Viper.
Wow. Okay, that was a lot. Let's say that again. She said the Viper transition. She's giving us an arrival? This is so weird. Cessna Kilo India Papa, say again.
Cessna Kilo India Papa expect the Viper 1 arrival with the Viper transition for the ILS approach to runway 36 with the Namro transition at Wabash. After YWK cleared direct Viper.
Cleared for the Viper 1 arrival, Viper transition for the ILS 36 Namra direct wide after oh my god, I'm so bad. After Yankee Whiskey Kilo direct Viper. That's not going to work at all.
Cooling center say again
Oh, I forgot my call sign. Okay, let me look this up so I know what she's saying here. She gave us an arrival. Wait, I have no arrivals in my database. Wait, what? All right, let me check Navigraph now. It sounded like she said, so the Viper 1 arrival set up for the ILS 36 at Namra. Runway has to be 18. Yeah, runway 18. So why is she giving us 36? Let me see. Maybe their the METAR is different. Unless the winds just changed. Like 180 degrees. All right, so let's check here. Wait, there are no arrivals. There are no arrivals in the database. What's she talking about? Okay, there is ILS 36 to the NANRO, N-A-N-R-O, NANRO transition. So I think the best we have is to, and there are no arrivals in the database, so I'm not sure what that's about. Yeah, no arrivals at all. So, and there's none in Navigraph either, so I'm not sure where it thinks we're going. All right, but I think we just do ILS 36 then. That's good to NANRO right here. And I'm going to activate that. Actually, we're supposed to fly over the airport first, so I'm going to load that. And we're ready to activate once we cross over the VOR right here. And I'm running the 530, which is a bad idea because this autopilot is going to have potential problems. You're going 1.8. Yeah, I think if the METAR is correct here on this map, it seems like going 1.8 would be way smarter. With these winds, 13 knots. Yeah, it says 180. So let me see if I can request RNAV 18. Cessna Kilo India Papa request RNAV 18.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, this is Montreal Center on 132.25. Please repeat your request.
Cessna Kilo India Papa request approach RNAV runway 18. Cessna. Wait, did I just turn? Oh, why did I turn? I didn't activate the approach, but it activated the approach. Weird.
Cessna Kilo India Papa altimeter is 2959 at Wabash. Contact us on this frequency when on the ground to cancel IFR.
Contact them to cancel IFR. Yeah, we're not going to do that yet. Oh no, this is what I get for using the 530. Oh, is it working? I mean, this is the old stock 530. Would you please turn me direct to the airport? Direct. Activate. It will not turn me direct to the airport. All right, I'm gonna switch over to heading mode then. I'm going totally in the wrong direction. All right, I got my work cut out for me because, yeah, I'm not gonna land at 3. I'm not gonna land at 3.6. I'm gonna do 1.8. I just need to see how to request it, so I'm going to the window here to request, let's see, a different approach. Frequency change, where's the approach? Request approach, here we go. All right, call sign, inbound at altitude, request RNAV approach to, and then the runway. Cessna Kilo India Papa inbound at 8,000 feet. Request RNAV approach to runway 18. Doesn't look like that's working. They're just not replying to me. All right, let's try that again. Request RNAV approach. I'm going to use the text thing. Okay, it filled it out. Nice. Okay, that's actually easy. Say it.
Cessna Kilo India Papa inbound at 8,000 feet. Request RNAV approach to runway 36.
Cessna Kilo India Papa radar contact. Cleared for the RAV approach to runway 36.
All right, clear. Okay, they cleared us for the approach then.
Cleared for the RNAV approach to runway
Okay, you can also just hit
36
say now and that'll reply. You could also bind a hotkey to that, so you could use like the trigger on your joystick to do that reply without having to use text to speech. You know, kind of like you would with Microsoft, with the built-in Microsoft Flight Sim ATC. Hey Omega, what's going on? All right, so that worked out pretty well. So we can do the RNAV for 1.8 then, or they're letting me do that now. You guys are probably doing that already. All right, so unfortunately, it's going to be hard for me to do this with the 530. So see how far I get here with RNAV for 1.8. And let me go check on Navigraph. Let's see what waypoint's over there. RNAV for 1.8. And I need to zoom all the way in. All right, so ARAM is behind us for runway 18, right? Yeah, so you guys are pretty much heading the right way. You're probably landing already. I'm gonna turn around. Yeah, looks like most of you descended down already. And I'm just over the airport, so I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna look up the altitudes. I might have to almost hand fly this in to get this working right. So I'm gonna turn around to the south. And let's see here. I should have flown something, you know, I should have had the 750 mod on or something like that. But I don't. I just have the 530, which is pretty much the worst you can use. It's because it's stock from 2 years ago. All right, runway 18. Let me pin that. You know, the pinning hasn't been working for me. It's supposed to pin it to the bottom of this window. Okay, I'll just overlay that. Wait, am I totally turned around here? What was I looking at over here? Oh, this is my old flight. Okay, it's not even showing the arrival. That's why I'm getting confused, right? We need to be north of the airport, of course. I'm getting turned around because my flight plan in here is showing the south waypoints still. All right, let me program in ARAM. What's the other one? Oh, ARAM's over here. That's kind of in front of us, actually. Let me set this in with ARAM. Let me see where's Dupli. ARAM is over here to the west, and Dupli is up off our map up here to the northeast. So ARAM makes sense for where we are. or a rame. So let me put that in and see if it'll take me there. Activate nav mode. All right, cool. That's working. And let's see, the 5,100 feet. So I'm going to go down to 5,100 feet already. And we'll arm that and then use vertical speed mode. Oh yeah, the arming doesn't work in this either. And let's go at 800. Yeah, down into the soup. Exactly. Hey, Tree. I'm using Pilot2ATC. I'll type it in the chat for you. I'm still kind of evaluating this. There's another one called Pro ATC. This is the one I used last week. They're both kind of good for different reasons, and I've also had problems with both of them, so I'm not sure how long I'm going to use them for, but at the least, it gives you good... Like, the speech recognition is probably the hardest part about them working correctly. Where is this taking me? Where is a rame? I'm just going to go direct CAPTA, because we're, like, totally turned around. Let me see if CAPTA is on here as part of the arrival, or the approach. Yeah, there's CAPTA. Or CATPA. I always swap 2 syllables here. Or 2 letters. I'm going to go direct to CATPA. If it will allow me. Doesn't look like it will let me do that. So let me try activate leg and see if that works. You can't use activate leg. All right. We're going to a waypoint called A-Rame, I guess. Here's CATPA right here. How far away is A-Rame? No way, that's too far. I want to go direct CATPA. We're just going to turn to the west. We're just going to do this ourselves. And switch to heading mode. Hey, Steve. Everyone purchase... Are the purchase buttons good? You couldn't get the Mooney. Oh, you're trying to buy it? Or... I noticed with mine, I haven't tried to buy anything yet. But what I did was... I realized that after I installed the update... I actually updated from scratch, kind of. I opted out of the beta and got a huge 120 gig update. After that, it didn't install any of my content manager stuff automatically, so I forgot to do that. So I have some stuff not installed right now. All right, sorry, I'm back. Had to let the dog out the room. So yeah, I'm gonna try to go to direct to CAPTA if I can. Wait, what's going on here? I mean, we're going down because I set a waypoint for 5,100 feet. This is probably a good time to turn anti-icing on. Prop, and I'll leave the windshield for now just so we know, and then surface de-ice. So we're going down to 5,100. I feel like the autopilot is like busted right now. Let's see, is this gonna... Okay, it's responding to my heading. Okay, cool. HG did the ILS to 3.6. Approach went well. Forgot to put the gear down. Oh no. I am also not used to flying something with retractable gear, so I'll try to remember as well. All right, so I'm going to hold it 5,100 until we get to CATPA up here. And then we're going to go around for the 1.8. Actually, what's the visibility like? Let me check the visibility, or where the ceiling's at, because just to save everybody some time, especially me struggling with a 530, if the visibility is good, then if I could land visually. Overcast at 1,700, airport is 1,800. What? Okay, so 1,700 feet, that's an AGL, so... so if I could get, yeah, if I could get down to 3,000 or 2,800, then I'll be good. And so, yeah, 1,700 feet above is more than enough. That'll let me get down right to traffic pattern altitude. So I think I'm just gonna go direct and just go down and overfly the airport. Did I follow the 310 on Jimmy's World? I'm not familiar with that. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, so we're going to descend, or sorry, I'm going to descend. I'm just going to go down to, let's close this. I'm just going to go down to, yeah, we can see the ground here. Visibility looks pretty good. I'm just going to turn back to the north and just overfly the airfield and then just land. Because it's going to take me like a good 20 minutes, and most of you look like you're landing already, so... Or are landed. All right, 1,800 feet. So let's go to 3,000 feet. Or 28, 28's good. All right, 2,800 feet, overfly the airport. I'm just going to assume left traffic pattern, and we'll make a couple lefts and land on 18. So it looks like I'll just go over the water here a bit. Maybe over to Udbak. It looks like a couple of you... Yeah, a couple of you are making the turn at Hesed, it looks like, and on your way in for 18 as well. All right. All right, looks like most people want to do another flight, so I might need to eat like a little energy bar here or something. Since I've been on, how long have I been on here? We're going on 5 hours, so we're not doing 24 hours though. Not happening. Yeah, I think maybe I'll switch over to the analog caravan for the next flight. I'm not gonna restart the sim and like download the 750 right now and get that all situated. So, but I can switch over to analog caravan, and at least I'll have, or you know, maybe I'll just use the G1000 again. I'll just use a regular caravan. Don't know what time you're at. Weather is decent here while you wait for a tow truck. Yeah, we definitely got quite dark here. Let me check our descent. Or our descent checklist. I don't need... Oh, and I'm also not direct to the airport because my autopilot's basically broken. So I pretty much just need to use the moving map to kind of cheat and get back over there. Okay, it's a little more to the east. And we're 1,000 feet from our pattern altitude. So I'm just gonna do a visual since we can kind of see. It looks like it's just right over here. All right, let's check our descent checklist. Just make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, power required for engine temps. What does it say about the engine temps? Probably just says like in the normal range or something. Cowl flaps are the same, altimeter set. So the latest altimeter they gave us was, I already set to it, was it 2660, I think? And adjust mixtures because we've, yeah, lost altitude, so. Enriching that a little bit, and then a little bit more. Yeah, there's something, you know, the default 530 is so limited, it doesn't even want me going direct to a waypoint. It won't even let me do that. Like if I could go direct Hesed right now, I would do that. But as soon as I hit activate, it does nothing. Yeah, it still says user to Aram. And I think I get the same result if I try it up here. Direct to activate. It just does nothing. So yeah, it still says direct Aram, so it's very confused, unfortunately. All right, is this the airport right here? Oh, it's to the right. I am not overflying the airport yet. We need to turn to the east. All right, so it's going to be right over here, I guess. Or is it here? Me getting lost with airports again. Okay, it's right in front of us, off the right a little. Oh yeah, I can see the runway right here. Okay. Now, can I just plop this in? That's the question. The answer is going to be no. So I'm going to have to do like a big 270 turn here. And the winds are pretty crazy. All right, so there's 1.8 right there. All right, autopilot is off. So it's at 1,800 feet, so we have 1,000 feet to drop before we get there. Yeah, the 530, yeah, that really kind of messed me up. It not responding to anything. Couldn't switch over to like transition to an approach procedure. It just basically ignored me. So that's always fun. All right, so there's 1.8 right there. All right, let's put my heading indicator on 1.8. Landing lights are on. Once we're on final, once I turn around, I need to put my pumps on. It's so dark in here, and I swear I turned all the lights on here too, and like there's this... Oh, there we go. There is lights here. Let me turn the anti-icing off. Keto heat's still on. It's pretty cold, I think. All right. All right, we are pretty far away. Whoops. Pretty far away at this point. All right, 28 and airport elevation is 1,800. I'm giving it such a long space here just because I've had some challenging landings with this already with the 310. I'm going to put my gear down early. We're already in range for all of our flaps, so we're good there. All right, prop is full rich, or sorry, mixture is full rich and prop is full forward. Fuel pumps, I'm gonna go on to low. Oh, is there a red dome light up there? I'll have to check that out after, but we're gonna rewind time so we get some daytime after this. All right. Cessna Kilo India Papa on final, runway 18.
Cessna Kilo India Papa Roger. Change to advisory frequency approved. Report field in sight or cancel IFR when on the ground.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, cancel IFR, field in sight. Dude, I think it wants you to use your call sign first with this thing.
Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved. Have a good evening. Cessna Kilo India Papa no tower at Wabash, frequency change to local traffic advisory approved.
Frequency change approved. Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Cessna Kilo India Papa. Frequency change approved. Report when back on frequency.
What? Back on frequency? All right, we have a lot of wind here. I'm not gonna use full flaps. Definitely like gonna need to be pointed to the right a little bit, it feels like. Keep this guy centered. All right, I just see red lights on. It looks like a Vazzy, so I think we just get 2 lights on this one. It's hard to tell from this distance, but lots of red out there. And yeah, definitely need to keep it pointed to the right. Ask her for a date. She can't reply until she sees the landing. As she should wait for that, for sure. Oh no, I'm gonna stall. Oh, let me down. Ooh, that's a little sketchy. There's a lot, kind of a lot of crosswind, it felt like, from the right side there. All right, soft on the brakes. Oh, hey, a wind effect on the windshield. I should record that. There's so many wind effects with the X-Plane 12 release. That was a little sketchy. This thing is pretty hard to fly, I think, on final. Like, it's very, very sensitive with your power changes when you're on final. It's a little scary. So you pull, like, normally I can pull out almost all my throttle when I'm, like, on final to drop a few hundred feet with another plane, like with a Grand Caravan. With this one, you pull out a little bit and you just sink like 1,000 feet per minute, like instantly. All right, taxi lights on. Is somebody flashing their light over there? Whoa, that's so creepy. I couldn't see anybody until just now. I turned off the nameplates earlier, I guess. You're not seeing anyone in your sim for some reason. Check if you're on. We're on USA West server, Dave. The Kodiak also, you have to land with some power in. Yeah, and this is, I feel like I come in way too slow. A lot of times I was really worried about stalling right there. All right, we can finally shut down. Well, actually, we're gonna take off from here, so we don't even have to shut down. I do just for the on-air company stuff. Is there a taxiway here? Oh yeah, it's back. It's right up here at the other end. Okay. All right, I'm gonna taxi off into parking over here. Oh yeah, here it is. All right, let me clean it up a little, putting the flaps up. What's funny is I just realized the light in my room, I have like a hue whatever bulb that's supposed to turn itself on. But the switch is off on the light, so it hasn't turned on, so it's like pitch black in my room right now too. All right, we just got like a big lot here, it looks like. All right. Woo. All right, let me turn on the light in this room. That'll be a good idea. All right, and most of you said you want to do another flight, so we're gonna go into like overtime here on the stream. So this will be the longest stream ever, probably. We're already at 5 hours. After flight planning and all that, we're probably gonna be at like 6.5 or 7 hours. Then I'm definitely gonna be done. All right, cool. Let me get this thing shut down just because I need to shut it down completely for on air to give me stats, to give me a finished job here. All right, I'll have to update the title on the video. So we're at our current airports right here. We're on USA West, CYWK, so Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo, USA West. Let me put that in the title. All right, cool. So, all right, I got to get this shut down. And the next flight, I'm going to rewind it several more hours and make sure that we're in daytime the whole time. Night's pretty cool every now and then. And it is crazy that even in the sim, it's pretty disorienting. Especially when your avionics are crapping out and not helping you line up for final or anything like that. All right, taxi light off, strobe off. It's off. Anti-collision will stay on for now, and nav. All right, that is all off. Okay, so I think I just need to turn to avionics, pull the mixture, close the fuel tanks. I'm just gonna go through the checklist here though. Low during the landing roll, so I can turn these. No, these stay on until takeoff actually. Wing flaps up, already did that. Mixtures lean for taxi, done. Shut down. Set the parking brake. Parking brake is set. Aux fuel pumps to off. Whoops, not high. That can wreck the engine. That's good. Avionics master switch is over here. Turn that off. Throttles to idle. Mixture to idle cut off. Done. I'll have to hit continue. Okay, that didn't happen. Magnetos off. It got rid of our list here. Idle cut off. Yeah, magneto off after the engine stops. Battery and alternators off. Turn our flashlight on with Alt L. Left fuel selector off and right fuel selector off. Those are down here for the down position. I mean, I'm gonna have to start this all up anyway in a minute, but it's good practice anyway. And then, oh, one last thing I usually forget this is to turn the heat off when I'm done. Okay, so I think that's right. Einstein, we'll put him away for now. There we go. Okay, cool. What time? You can use whatever time you want. I recommend something towards sunset. Like, we'll see how long the flight will take, but anything around sunset is amazing to look at. So I prefer that time myself. Hey Parker, what's up? Yeah, if you guys want to join, we're flying through Canada right now in my on-air company career. So I think technically we're in Newfoundland now. We were in Quebec, and we're making my way up the east coast of Canada, basically towards Greenland, to try to cross the Atlantic at some point in the coming months, weeks or months. And I've been switching my plane here and there. I'm going from like the Grand Caravan to just flying the Cessna 310R, the Milviz one, which is really cool. But to fly along, I would recommend something like either the Grand Caravan, maybe the TBM. It might be a little fast for this though. DA62 is a good choice. The 310 is a good choice. What else do you guys find? The Kodiak, the 414 Chancellor, if you have that. I know that's like friend of the chat, friend of the stream, Mike's favorite. Those are all probably pretty good. The TBM is maybe a little too fast. You probably have to run it at pretty low power to stick with the group when we're all in Grand Caravans and stuff like that. But yeah, and we're on USA West. Whether or not you've updated, if you were part of the beta and you updated, or you opted out of the beta and then updated, or never had the beta and you're just doing your regular update, in all three of those scenarios, we'll be on the same servers now, beta or not. It's all kind of combined right now. So as long as you set it to USA West up here, then we'll see each other if you load into CYWK, so Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo. Now it's going to take a good, I'd say 30 minutes for me to plan the next flight. I have to find a new contract to take and on air. I need to do the planning, the route planning, the fuel and stuff, load it up and get going. So we got a little bit of a break if you want to just like, you know, go to the bathroom, grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever, and don't watch all this. You can totally do that. But it will take about 30 minutes to figure out the route and the fuel and all that stuff. And I'm going to use SimBrief for that. And then I'm going to, I'm also using Pilot2ATC tonight on the stream. So I'm going to load that up and get this working with the next flight as well. That one was not quite as interesting. What approach did we get? They gave us an arrival that didn't exist, which was really weird. Even though I have the Navigraph nav data imported to be used with Pilot2ATC, so I'm not sure why that happened. It could just generally be confusing. It could be confused because we're not flying from towered airports right now. That's a possibility. Oh, Dave, your multiplayer isn't working? I'm gonna change planes anyway, so I can exit to the main menu for now. I'm gonna change over to the regular Grand Caravan with a G1000. Something you should do, go to World Map. Yeah, the Viper 1 arrival. Yeah, I didn't see it in Navigraph. So go to the World Map, and then up here in the top right where it says Flight Conditions, make sure you have multiplayer turned on. And make sure you have all players turned on. This is really important. In general, I don't even recommend using live players. Live players just means that you'll only see people that have the exact same real-time synced live weather and time of day as you do. So you can see here it's locked. I can't change the weather. I can't change the time. And because generally I'm changing the time to something at daytime just so it's a little nicer to fly in the sim, especially on the stream, it's nicer to see during the day. What you want to do is go to all players. All players means regardless of time of day settings that each person has and the weather settings they have, you'll see each other. So use all players. And then air traffic, it's up to you. If you want the additional real world air traffic, use live traffic. If you want fake other air traffic, use AI. And if you don't want any of the extra one and only real people, then do that. I usually use all players and live traffic to keep it maxed out. Awesome, Dave. Yeah, cool. Glad that was it. Awesome. Yeah, and then I usually leave weather and time on live, but I only do that to get the live weather. You can still change this slider down here, and you can change it once you're in the sim to pick whatever time you want. Even while you're flying, you can just dial it back a few hours, whatever you want to do. So it's pretty forgiving. And then finally, make sure up here, if you click your name in the top right, make sure you're on USA West. Your ping might not be great, but luckily we're not playing Valorant or Call of Duty or anything like that. So having a high ping is not really a big deal for flight sim. So yeah, I'm on West USA because that's where I live. So yeah, if you just join that server, then we will all see each other. And yeah, whether you're on Xbox or PC, it works the same. We'll all see each other. All right, cool. I'm going to switch over to the 208, to the Grand Caravan. I have the analog one and it's awesome, but I didn't install the GTN 750. So I'm just going to stick with the G1000 model, and I got more liveries to pick from there anyway. I'm going to go with, I think I use the Textron one the most. This like blue one, it's pretty rad. Oh, I'm going to go with, let's go with the green one. Emerald Gold, it's pretty cool. Yeah, Dave, exactly. Yeah, I was going to mention that, but thought it was maybe too much information for then. But yeah, I'm using on-air per flight, and like all global settings in on-air, you can choose an offset. So I usually do that. For the last flight, it took a little longer than I anticipated. So yeah, we ended up landing at nighttime. So this time I'll probably do like a 6-hour offset or something, because it's already 10 p.m. right around there, local time. So I might even do like an -8 hours for this next flight, just to make sure we're in daytime the whole time. All right, that's all set. So let's put in the departure again, CYWK, Waybush or Wabush. And then I'm just going to spawn here at parking. And then, yeah, all the flight conditions are good. I'm just going to roll the time back for now. On-air company will overwrite this. And then weight and balance, I'm also going to leave that because on-air company will change that. All right, let's go to on-air company. Oh yeah, I had a bad landing, hard landing on the last one. But overall, my reputation went up somehow, so that's good. Normal wear and tear. All right. Let's go and choose another, see if there's another job available going north from where we are. Just making my way up to Greenland. All right, so weather is the same. Of course. All right, so let's go ahead and get to flight planning and picking a job to do here. So I have the Cessna 310R, so the first thing I have to do is stop renting that in my on-air career, accept all the fees. Then I'm going to go find a Grand Caravan at the aircraft market. Hey Clark, what's up? This wind during landing is legit. Used to fall to 0, less than 500 feet previously. Yes, yeah, they did a bunch of improvements to like surface level winds, and when you're on approach and takeoff, especially with wind gusts and stuff like that. Yeah, it's a lot more challenging now. It's pretty awesome. Hey Ricky, what's up? Why do you have the Microsoft bar on the top? Like you're not in full screen. If you're on PC, just hold down the Alt key and press Enter. Here, I'll send you that just so you know. Press Alt Enter. That should toggle back into full screen mode. Or you could go into the settings under graphics settings and make sure you change to full screen instead of windowed mode. What's up, Dave? VFR map's gray, nothing shows. If you're using the GTN 750 mod, there's an update for that. If you're using that mod, it broke the VFR map with Sim Update 10, but someone earlier today said that there's an update for the 750 to fix it. So you probably have some time now. I probably need like 20 minutes to do this planning, so you could go download that and restart your sim and it should fix it, is what I heard. I haven't tried it myself, but somebody earlier said that there was a patch, a new version for this GTN 750, if you're using that. All right, now I'm gonna look up a Grand Caravan here. Here we go, Grand Caravan EX. I'm gonna look at what I can rent here, and then we're gonna find something close just so I don't have to pay too many like transport fees or whatever. Something close to CYWK. Waybush, that's right. And then I'm just gonna buy the one that's in a really good condition. There we go. And I'll rent this one and then I'll teleport it to me. I have some like tokens I can use to teleport, so. Which will finish first, the stream or my Sim Update 10 download? It's impossible to know. I mean, we could take bets on it, I guess, but yeah, it's pretty hard to know. The update screwed it up. Okay, you guys can't see this pop-up I have, but it's giving me the option to configure the plane how I want to. So I'm gonna do all first class seats, which means I can only hold 9 people, but it lets me take certain types of customers like executives and VIPs and stuff like that. So I'm gonna do 9 total passengers. You can do up to 14 with like eco kind of grade seats. I don't really know what that means. Maybe it's like a lazy boy instead of like a crappy seat. Okay, there we go. And now I'm just gonna teleport this stuff to my current airport. CYWK and travel. All right, so now I'm able to use this plane where we are. It's a little bit of admin work you have to do in on-air when you're playing on like the... Actually, I think you have to do it in all modes, but you actually have to move the planes to the airport you're at. So it's very strict about that kind of stuff compared to some other career mods like Sky Park, apps like that. Okay, so now I'm gonna find a job. I'm gonna try to find something that goes northbound just to continue this trek up north towards Greenland to cross over. Ricky, if you're talking about your controls, this has happened in a few sim updates and it's crappy. What I would do, it probably forgot some of your bindings and stuff. You may have to redo them. The easiest way to do that is to go to your control options And here where you have each of your devices, you want to use the blue arrows to change to default. So in this case, I would move over to default and then hit apply and then go in and re-customize my controls. It's a pain, but I think the reason it happens is because when they do a big update, they'll add a bunch of new shortcuts and things that may conflict with your existing settings, and it doesn't know what to do. Or things get moved from one setting to another new setting that's a new separate setting. So if your controls are messed up, I would do that. It's annoying for sure, but that should solve your problem if your controls are messed up. So I'm going to switch back to the other preset I had. I've been using the beta for a while, so I think mine transitioned over to the full release just fine, because it was kind of the same version. But yeah, someone earlier had problems with their controls, and resetting them usually solves the problem. Set it to default, then customize the things you have customized. All right, so I'm going to sort by heading here and just find something that's heading to the north and less than 200 miles, so we're not here on like a super long flight. Hey Brian, what's going on? You did find the chat. Success. Oh, Ape Index. Oh, awesome. How's it going, dude? Thanks for flying along. Yeah, you were just dusting us in the TBM. I saw you catch up really quickly and then go right by. You probably had the throttle at like 30% or something. Okay, so we got a few going north here with a bunch of cargo, 900 pounds of cargo on some of them. These are going to the south, so let me check the other directions here. These are going to the west. So let's see, it looks like there's a job going directly north again. Yeah, no problem, Ricky. Yeah, there's another one going north here, so... Man, that's kind of boring. I want to go more towards the east. I don't necessarily need like a job to do this. I could just fly the plane with no cargo and no passengers. Yeah, there's going to be a limited number of jobs. I do need to go north. Let's extend this a little bit. Let's go to 300 miles. Man, I might regret this. It might turn into like a 2-hour flight, but I want to get somewhere up here if I can. So that one's going to the south. Let me sort by heading again. These are all to the... Oh, there we go. That one's going to the east. 277 nautical miles, though. Hey, K2, what's up? K2, congrats on the launch. I didn't fly with the G1000 the last flight, or the previous flight, but I'm going to do it this flight, because, yeah. Because I need to pay respects to the work you guys did on the G1000. It's so cool. I mean, you guys have to be so excited that that everybody is using this now. Man, should we go over here? What is special about Goose Bay? Is it's just it's a gigantic airport, isn't it? This might be good to get some good approach procedures. Maybe even an arrival if Pilot2ATC gives us an arrival if it's far enough. Oh, no problem, Ricky. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad they helped, man. Yeah, if you want to join the flight, we're on USA West, and departure airport is Charlie Yankee Whiskey Kilo. I'll put it again in the chat in case you guys want to hop on. We're just going to do the flight planning. It'll take me a little bit to get it all set up, and then share the route with you guys, and then we'll take off. And I'm using Pilot2ATC, kind of trying it out a bit. It was okay last flight. It gave us the wrong runway, though. The ATIS was totally out of sync from the in-game ATIS, so it was giving us the opposite runway that was clearly the one to use. It had like 10 knot headwinds on the runway we should have landed at, and it gave us the opposite runway. All right, this is pretty long. I mean, okay, no. Wait, this is 233? I think we should do this one. I want to go towards the coast and get towards some more like interesting terrain, and then if we head up the coast from here, that could be really cool. All right, so let's go. I think we should do this one. So this is 886 pounds of cargo. It's a 233 mile flight. I'm gonna do the Grand Caravan. I think will be fine for this. Like, I'll see what it says for our estimated time of flight, but whatever. I'm committed. Let's do it. K2 says, it's cool seeing the various things I built on the NXI being used. Oh, in the visuals? Dude, it looks so good. I've never used a real NXI myself, but, you know, in seeing, like, photos of real NXIs or in other, like, you know, real pilot YouTubers videos and stuff, yeah, it looks awesome. Every time I see the stock one, the Asobo one, I mean, you just instantly tell that it's not the same one. The quality looks, yeah, it looks incredible, man. Great UI work. Looks awesome. Go for the big bucks. Oh yeah, what would be the most? I mean, I'm really using it as a route finder. Oh yeah, there's another one right here. Nice. Actually, thanks, Chris. Look, there's another one to the same airport. So CYYR, Charlie Yankee Yankee Romeo is the destination. $5,600. All right. So that is, oh man, that's a full plane. All right, I'll check how the fuel goes. Hopefully we have enough for fuel and all 9 passengers. 8 economy, 1 business passenger. I don't know what that person gets. I guess they get to sit in the front of the Grand Caravan. I have no idea. All right, let's take this one. I'll do the sim brief. We'll do the sim brief flight plan. We'll see if we have enough fuel to even do this flight with a full load with 9 passengers. So we'll see how it goes. Stack a few jobs? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Parker. Well, I opened a beer about an hour and a half ago or so when we started the other flight, so it's helping my confidence, I guess. I'm not sure if I can stack a few jobs yet. We'll have to see what SimBrief says about our capacity here, our limits. All right, so let's do a new flight over on SimBrief. Wait, what is all this? Why do I have ground vehicle spares? So I have these oh, there's also cargo. Oh no, I don't know we're gonna be able to do this. I think, let's see how much fuel we can take max. Oh, maybe we can. I mean, this thing is a workhorse. Yeah, we can totally do this. All right, we'll be able to take up to 75% of our fuel capacity along with all the cargo and passengers, according to On Air. So this should be fine, but we'll see what the block fuel amount says here. All right, so departure is CYWK, and arrival is going to be CYYR. Charlie Yankee Yankee Romeo. I'm doing the 208, so C208 here. Super nerd tip, if you use SimBrief a lot, every time you click on a dropdown, you can't see the dropdown because of OBS, but whenever you click on a dropdown or even just focus a dropdown field, like if you hit tab, if I hit tab and it highlights this field with a little blue, I can just start typing C208 and it'll find that. So if you, that's a pro tip there. And the next time you choose your state or your province or whatever, or your country, from a drop down, nerd pro tip, you can just start typing. You have to do it fast enough though, or it'll reset and then you'll have to start over. Anyway, 208B, climb is set for 115 knots. And here's the recommended route. Very boring. Unfortunately, super boring route. We got 2 VORs and 1 RNAV, 1 fix in the middle of them. And this is just like the other one we did. I mean, yeah, this is a very similar flight plan. It's just, there's a VOR at the airport we're departing and at our arrival airport. And so it's putting, you know, it's putting the route based on the VORs and a waypoint, maybe along an airway. We can turn the airways on up here. I can't tell if that is the airway that it's on or not. If there's an airway that goes horizontal like that. I don't... Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, we do have one. Yeah, so it's putting on like the Tango 04, it looks like, and then the Victor 39. Tango 04. Okay, so we're on an RNAV airway, or also a Victor airway, it looks like. But we're just gonna use GPS, and So if we check the airway, we can get an idea. Does it show? Oh, it doesn't show the altitudes here, does it? Anyway, ATC is going to assign us our altitude anyway, so we don't have to worry about that. But kind of a boring flight plan, but it won't take long to input it. So let's take that along with these two things, and I'll just paste the whole route into chat. And we'll see what runways they estimate for us here. 2,100 pounds. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I could stack another one. All right, so 1,600 pounds block fuel for this cargo. Ooh, no, we're right on the edge. Yeah, okay. Nope, I can't take any more cargo. 1,687 puts us overweight. And 1,600, we're already, you know, we only have 50 pounds, 60 pounds to spare. That's including no extra fuel, just reserve fuel of 30 minutes. All right, so unfortunately, it doesn't look like I mean, nine people. That's a payload right there. All right, here's the full route in the chat. If you don't have to enough fuel, change your alternate. Let's see, where is our alternate? Oh, wow. What would our other alternate be, though? That's fine. I mean, I'm not really maximizing my cargo and my payment in on-air. It's mostly like, it makes me take it a little more seriously and do the fuel planning and stuff. I don't really care about like buying the planes and everything. As long as I'm net positive in income, I'm not like going into debt in on-air, then I'm fine with it. So yeah, it doesn't bug me too much. All right, so 8,700 out of 8,800 pounds for our gross weight, 73% on our fuel. And I chose all the cargo options here on the left, so we're loading everything on Charlie Yankee Yankee Romeo. That's the right destination. And so that'll take a minute to load that up. Let's go ahead and take a look at just kind of the basics here. Yes. Once again, winds are in our favor. I mean, heading eastbound here, I was looking at windy a couple days ago. All of the winds are like very east heavy in this part of the world. So we were flying north and south for a little bit last week. So we had some bad overall, like our wind component was pretty bad, but we get a positive 15 here. So we're going to get some good tailwinds on this flight again. We had a positive 22 on the last flight. All right, and then let's see what our cruise looks like. Looks like it's estimating 7,000 feet for our cruise here, our cruise altitude, but we'll see what ATC gives. They could give us something different, especially with Pilot2ATC. And then weather, so we know the weather here because we just landed. Wonder if it's gotten warmer. It's gotten a little colder actually, but the dew point is more different, so I guess that can explain some of the, like us not having fog anymore. Altimeter's 2958. Yes, rain, overcast at 1,500 feet AGL. Winds are still favorable for 1.8. That's where we landed. So we have 7 knots with gusting 19 on 170. So 1.8 will still be good for us, which is, yeah, what they showed in the route. And then destination winds are similar, 170. So it looks like it's estimating runway 26 at the arrival. So with 1.7 and a 2.6, we're going to have a decent crosswind component, 8 gusting 15. We'll see what it changes to by the time we get there. Broken at 2,500. So, you know, that's not super low, but we can, you know, it'll be nice to break out that low. And hopefully we'll get a cool approach procedure. And cool, that's enough. All right, so $15.99 on the block fuel. And I loaded that in here. That loading is all done. What time is it in Quebec now? It's probably 10:30 p.m., 10:30 or 11:30. I don't know in Newfoundland if there's another time zone out there or not. I don't think there is. So I think it's 10:30. So I want to roll this back to daytime. So I'm going to put it minus 6 hours. That'll give us like 4 p.m. And how long is this flight going to be? You guys that aren't using like On-Air Company, you don't have to like commit to a time. But when you load a job in On-Air Company, you have a like kind of one chance to give it an offset of time. So yeah, I'll do -6 hours. This isn't on Flight Sim. It's basically an add-on called On-Air Company. And there are a few others like it too, like NeoFly is a really popular one. I'll just write them out in chat. So if you want to Google them, you can. There's NeoFly and then there's SkyPark. NeoFly is free, but they're all for PC and they're all kind of, they're all career mods like this, career apps. But I use On-Air Company most. It's kind of the most hardcore one in a way. NeoFly is incredible too, though. I mostly like On-Air because it backs everything up online. I lost my NeoFly profile once because I forgot to back it up, which was my fault. But I like this is more foolproof. It's all in the clouds, on the interwebs, so it's all backed up. Yeah, I would recommend starting with NeoFly just because it's free. You don't need a budget. On-Air Company is the most expensive, and SkyPark is the most casual. SkyPark's a one-time fee. NeoFly is free you can do add-ons for a donation, and then On-Air Company is the most expensive, but it has like virtual airlines, and it also is the only one of those three that works on other sims. So in my mind, like you're kind of investing in something that'll work. If some new killer sim comes out 5 years from now and we're all still simming, you would still have your same profile in theory. You could try X-Plane 12 and switch to it if you wanted to, and this would follow you along. You would just change your sim setting to X-Plane 12 and then use your same career. So it's kind of cool in that way too. And you can do virtual airlines with friends, and work on, building up your empire together. It's got a lot in it, but NeoFly is amazing. They have a really good variety of missions, so I would recommend trying NeoFly. Maybe trying a month of On-Air. It's cheaper the more you pay for, so it's $10 a month, which is kind of hefty. But if you pay for more months in a row, it ends up being like $2 or $3 a month. All right, I'm gonna do -6 hours. Noir says, I can't quite motivate myself for SkyPark, too casual and offline. Yeah. The thing I like about SkyPark is if I don't feel like being super serious, but I want something that's a cool route, I'll use SkyPark. Because you don't have to do fuel, you don't have to worry about weight and balance or any of that. You can fly any plane you want at any time. You don't need to do any kind of fleet management or anything like that. So all right, hit start tracking. This is all turned off. When you start tracking in On-Air, you are supposed to have your engines off or it'll actually ding you a couple points. And I feel like my frames have gone down a little bit. It says 30 frames right now. But I have been running this sim for 5.5 hours now. Hey Bob, what's up? Ricardo says, I think when NeoFly 4 is going to be... Oh, in the cloud. I hope so. That'd be awesome. Yeah, that'd be a great improvement. The new UI they made is cool too. NeoFly 4, I tried the beta and they did a new UI, so that was great. The bots are back. Report. And it feels like it's like every 2 hours they come in and just spam. I really don't want to turn on subscriber only mode because it's just gross. I don't like that kind of thing, so I'm trying not to. All right, there. The spam is gone. Actually, where's Mike? I don't know if Mike is still in chat. I should probably mod a couple people. Mike is in chat. All right, I'm gonna mod Mike. For now. All right, cool. Folks, let's report. Oh, do you all still see it? I reported it, but it didn't delete it from the channel, did it? I thought that when I reported it, it took it off the channel. But I guess it doesn't. Anyway, whatever. Maybe somebody in chat is interested, maybe it's a good thing. I have no idea. All right, so that's done. We got our fuel settings done. So On-Air Company loaded the fuel already, so we just need to get this guy started up. Yeah, I feel like my frames have taken a little bit of a drop. Okay, so fuel mixture is cut off. Just making sure my controls are good here. Prop is full forward. Beacon is on. We're going to go battery on, avionics 1 on. Fuel boost on, and starter. Wait, hold on. I'm going to pull the starter back for now, because what's going on here? Oh, is this? This is new. This has never shown in the middle. Maybe, is that supposed to, is that the way it's supposed to be now? I'm used to this one coming on first. You know, the middle one coming on first makes more sense, I guess. Anyway, we'll see what happens when we get avionics 2 on. All right, starter is on and fuel boost is on. PSIs are rising. Okay, let's introduce fuel. Oh no. Oh, you saw nothing. All right, ITT's rising. And stabilizing. All right, I'm turning the switch and the fuel pump off. All right, avionics 2 is on. Standby alt power is on. That was interesting how it switched from that this was basically our primary display. I don't know if that's a bug, but I'm used to just this one coming on first. You're putting your credit card info in. I will. I've been meaning to email On Air Company again. Maybe I can email them and get a reply by this weekend. They were generous enough to give me a bunch of codes for the last few weeks I've been using it to give away. 1-month codes, but I ran out because I gave them all away. I'll see if they want to give away any more, and then I can share those with you guys if they do. But yeah, if you like NeoFly or you end up going for it and just want to commit to it, I highly, highly recommend paying for like 6 months, a year, or 2 years in advance, because the cost is exponentially cheaper if you do that. I think the 2-year price was like $40 or something for 2 years. It's much, much cheaper if you buy longer term. 1 month will be is $10 a month. So okay, get new sheet of paper ready here, and I actually haven't used the trip thing over here. If we trip this, does our alternator go on? Reset to our generator. Okay, and then switch over to GPS mode here. We'll put our flight plan in a minute. I feel like because I've been running the sim all day, my frames are dropping a little bit. All right, let's put in our route here. And we have keyboard entry mode again. Yes. Using the 530 is just a bit painful. So CYWK. And we know runway 18 is likely, so I'll put that in here. Next, put in our destination, CYYR. Yankee, Yankee, Romeo. And there they estimated 26 on SimBrief, so I'll put that in here too. En route, we just have 3 waypoints. We have the VOR that's right next to us, YWK. Next is a fix called PECRO, P-E-K-R-O. There we go. Papa Echo Kilo Romeo Oscar. And then lastly, we have one more VOR, which is right at our destination airport. So it's going to be the same as the code minus the C. So Yankee, Yankee, Romeo, Goose Bay. And those are to make sure we stay on the airway correctly. Otherwise, you know, the point drawn would be between our departure airport, or runway in this case, and PECRO, instead of being from the VOR to PECRO, which is where the airways are based, right? They connect the VORs together in the case of Victor and Jet Airways. So that's why that's important. Cool. And then looks like getting a little weird Nextrad. Oh, okay, it's just right on top of us. That's why. Cool. So I'm going to turn Nextrad off for now. And I'll leave Topo mode on. All right, cool. That's our whole flight plan. That's good. Our fuel's loaded. Our engine's on. That's good. I'm going to put my flaps down so I don't forget. And just put some more lights on. Let's go strobes. Taxi, nav light. We have... Oh, the no smoking sign. Is it Chris? I can't change the no smoking sign to on in this, so you're safe. Cabin lights off. Okay, cool. All right, that's all good. Neoflies for easy to use for Xbox. Fly the same rules. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Have an AI pilot fly as you, so the flight gets completed, and then just do the flight yourself. Yeah, that's a good hack to doing that. Yeah, it's a bummer that there's no like career mode available in Xbox. I really, really hope that happens someday, or like Microsoft invests in like career mode style stuff within the game itself. Would be insane to have that built in. Cool. Let's check the ATIS. So the last thing I have to do is get Pilot2ATC working. So all I do to import the flight plan is just open up SimBrief. I copy that same route that I pasted in chat that I'll paste again just for reference again. So I just paste this route in the flight plan import screen, and then it'll bring all that in. Oh, it says it's unsupported. Something must be wrong in this. I think it might not like the direct keyword like DCT, so I'm just removing those, simplifying what I'm putting in. Check the format of the pasted text. I don't know. It doesn't like any of it. Huh. All right, let me just put them in manually, I guess. CYWK, YWK. I have to do it one at a time. Usually it works with the import, but for some reason there's something in here it doesn't like. Maybe we'll find out what that is by putting them in manually. Yankee Yankee Romeo, and then finally is CYYR. All right, there's the flight plan. So that matches just way out to the east. Cool. And then I just hit validate up here first, and then we file it with ATC. And then I'm going to not look at this stuff. This will show what we're getting for arrival and all that potentially. Okay, and it says... Let me reconnect to the sim real quick. Usually it'll give me the frequency. Here we go. So because we're not at a towered airport, it's going to give us the clearance frequency. In Microsoft Flight Simulator, like in the regular ATC window here, we only have a CTAF frequency, just local traffic, and an ATIS frequency. So what it gives us in Pilot2ATC is it tells us the center frequency for us that we're going to use. So we can just get our IFR clearance while we're on the ground here, and then we'll take off. If you're at a towered airport, it's a little more straightforward. You can match up the clearance frequency with the one that's available at the towered airport usually. But yeah, in this case, I just look at Pilot2ATC. So down here with this little teal text at the bottom, it shows me ATIS and clearance delivery. So I know what to do. So we'll do 128.12 for ATIS. Actually, let's see if that's the same as the one we have here. Yeah, it is 128.125. Now this is coming through Pilot2ATC right now.
Gusting to 10 knots. Visibility unrestricted. In LT rain. 1500 overcast. Temperature 9, dew point 7. Current altimeter is 2958.
2958.
Departing runway 36, departing runway 18.
Departing runway 18.
Wabush information Foxtrot.
All right, so we have Foxtrot.
Zulu winds are 191 at 7 knots gusting to 10 knots.
All right, 191 at 7. So we'll have a tiny bit of a wind from the right, but mostly a headwind, runway 18. All right, so we're good there. Let's, so it looks like it got that frequency right, but it doesn't know the center frequency in Microsoft Flight Sim. So what we do is just, well, first we set our altimeter. So 2958. Let me hit B. I just want to see. Yep, that's what Microsoft thinks too. So that's good. All right, so we have 2958 there. It syncs it down here automatically. And that checks with the airport elevation too. 1800 feet is on the dot. Okay, and then clearance frequency is 122.6. So I have to tune into this one myself. 122.6, and then we'll get our IFR clearance. Okay, that's active. And before we get anything, I'm going to open the procedure menu and set it on select departure in case they give us a departure. Oh, whoa. Okay, I guess there are none. This is a weird, I don't know if this is a bug or what. Oh. Oh, now it's working. That was weird. Okay, yeah, there are no departure procedures at all, so we'll just listen for their instructions. Yeah, I'm in the Grand Caravan, so yeah, 2.8 Grand Caravan is good if you want to fly along, or Kodiak DA62 would be good. You could do what else? Someone was flying the TBM last time, so it might be a little too slow on the TBM. It's up to you. Oh, does somebody have the black livery? El Gusto has the black livery on the DA62, which looks awesome. Oh yeah, Ape was flying the TBM last time, and this time. All right, cool. So runway 18's our departure. So let's get the clearance and see if they like the way I say it this time. Cessna Kilo India Papa, request IFR clearance.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, we don't have a flight plan on file for you.
Weird. All right, I thought I hit file, maybe not. So I hit file up here. All right, that's done. Let's try again. Cessna Kilo India Papa, request IFR clearance.
Cessna Kilo India Papa is cleared to Charlie Yankee Romeo. Fly the Imama 1 departure with the Imama transition, then as filed. Expect departure runway 18. Climb to 6,000 feet via the departure. Expect higher clearances 2 minutes after departure. Squawk 4213.
Okay, so I wrote all that down. There's no departure frequency, so we just stay with him, but he said to fly like the Almona 1 departure or something like that, but there are no departure procedures. Amana 1 is what he says. So even in Navigraph, I think there's not going to be any departure procedures. This happened to us last time at an untowered airport. They assigned us a departure procedure that didn't exist, right? So it's a little weird. I don't know why that keeps happening. Yeah, and I have the latest Navigraph nav data put in. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe no, I installed Navigraph nav data earlier today. They said the departure name is the Amama 1 departure. I'll put it in the chat, but this doesn't exist, right? Like unless my Navigraph, maybe I'm having a problem with my Navigraph. But at this airport, I see 0 departure procedures. And then if I go over to like our arrival airport, our destination, I have all of these procedures. So I don't think it's my Navigraph database. I think that somehow Pilot2ATC is picking like a nearby departure procedure that's not for this airport. It seems to be what it's doing. So let me see if I can request a different departure. Maybe they'll just give us just like a straight, like a climb to altitude. So request. Actually, what's weird is there even a departure shown here? There's no departure shown in the flight plan. So this is showing everything that it's basically running off of this schedule right here, this flight plan that's in the window, and it says direct to Pecro. Direct. There's no frequencies here, or no procedure at all. So yeah, no procedures in Microsoft Flight Sim. Yeah, I think I don't know. It seems to be confused about maybe where we are. I have the right code in here. CYWK, Waybush or Wabush, and then Goose Bay. That's weird. Okay, I'm gonna hit the say it button just to reply automatically to avoid the pains of repeating all of that.
With the Amama transition, then as filed, climb
so we'll
to
just
6,000 feet via the departure.
We'll just take
Expect
off
higher
runway
clearances
18,
2
climb to
minutes
6,000,
after
and then
departure,
we'll go
4213.
direct. Looks like we'll go direct. We'll just activate this leg. We'll intercept this route. This leg right here after YWK.
For departure.
All right, so he said to contact them on center when ready, when we're number 1 for departure. All right, contact center on 132.25 for IFR release, Cessna Kilo India Papa. All right, so 132.25. Is that the frequency we have right now? It's not. All right, so we're going to switch to 132.25 for this, or at least I am. You guys don't have to, because it might not work for you in Microsoft ATC or whatever you're using. All right, 132.25 when we're number 1 for departure. So once we're getting ready to line up. Oliver says, can you think of any cool names or a word that represents aviation? Oh, making an Xbox account. You know, you just need to put 69 on the end of it. Like that standard gamer tag. Yeah. Brian, do you mind periodically shouting out my airspeed to know if you need to speed up or slow down? Oh, yeah, sure. Sure, I will. I'll slow down once we get up into cruise and we can all catch up with each other. Or you guys could flight sim rate increase up to me or whatever. So we can figure that out. Yeah, and we have a good 200 miles to go, so we got plenty of time for you guys to yell at me if you want me to slow down. If you want to catch up and take some cool screenshots or something of all of us together. Okay, yeah, so let's depart on runway 18, and we're going to take off and just climb to 6,000 as our first instruction for them. So I'll get set up over here. I'm going to use my Bravo to dial in some of this stuff. Changing my selected altitude right over here first. So 4,500, we need to go up to 6,000. Okay, and then we need to squawk 4213 down here on our transponder code. 4213, and then hit altitude reporting. Okay, 4213 is in. And then, yeah, runway 18, so I'm going to go ahead and change my heading right here over to 180 for now until we line up. All right, 180. And actually, do we have an airport diagram for this airport? Let's see, a Navigraph. Charts list, taxiway, we do. So let's check the actual runway heading of 18 so we can be precise. It is 179. So I'm going to change that to 179 for our heading bug right there. And the runway is right to our left here. So we just need to move here on Alpha and go right over here. So you guys that are on the south side, if you want to take off with the favorable winds up here on 18, you're going to have to come up this way to the north over to here. So come towards me and who else is near me? Who's right next to me? Come up towards me and Have a Great Dave is here. Looks like we got 8 of us total, 9 of us. Rainstorm is back. Wait, he was in the DA62 last time, right? And now he's in... Is this the King Air? I think maybe that's the King Air. I never fly the King Air, so I'm pretty bad at recognizing it. You guys are amazing with these names. Viper, Jester, Joker, 69. Those aren't in use. Definitely not. Yeah. Simple names, super nice, but sadly it's taken. Yeah. Try using spaces. I think you can put spaces in your username now with Microsoft. That can help. Not everybody has spaces in their name because it used to not be a thing. So you should be. I think you can now. Oh, Parker's in the green Kodiak. Oh, are you right in front of me? Oh, right here. Nice. I love how many different liveries there are for the Kodiak. Is awesome. All right, so I'm in low idle. My taxi light's on, so I'm gonna taxi over here to 18. Right through this guy. Whoops. Oh, you... Wait, Chris, that was chosen by Microsoft? Subdued Rat? That's great. I didn't know that they could pick for you. Subdued Rat. It's great. Hey, Jobu. Yeah, I'll put in the entire flight plan again. Let me copy and paste that. If you're just hopping on, but we're on USA West, so I'll just put this in again. USA West. There you go, if you want to fly along. Yeah, you could just spawn in on the runway too. That's a quick way to get started. Taking off on runway 18. All right, so we got the whole flight plan in. I'm actually going to turn, I usually turn this off, the terrain here, and I use the terrain over here on the inset map as kind of my, well, I used to call it the poor man's radar altimeter because we didn't have one. Radio altimeter, radar altimeter, however you like to call it. We didn't have one before, but we do now, so it's not quite that anymore. Wind option 1 sounds good. And then let me turn my traffic on as well, because it's awesome to see all the traffic. Turn that. This will automatically turn on if you once you're airborne if you're using the G1000, but I'm just gonna turn it on early. Oh yeah, the clear button doesn't work. Someday. All right, let's check with ATC and see what they say now. Cessna Kilo India Papa, ready for IFR departure, runway 18. I think I need to say
Cessna
at.
Kilo India Papa, read back correct.
What?
Contact center on 132.25 for IFR release wind number 1 for departure.
Oh, I didn't. All right. Roger. 132.25 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, this is Wabash clearance delivery on 122.6. Please repeat
Clearance
your
delivery,
request.
clearance delivery. 132.25 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you were garbled.
Oh
Please
no,
say
we're just
again.
gonna switch. All right, let's just switch. Let's see if it works. Cessna Kilo India Papa, request IFR release at runway 18. You have to say
Cessna
at.
Kilo India Papa, say again, request with departure runway.
I did. Cessna Kilo India Papa, IFR release, runway 18.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you were garbled. Please say again.
That means I didn't say it exactly the right way. Cessna Kilo India. Oh my god.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, this is Montreal Center on 132.25.
I need to change my
Please
tag.
repeat
It's too hard to
your
say
request.
Kilo India Papa. Cessna Kilo India Papa. Request IFR release at runway 18.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you are released for departure.
Yes.
Runway 18 after takeoff, maintain heading 181 until above 3,300, then turn to intercept course. Climb and maintain 6,000 feet. Release for departure void at 0309 Zulu.
Okay,
advise
181
with
heading once we
alternate
take off. I'm going to
intentions
update
no
that
later
here.
than
181.
0314 Zulu time now is 0302
And 3,300 feet
Zulu.
for our first altitude. Heading 181. Climb and maintain 3,300 feet. Then on course, 6,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa. It's going to expect all those
Aircraft
altitudes.
center, say again with your
Oh
call
my
sign.
god. It told us like 3,300, then on course, then climb and maintain 6,000. So if I don't say it the right way, it's impossible. Heading 181, climb and maintain 3,300 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa. All right, maybe that worked. All right, so I'm going to change my selected altitude down to 3,300 for now. And they said after departure, we just maintain 181 on our heading. All right, cool. So it's really weird that it gave us, all right, landing lights on, taxi lights off. And it's really weird that it gave us like a departure and then it gives us this instruction later once we get cleared for the release. Oh man, there's more of us. We have a posse. Let's go. Yeah, Joba, I'm using live weather. Make sure when you're in the settings for flight conditions, you choose all players for the multiplayer settings. Otherwise, you might not see everybody. Or actually, you probably won't see anybody because we're probably all on... most of us are probably on all players. All right, I'm just going to be to the left a little bit here. All right, high idle on the fuel condition. All right, and our rotation speed is 70, 2958, 181 on the heading. So once we get up to 400 feet AGL, I'll pop on autopilot and just go right to that heading. Let me turn on heading mode, flight level change mode, and we're going to climb at 115 knots in this guy. All right, that's all set. So I can just turn on the autopilot when I'm ready and then read chat. All right, wait a little bit, see if we can all pack in here. I think I need to move forward. Maybe a little more. Whatever. We're probably going to run into each other. It's fine. Is my name Kip? Yeah, it is. It is. It's pretty rare, but not rare enough that it doesn't show up on Google, I guess, for like names that exist in the world. But yeah, sometimes it's with 2 P's. Sometimes it's a woman's name. More rarely a woman's name, but yeah. 1 P or 2 P's. Mine has 1 P. All right, Capital, let's go. Dude, we just added a bunch of people. This is great. It's fine if we're on top of each other. It's a simulator. We'll be all right. Subdued Rat with the best auto-generated Microsoft gamer tag in history. All right, cool. So once we take off, we're going to just stay straight ahead. We're going to be on a 181 heading. And then we're going to climb up to 3,300 feet first. So that's just about 1,500 feet more. And I have no gear in this plane to put up, so this is just much easier. All right, there's 60 knots. There's 70 knots. Oliver says, can I see you if you don't have my plane? You have this plane because it's one of the default planes, the one that I'm in. So you'll see the Grand Caravan. All right, so we're going to turn barely to the right, like 2 degrees to get on a 181 heading. All right, there's our 115 knots. And I'm going to crack on the autopilot because I can't live without it. Yeah, you don't have to worry about having planes or not. So, you know, if everybody's going to be flying different planes generally, so it'll put in kind of a default for everybody. So you'll be able to see something. Oh my God, the lights, they look beautiful. I should probably pay attention to what's happening in the cockpit. All right. We are at 2,800 feet, 29, climbing 3,300. And then we're going to wait for their further instructions. They said once we get on 3,300 to get onto course. So now that we're almost on course, we're going to turn to the left. All right, there's 3,300. So we're going to make a left-hand turn around to our course to get on course. And then they said after that, we climb to 6,000 feet. So I'm going to switch our selected altitude here up to 6,000. I have nav mode on as well. Just hit that. So it's on standby once we get close enough to our course.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, climb and maintain 6,000 feet.
All right, they're giving us climb and maintain 6,000. Dude, these screenshots are so epic when there's so many of us. Climb and maintain 6,000 feet, Cessna Kilo India Papa. All right, so we got 6,000. Go back to indicated airspeed mode, FLC mode, whatever you want to call it. And we're going to climb at 115. Once we get up, I'll slow down a bit. We can all group back up. Dude, look at the traffic. It's beautiful. Look at this. Working title team, behold the stress test. All right, we're gonna keep turning left here. Whoops, I stopped turning. We're gonna keep turning left to go onto course. So north heading now, and we'll intercept our first leg of this course here. Onward. Is the Caravan heavy? I forget the zero fuel weight of the Caravan, but I know that, so what I'm running is 9 passengers right now with 75% fuel. the overall payload allowance is like 8,800 pounds or something like that. It's really good for something like on-air company. Like you can carry a ton of cargo and up to 14 passengers in this in on-air company. Between 9 and 14, mattering how you configure it. Which airport? I'll paste in the route again. There's the route CYWK in Canada. Charlie, Yankee,
Cessna,
Whiskey, Kilo.
India, Papa, climb and maintain 8,000 feet.
All right, we're going to 8,000. Climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Cessna, Kilo, India, Papa. All right, changing that up to 8,000 feet instead. And GPS mode, so our nav mode is hitting in. We're still in flight level change mode, so it's going up to 8,000 still. I had pulled back the throttle when we first took off to keep it in the green. Prop RPM's 1 faster than it should be. There we go. 1897. See how everybody else is doing. Climbing out of this. Big Smoke is flying something really fast. Oh, he's accelerating. That's what's happening. All right, I'll see you guys on top of the clouds here. Right now I'm at 100. I'm climbing at 115 knots, so it's going to be different for everybody because we're all potentially in different planes. So it's up to you, really. Like, climb what's good for your plane. Once we get up, I'll slow down a bit, then we can all catch up. This is a good, like, 200-mile route, so we got plenty of time to catch up and take screenshots and all that fun stuff. Oh, Ivan joined the flight. What's up, Ivan? The whirling sound of the wind, yeah. Yeah, it sounds great. Yeah, let me update the title just to include our new departure airport. Oh no, it is in there, okay. I just put Pilot2ATC in the title if you guys want to reference that. I'm still trying to figure out what I like the best between Pilot2ATC and Pro-ATC. I did customize Pilot2ATC a little bit with some different voices. There's like a Amazon Poly is this like text-to-speech surface that you can use to add more voices to Windows. And it costs like pennies for thousands of words or whatever translated, but yeah, I'm just trying that out right now. I'll probably, on the next stream, try out Pro-ATC again. They each have their pluses and minuses, so yeah, maybe I need to do a video comparing them, but usually I just like to try them for a bit, make my decision, and then say which one I think is the best. But yeah, they're both pretty good. Like, Pilot2ATC is good for GA, because you can use a GA call sign. You don't have to be an airliner call sign. And Pro-ATC does airliner call signs only. We're going to 8,000 feet right now, Ricardo. And I'm leveling off at 8,000 right now, so I'll slow down a bit, and we can all catch up here and get onto the course. And I pasted the entire route in, so right now the leg that we're on is from YWK direct Pekro, P-E-K-R-O. So if you look in the chat, that's the current route. And I'll show it here on the screen too, just in case you can't see the chat. So CYWK is our departure. And right now we're going between the VOR right there, YWK, and Pekro. Papa, Echo, Kilo, Romeo, Oscar. P-E-K-R-O. So if you just put in this route, if you want to use nav mode or something, you'll be right on course. All right, I'm going to slow down to like 130, maybe like 120 knots or so more people can catch up. And then I'll put in the throttle after that. Probably be more like 150, 155 after that. And we should have good tailwinds now. Yeah, we have a 31 knot tailwind. Yes. Oh, no, we don't. No, that's the crosswind. Wait, what happened to our winds? 33 knot crosswind? We have a 2 knot tailwind. Maybe a little bit of disconnect with SimBrief. SimBrief said we were going to have a plus, like an overall wind component of like plus 14 or 15 or something like that. So we don't have a good tailwind. We just have a full-on crosswind. So we're crabbed in quite a bit here. Extra departure waypoint. Interesting. How do you insert a flight plan on Xbox? It depends on where you're doing it from. If you're doing it in the world map, then you can get them to recommend one. It won't necessarily match ours, but in the top left corner you can choose IFR, low or high altitude, and that'll put in a recommended flight plan for you. They may pick a similar one, the one we're using. The second way is assuming you have avionics like a Garmin, and you can use GPS. In this case, we're programming it in using the flight plan window right here. And on Xbox, it'll probably be kind of cumbersome to do this, but you could learn to do it for sure. It'll just be a little harder with a controller. I highly recommend attaching a keyboard and a mouse to your Xbox. It'll make this stuff a lot easier, so. And I have a bunch of videos showing how to do this stuff, so yeah, after the stream, you know, if you want to practice and learn how to do it, you can check the videos out. But for now, if you're already up in the sky, you can just follow the nameplates. Looks like I need to slow down just a little bit for you guys. I'll slow down to like 120 or so the pack can catch up. I mean, you guys are pretty close already. But if we want to get some epic screenshots on these clouds with like 10 of us flying together, we could all pull together and everybody could take some cool screenshots. Hey Sness, what's up? Just getting into this live. Overall, how do I like update 10? It's awesome. So I'm on PC, so my experience is probably a little different than people on Xbox, but tons of performance improvements. The NXI, if you use the G1000, the NXI is absolutely insane. I've been making videos about that the last year or so, following the work that the working title team's been doing on this. So it's super exciting that it's out for everybody. It's incredible. If you don't do this kind of flight planning, you know, with GPS and stuff, then it's not a huge deal for you. But if you do get into this kind of flight planning and modern avionics like glass panel, dude, it's so good. It's so good. And they post progress on other things they're working on in their Discord. So here, let me link their website again. Yeah, so here's the working title site. So I'll just throw a link to this in, and at the bottom they have a link to their Discord. They have their like CJ4 mod and G3000 mods, but they are the team that everybody has to thank for all the awesome NXI improvements. Yeah, it's badass. It's great. Yeah, and it's totally worth learning if you want to have some more modern avionics and do IFR flying. You want to do procedures. And have an awesome autopilot. It's great, yeah. Use the NXI all the time. Yeah, if you haven't used the Sim Update 10 beta yet, you're in for a huge amount of updates. Yeah, you use the NXI all the time. Okay. Yeah, if you weren't on the beta, the main things that are different for this one release from non-beta or before Sim Update 10 to Sim Update 10, the main things are you can change all of the altitudes for VNAV right here is one of them. For planes that have radar altimeters and weather radar, it supports those now. So the Grand Caravan has weather radar, so I can now go here and turn on weather radar. So only if the plane has the equipment will this be available. Yeah, I can go to mode here, standby weather, and turn it on. There's no precipitation, it looks like, so it's just totally blank right now. Yeah, those are the main things added. And then if you use the in-game ATC, like you could with the regular G1000, you can now request IFR clearance with the in-game ATC with the NXI. That's also another huge improvement. So yeah, it's great. All right, guys, I'm going to speed up a little bit here, more towards our cruise. Actually, did everybody got a chance to take any? Yeah, everybody's breaking off. All right, looks like everybody's putting the pedal to the metal, so I will do the same. You guys are potentially faster than me as well. Grand Caravan hauls a lot, but it's not the fastest in the world. All right, I'll probably get up to 155, 160 indicated. We'll see how the winds treat us here. And then we're headed direct Pekra right now. This is a pretty boring flight plan, but you know, at least we'll get to do another flight together. And the clouds look awesome right now, so it's good stuff. The aerobatics begin. Big Smoke's going into the smoke. I mean, I know it's not smoke. You heard there were RNAV updates. As part of the NXI, yeah, they added support for back course approaches. Was the latest approach that they added. So yeah, if you find yourself at a rare back course, localizer back course approach, you can now use the BC button here, so it'll line up with that approach correctly. Gamer tag, mine is Kip space OTG, like on the ground. I'm one letter away from being Kip OG, but I messed it up. I should have planned that a little better. I say this every hour. I think it's about time to say it again. I am so stoked Sim Update 10's out and we can all like see each other again. It's great. It was pretty lonely in the world, the sim world on Microsoft Flight Sim in the beta, because not as many people, of course, are going to opt in and be on the beta. So it's awesome to have everybody on the same servers again for multiplayer. And one thing I just noticed is that there's a setting where you can make it so people can get really close to you without kind of disappearing. I'm going to pause real quick and change that setting here. Is it under accessibility? Where is it? Camera, maybe? POV reset. Oh, where is it? Traffic. Nope, I didn't find it. I forgot where it is. There's a setting where you can make it so it doesn't like ghost out the plane that's too close to you. So you can literally be right on top of each other. Mostly works just fine. We were all lonely Pablo Escobar. True. Yep. You're talking about this, right? Yeah, this was us before today. All of us. It feels good now. Oh, miscellaneous. All right, let me see how fast I can do it. Miscellaneous. Ah, no, it's not there. Where is it? I know it's some... Oh, it's probably in graphics. Nope, it's not in graphics either. Where is that setting? There's a setting where it lets people get close to you. I don't know where it is. Yeah, Underdog. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Underdog saying that there are 2 new shortcuts you can bind now to a key or a shortcut. One is to toggle nameplates on and off, so I keep doing that on the stream. So I set mine to like Control F12, but you need to set it yourself. There's no default button for it. So yeah, I can just turn the nameplates on and off. So if I want to take a screenshot and not have the names in it, you know, just so it looks like more real, I guess, I can do that. And then yeah, Control F11 is what I set. for toggling the taxi ribbon, but you have to set both of those yourself. I'm actually going to... Oh, I just accelerated, but I probably shouldn't do that because on air will yell at me. The bottom of traffic. Okay. Thanks, Mike and Parker. Let me check that out again. I went there. I just missed it, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Close proximity on. Oh, generic multiplayer models off. Okay, cool. I'm going to turn it off for AI too. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of my settings got reset. I know some people said that their controller settings got changed, so they had to rebind a bunch of keys. That's happened before with updates like this, so if that happens to you, what you should do is go... It sucks, but you have to go into your control settings, switch back to the default profile for that controller, that peripheral, and then rebind your keys. That's kind of the most surefire way to get out of it, is just reset to default and then bind your custom keys again. A couple people said they had that happen to them, so. Look at that beautiful Kodiak. When are they? Yeah, November for helicopters. So this is Sim Update 10. The big things here are stability, bug fixes and stability, performance improvements, those kind of things. All the really like the guts of the simulator got worked on. They introduced DLSS for people that have NVIDIA cards. We're gonna be on the lookout for a GeForce experience like driver update. So an NVIDIA driver update for those of you on NVIDIA cards. So I don't think it's out yet. But that update is supposed to put in some more specific support for Microsoft Flight Sim specifically. So supposedly like DLSS and DirectX 12 could work better with that update. We'll see when that comes out from NVIDIA. And then the huge feature thing of it, I mean, there were a lot of changes made to wind. There were wind bug fixes. So like we noticed in our last flight, like on final, you'll notice the wind a lot more than you would before. Someone said, I think they're right, that they said the bug was that wind reduced to 0 knots when you were close to the ground. So basically there was no like ground effect. There were no gusty winds on final as you're coming into land. So it's much more challenging again. And then finally, I mean, potentially the biggest thing from my point of view is all the NXI updates. So if you use the G1000 NXI, you've probably heard of the working title team. That's the default in the simulator now. So every stock Asobo plane, like the 208, like the 172, anything else that has the G1000, some of the Diamonds have it. What else has it? Any plane with a G1000 in a Asobo plane, a stock Microsoft Flight Sim plane, it'll have the NXI now. If you're running a third-party plane, so if you're running something like the Kodiak, for example, which has the NXI, if the Kodiak has not yet been updated, I don't think it has, to get the NXI, you still need to download the NXI from the marketplace. It basically doesn't hurt to just download it from the marketplace anyway, just in case you have a third-party plane that uses it, to make sure that it's using the NXI. And it's not like having two copies, not like having two copies of the NXI in your sim. All the marketplace thing does is tell the other planes to point to the NXI that's in all the other planes. So yeah, do the other working title mods still work? Yes, but I think, let me check the Discord. The working title Discord, they posted updates on that just today. So there's one, I think the G3000 still works, but they posted an update for the CJ4. So if you're using the CJ4 mod, there's a new version that came out today. Came out this morning, right after the sim update did. So if you use the CJ4, then go ahead and check for the latest version. You can look at their Discord or their website, I think, has it as well. Workingtitle.arrow. I'll link that again in the chat to their website. Go to 11,000. Being above 10,000 so you don't have to talk to ATC people. Where we are is... What do you mean you don't have to talk to anybody? I mean, you can just not talk to anybody ever if you don't want to. But yeah, if you put in an IFR flight plan, if you're using the in-game ATC, yeah, and you do an IFR flight plan, it's actually, you're going to end up with a lot more AI traffic usually. Yeah, if you don't want to hear AI traffic or multiplayer traffic on the ATC, you can just turn it off. You wish the CJ4 would be default. Oh, yeah. I mean, go and check the working title Discord, because they did such an awesome job on the NX side. They post progress videos and screenshots of all the stuff they're working on. So if you want to like see, like, it's not an insider scoop, it's the, you know, it's public because it's on their Discord. So you can go ahead on their Discord, go look in their progress channel. If you go to the website, their website, it's linked at the bottom. You can hop in there, look at the progress channel and see the videos and the screenshots they post. They've been posting a bunch of them lately. G1000 doesn't work with VFR map. Okay, I'm not sure if that's a known issue. I haven't been using the G3000 lately myself. It's possible though. The GTN 750 was also breaking the VFR map. And somebody earlier today said that there was an update released from the developer on that one, so you can check out if there's a new one there. And oh yeah, if you don't use the G1000 at least, you still get these updates to the VFR map. Working title also did these, so you can now click on waypoints. You get a little range thing in the bottom corner as well. You can click on airports. You can click on pretty much any waypoint here and get information about it. If it's a airport, you'll get all the information you see on the Garmin's. So you get like the location, airport elevation, runway info, you get frequencies, you get ILS info if it has it. This one doesn't. And then you get a METAR if one's available for the weather. And then also at the top, you can just search. So you can type in anything you want. Get a autocomplete here for the results and click that to hop to it. So I'm looking at the weather and the frequencies in LA right now, even though we're flying in Canada. So it's another really awesome update to the VFR map. If you are running the F16 breaks VFR, so it sounds like there are some planes, some mods that break the VFR map. So, you know, flight sim forums and the Microsoft Flight Sim forums and Reddit and stuff like that. Googling will be more helpful than I will about all that stuff, because who knows how many things are breaking it. The GTN 750 mod is something I was using that was breaking it. But like I said a few minutes ago, the developer, somebody said they released an update already to fix that, so. Dude, this is such a great cloud layer here. This is awesome. Okay, we have kind of far to go, right? Okay, 35 miles until we're at Pecro. I think it's kind of halfway. And then our next waypoint's 137 nautical miles. So yeah, we got some time to buckle in here. I highly recommend autopilot and grabbing a snack if you want. Airspeed 154 right now. True airspeed's 177 and over the ground 190. Did the winds change? Let's see here. Does a crosswind really help us that much? It's interesting. It says it only have a 2-knot tailwind component, 27 crosswind. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Like, we're turning into the crosswind, so when we turn into it, it's going to end up pushing this, you know, it's going to end up pushing the back of our plane, so I guess that makes sense. Nice, Chris. In real life purposes, if you're above 10,000, you don't have to talk to, Bravo and Delta Airspace ATC people. You just mean because you'll be on a different frequency? I'm not super familiar with that, so you're teaching me something here. I'm not sure about that. I believe you though. Did Asobo put the NXi in the marketplace? Why not the G3000, the CJ4, 750 in the marketplace before it's complete? I think the answer is going to be different for every one of those. I mean, the G3000 was out before the NXi was worked on at all, I think. I think the NXI made it into the marketplace because Microsoft hired Working Title. They hired them to work on it. So those avionics, you know, they're working directly with Microsoft to get it in there. It was in the marketplace as a beta because they needed to make sure it was finished until today, until it got put into every plane. So, you know, it was basically an opt-in, like a beta period. And the reason why I like the, I don't know why, like the CJ4 mod, the G3000 mod, maybe that'll happen the same way. I don't know. The GNS 750, I'm not sure why that one's not in the marketplace, but I guess it has to do, my guess would be that it has to do with the payment that the developer of the GNS 750 takes. He charges for it. And also there's also a lifetime, he does like, there's a 1-year payment to get 1 year of access. There's a lifetime payment to get lifetime access to the 750. So for him, for the developer, I'm guessing it just doesn't work with his model of how you pay for it. Now, who knows? Maybe we'll see that in the future. Maybe not. Hey Jason, what's up? Yeah, you can join if you want. We're pretty between airports right now, so it might be hard. Actually, let me see what the closest airport is on the VFR map. We're on the USA West server. I think there were, yeah, okay, here's an airport coming up. CZUM is coming up. Charlie Zulu Uniform Mike. We're on USA West. So nearest airport, CZUM, USA West. I'll type it in the chat for you. And yeah, USA West. And then, yeah, you'll want to take off and head south to find us. If you have the traffic, like the nameplates turned on for multiplayer, you should see the group. There's a good, I don't know, we got 10, 12, 15 of us. Good amount of people. And we're headed direct Pekro right here. P-E-K-R-O. Oh, the music's putting you to sleep. Oh, man. Is it not quiet enough? Let me switch over to Synthwave. This is some like two-tone Murphy style stuff here. It's a good point. Spawn midair. Yeah, there you go. Spawn midair at Pekro. Yeah, there you go. That's a good option too. Somebody earlier was saying that spawning on another player was crashing the sim for them. So that's up to you if you want to try that. How would I say... Simo? I don't know. Simo? Simot? I don't know. Is this a trick to get me to say something? Kodiak 100's 40 knots, too slow. If only we had a Kodiak 900. I feel like I haven't watched Two Tone for a while, but doesn't he play like synthwave music like this all the time? Wear a wig and stuff? It's hilarious. Minecraft music. All right, I'll turn it back down. There has a beat to it, so at least we won't fall asleep. Sorry about that. What playlist? I can link you to it actually. I'm using Spotify. It's a public playlist. It's on it's called Stream Beats. It's copyright free music. So if you look up Stream Beats, Harris Heller, he's a YouTuber that does a lot of stuff, and he puts out copyright free music. So you can use this on Twitch, you can use it on YouTube, whatever, and not get a copyright strike against you. So, yeah, it's cool. He's got a bunch of different playlists.
India Papa contact Gander Domestic Center on 126.02. Enjoy.
126.02 Cessna Kilo India Papa. All right, 12602. We're going to check in there for our next Pilot to ATC one. Hey, Samuel, what's up? I know. Me neither. Hey, I mean, people wanted to keep flying. I had to do what the people wanted. I think maybe 125 is our only option here. We can't do... They say 0.02. They don't have the last digit. The 10,000th place or whatever. That third decimal point there of precision. So hopefully this works. We'll find out. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. Royal Blood by Stream Beats. I wonder if that's on this playlist. I mean, this stuff is great. I mean, I can't believe all this is copyright free. And I just have it on randomized, so yeah, it's good stuff. She sounds hotter after the update. No, Jason. No, I'm using something else. This is not Microsoft Flight Sim ATC. I'm using Pilot2ATC, and then I kind of customized it. There are some tutorials on it, but here, I'll type out what I'm using. Pilot2ATC plus Amazon Poly is what I'm using. So it's just additional voices for Windows through Amazon. They have like a text-to-speech service, so it uses that for those voices. So you can pick from a bunch of different ones. But yeah, it improves them quite a bit. Uh-oh, the music's uncomfortable mostly. We're maybe turning the music off. You have to do what the people want. Popping out MFD and PFD, yeah, kills your FPS. Yeah, I don't remember them talking about any improvements there. What is going on with the terrain down here? For a second, I thought it was Minecraft. Somebody said Minecraft music. Look what the terrain looks like down here. Is just like very blocky looking. Oh, you put in a 17-knot tailwind. Something else you can do is go to your control settings and put in some shortcuts for increase and decrease sim rate, and that'll let you teleport fast forward basically. I'll type that in the chat too so you know the shortcut name. So increase and decrease sim rate. You can bind those to a shortcut, and then you can use those to catch up. You grenaded your Kodiak's motor running it at full power, not paying attention. Oh no. That's one nice thing about the Grand Caravan. Yeah, it's definitely more forgiving. The analog Grand Caravan, though, by comparison, is not very forgiving. You can damage the engine in the analog version. Oh yeah, I don't have the... I wish I had Einstein in this. After flying the 310, we were able to put on... You can like hit the... Just click right here, and a little like bobblehead Einstein pops up, which is amazing. I love it. Yeah, it looks like I'm like far ahead of... How am I this far ahead now? Maybe just the power of the Grand Caravan. I'm going to pull it back a bit. Let me pull back to like 120 knots or so for a little bit. Can regroup again. Uh-oh, my jam is now leading the poll. So for the people that are uncomfortable with the music, sorry. I don't know what to say. Analog King Air. Yeah. Black Square is the dev team that made the... nice dive. They made the analog Grand Caravan. I've been flying that a bit too, and it's awesome. All right, I'm down to 130 knots now. I mean, the Grand Caravan might be a little swifter than the Kodiak, but... Oh, I didn't check in with ATC. I should do that. But the takeoff distance for the Grand Caravan is way better. All right, let me check in with the ATC again here. All right, let's see if they recognize what I say. Cessna Kilo India Papa 8,000 feet. Nothing. Make Yoda my ATC. Oh, could I do that? Oh, that's such a good idea. Oh, you can totally do that, can't you? You can do like, oh man, is that a copyright issue? Crap, man, streaming. That would be so funny. I wonder if that would be. I think I should do it on my next stream, and see if it gets a copyright infringement or something. That would be so funny. I'll have to try that. That's such a good idea. But could you focus, like, you're getting vectored by Yoda? Or like Samuel L. Jackson or something? Arnold Schwarzenegger vectoring you to final? That would be really funny. Alright, I'm down to 122 knots now. Let me try this ATC call again. It thinks that I said... It doesn't think that I switched frequency yet. 126.02. It says I'm on 126.125. Wait, what? Did it switch my frequency? Let me try this again. 126.02. I think it like changed my frequency. Actually, let me check the spacing, right? Well, let me just try this frequency first. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. No, nothing. Is it the spacing issue on the aux page? Can I fix this? Let me close this out and check the aux page. Spacing 8.33. So if I change this to 25 kilohertz, does that mean I can change to 0.0 at the end here? There we go. That's the problem. 126.02. No, I can't. Right. That's even higher spacing. Bummer. Okay. 126.02. How do I fix this? I wonder if there's a config option to use the 8.3 kilohertz spacing. I'm just going to get by it by letting my co-pilot change the frequency for me already. Or to change the frequency for me. I don't think that helped. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. Yeah, it's not responding. Let me try...
Center on 126.02 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Okay, let's see if it changes the frequency for me now. Not changing the frequency. They put 025 in, okay. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. And it's not replying to me. It doesn't like me. I don't like you either. I know the quote. Jobu coming in hot. Awesome. Let's see where he's at. Do I see him yet? I assume you're going to be off my left wing. Oh, I see you in the back. There you are. Used to do it on your... Oh, on your Garmin. Yeah, that's classic. Yeah, that's great. Get down now. Sir Randy Savage, Mr. T. They're great ideas. Miko says in a few minutes going to be coming in Mach 1.05. I'm sure we'll notice you. Bring it on. Bring it in. Remember the GPS sticky thing you put in your car window? Oh, I do. Absolutely. Lock it in, boys. Lock it in. Not too close. Don't make it awkward. Man, the 310 looks so cool. I'm having a really good time flying the 310. It's so hard to pick. I was saying this on the last stream. It's just so hard to pick a plane right now. Most people don't like the music. Uh-oh. All right, I think we could end this poll. It's really hard to pick a plane right now, even in GA. I mean, maybe it's easy to pick them if you're flying airliners, but with the Kodiak, the Cessna 172 enhanced one, the Analog Caravan, the 414 Chancellor, the Cessna 310, there's so many awesome planes to fly. I mean, then you have like the Pilatus, like the Porter is still in the game for everybody, right? It's in the sim for everybody. All right, still at 120 knots here. A320. Someday I'll fly the airliners. I don't know. I really do like being low though. Being high every now and then is really fun. Just the speed, you know, is great. Oh, the Tomcat. I don't know if I've flown the Tomcat. Let me try the Say It thing on the ATC again. Yeah, it's not letting me tune into 126.02 as a frequency because it's like not a legit frequency. So maybe there must be an option in here for the spacing, right? Let me see if I can find this. It's set to US, default squawk code. I got all that set up. Pilot2ATC provides ATIS. Yes. We really need to tune in. We need to know what departure. Oh, Dark Stars. Dark Stars and On Air Company. Yeah, I don't see an option for the spacing, for the frequency spacing. So I have no idea what to do now. Yeah, I don't see a way to fix this. How do I? Man, I don't know if there's anything I can do. I don't have the ability to like click a button to change to the right frequency in Pilot2ATC. (126.02). Yeah, and this is the closest I can get is 126.025. I don't know what to do. PFP 109 degrees weather? Oh, you're talking to somebody else, sorry. I think. You can keep up with most GA aircrafts with full flaps. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna speed up again here. You guys are pretty far ahead of me now. I'm just gonna try to do it in the middle. Alright, how far do we have to our next waypoint here? 112 nautical miles left. But we'll be we'll be right near our destination airport then. Top of descent is calculated out there already. That's interesting that it calculates it even though I don't have a any kind of VNAV altitude put in, but it's calculating a top of descent. Squawk 7600, yeah. Radio failure. Let me try it again. Maybe, what can I do? I'm not sure what I can do at this point. 126.02. It's just a frequency I can't use. And when I hit all the buttons here to automatically change, and I even told the co-pilot to change the frequency, and it can't do it properly either. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. All right, change the playlist again. See if this one's a little more agreeable. It's very quiet, so see what happens. Do I think Pilot2ATC as a username is confusing? When my YouTube name is SimPilot. I don't know, do it with a 1 or something. Try all the like. I would try like SimPilot YT. Can you do that? People put YT on the end of theirs, like they put TTV. Try that. Maybe that'll work for you. Or you can try putting like a 1 in place, you know. There's probably not another, maybe there is a SimPilot YT. Who knows? You'll find out. Maybe that'll work. Then they know where to find you on YouTube, right through your username. Bam. Free marketing. All right, I need to catch up to everybody else now. A little bit. Free use grindcore. I don't know what that is. It sounds... I think that if the vote was the synthwave is making people uncomfortable, then I wonder what grindcore would do. There's lo-fi. I've used that one a bit. I was using the ambient playlist before. I live in Los Angeles, Jason. Yeah, I've used the lo-fi one before, which is pretty cool. Sometimes it gets a little like cheesy sounding. I don't know. Whatever. It's all free copyright music. So thank you, Harris Heller. I'd rather have this than nothing. Good, decent background music. I can turn it down a bit if it bugs you guys, though. I know that a lot of people like to just play their own music, right? Or turn on YouTube or a TV show, whatever they're doing, like while they sim. So it's not totally normal to have music while you're someone else's music while you're flying, you know? Yeah, you can change your flight sim username, but I think, does it cost money to change your, I think it costs $5 or something to change it. You've probably seen me at LAX, so possible. Or just walking around. It's possible. I've been in LA, how long have I been in LA now? 10 years? Probably going on 10 years. I've lived in California a really long time. I love LA. Lo-fi and synth are great for subtle background music. Yeah, I think some people just don't like music in their streams, especially like a flight sim stream. Man, how can these are like the make or break it moments for using programs like this, like Pilot2ATC and Pro-ATC. When you run into a bug like this or something where I basically can't use it anymore. So, you know, we've been flying for an hour or whatever now, and I'm not going to get an approach, probably. So it's, it can be a little frustrating. I know this stuff is complex. Like, this is not easy to program by any means. So, yeah, but it can be frustrating. 17 years in LA, cool. Oh, your whole life. You like to hear the engine sounds, yeah, the gear, flaps, etc. Yeah, yeah, I could do that. So for me to do that and hear
Cessna Kilo India Papa expedite climb to 8,000 feet.
They're talking to us. Okay, the weather just changed. I don't know. So have you guys noticed that shift right there? The METAR just updated and we dropped 220 feet in altitude. I thought they worked on smoothing that out. That was in the release notes, smoothing out the weather changes, I thought. They said they were going to interpolate between like the old and the new METAR. Anyway, let's respond. They just responded to us, which is weird. Climb and maintain 8,000 feet, Cessna Kilo India Papa. So it just talked to us, so I guess we're on with it. It just never said anything. Cessna Kilo India Papa, request weather at Charlie Yankee Romeo. Nope. Doesn't like me. Look at this. We're going to fly right through this, huh? Yeah, William, I think... So I'm using the headphone simulation mode right now to keep the engines really quiet. I generally like to hear them too. I think if I turn them really low, maybe it becomes not super annoying. I just need to be able to hear the ATC stuff over it. So I've been making the engine noise pretty quiet just so hopefully you guys can hear ATC. Oh, I see, Oliver. Yeah, I guess that's a good point then. I didn't know you weren't going to make videos. I thought you were trying to make it match your YouTube name for doing YouTube stuff. It doesn't, I mean, it doesn't have to match. You could use ones or something or just put a random number on the end, you know? I mean, people will be able to find you when you group up with people to play with them and sim with them. You'll be able to share your username no matter what it is. Like we got Subdued Rat 44538. He's got no problem joining up with a flight. So, yeah, it'll be fine. Just pick something that you like. And yeah, you can change. I think they charge to change it. I do have the Just Flight Warrior too. I haven't flown it since I first bought it. But it's really nice. I like it. I haven't flown it for a while. I've mostly been flying like the Grand Caravan and stuff just for a little more speed. The analog Grand Caravan and the Cessna the 130R are the two I've been flying most recently, and I love both of those planes. Bunch of weird approaches at CYYR. Okay, let's take a look at those.
India Papa descend and maintain 8,000 feet.
The METAR changed again. Look, we just bumped up 250 feet. Descend and maintain 8,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa. Yeah, let's see what kind of approaches we have then. Ricardo says it has a ton of weird approaches, so let's see what's going on here. What did they give us last time? They gave us an RNAV Alpha approach, which I forgot is a circling approach. Let's see what we have at Goose Bay. Okay, so we have a few ILS approaches for runway 08. RNAV. Oh, there's TACAN approaches, so these are military approaches. Yeah, TACAN approach. That's cool. High TACAN, RNAV. So another RNAV approach. Runway 26, there's a localizer. What is a high? Oh, a back course. Oh, wow. We have a localizer seen in the wild for the first time, I think. We have a localizer back course approach. I have no idea what a high localizer is. I assume if I was to take a guess, I would guess that it just has more range or something like that. More precision. Or maybe it's for military use. I don't know. Anyway, we have a localizer back course approach. That's cool. More TACAN approaches for other ones. We have an NDB approach. That could be awesome. So here's the NDB. Sorry, this is the VOR right here. Where is the NDB that we use for this approach? Oh, right here. It's called Goose. 257 megahertz. I think it's megahertz, right? So NDB approach, that gets us to this point basically, and then we are visual from there probably. What are the minimums there? 620, 467 AGL for the minimums on an NDB approach. Yeah, then we have more RNAV approaches. That's really cool. Yeah, there's some cool ones here. So we could potentially have a localizer back course approach. That would be amazing. That would be amazing just because that back course is one of the things that got added to the G1000 NXI for this release, you know, for Sim Update 10. So that'd be cool to do a back course approach. We'll see what the minimums are though, and what the weather's like there. Somebody just dove right in front of it. Wait, was that Subdued? Did you just teleport to the ground? Jason says, how do I read my chats? So I have a single monitor. I have an ultra-wide monitor. And I use Flight Sim in windowed mode when I'm doing it for YouTube. So I have a 1600 tall. So it's not 4K or anything. The resolution is 1600 tall vertically when it's full screened. And then I play windowed at 1440p. So I have it windowed. On the right side, I just have YouTube tiled to the right so I can see it off the edge. So I have Flight Sim in the middle, YouTube on the right, and OBS on the left. And then when I switch to my browser, you know, like this to look at websites and stuff like this, I'll just do that right over it. I'll just Alt-Tab to my browser, and I have it set up in OBS so it automatically changes the window and all that. Yeah, if you want to, if you're gonna stream or make videos or something and you want any tips or anything, hit me up on Discord. I'm more than happy to share all that.
Contact Gander Domestic Center on 120.4. Enjoy.
120.4 enjoy. Interesting frequency. 120.4 Cessna Kilo India Papa. Oh, DND. Yeah, I don't know what DND means on the approach plate either. That's a new one for me. All right, let's switch frequency. 120.4. 120. There's 2, 3, 4. All right, 120.4. 8,000 feet. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. Gridded multitasking. Yeah, I mean, I use autopilot a lot anyway, but when you're streaming and stuff, like, it helps a lot. Yeah, reading the chat. I use autopilot even more than normal when I'm doing this, generally just to keep up with chat. I mean, that's why we're here, right? Not just to sit and watch. You know, we're here to talk to each other, so I try to pay attention to chat closely, because we can't do this as easily through like YouTube comments or things like that. So yeah, I mean, it's a good time. I'm stoked you guys are here hanging out, and yeah, I hope this flight isn't too boring for you. We did a little more scenic stuff earlier. We just did a pretty it wasn't super long flight, maybe less than an hour in New Zealand to start the stream earlier today. That was 7 hours ago now, so been on for a while. Enjoy FM. Yeah, it sounds like it could be a radio station. All right, let me try again. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. Usually when I check in, they don't answer, so I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, okay, so I have to flip back. They didn't hear me say the other thing. This happens pretty often. If I don't say it and it doesn't register for the frequency change, then it kind of stops, so I'm just going to let the computer do that.
Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Uncertified instructor. Yes, I am not an instructor. See a real instructor. Not me if you're going to fly real airplanes. I am a gamer. All right, let's change now. All right, let's see if this works. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. Oh, flying through hurricanes? Yeah. I haven't done that for a long time, like since the sim first came out. Yes, we're getting the... hopefully it's not too late where we can get this sunset in. The sunset will hopefully last long enough to see it while we're landing. Oh yeah, it's just going down, so might be another nighttime landing here. Man, I thought like minus 7 hours was enough, but I guess I didn't quite beat out the time difference there. A Top Gun anthem. Yeah, if it wouldn't get my video taken down, I would totally do that, but YouTube scans everything and it'll like copyright strike your video, and I don't want to anger the YouTube gods. I think Twitch is much more forgiving for that kind of stuff. Much more common there than on YouTube, I think. All right, I'm going to give it a little more power here. Everybody's still ahead of me, which is nice, too, to see everybody in front. All right, so we're at... how many miles away we are? 68 nautical miles. It seems so close, but this is zoomed out to... what was this zoomed out to? 50 nautical miles, so... I still just love seeing all the traffic on the NXI. This was one of the updates as well, seeing multiplayer traffic. All those TA, RA alerts going off. All right, let's try checking in with ATC. Let me hit say it and see if that works. No, it's not working. Weird. 120.4, 120.4, 120.4, 120.4. I got it. It's right. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. It does not like me. Yeah, see, it still says center, and it's actually not What looks like is happening is it's not actually getting my text to speak. It's not hearing me because it should be showing what I'm saying. Cessna Kilo India Papa, say again.
Cessna Kilo
this
India
woke it up
Papa
last time.
contact Gander Domestic Center on 120.4. Enjoy.
Sounds like a Android. 120.4. Enjoy. Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Aircraft calling center, say again with your call sign.
Cessna Kilo India Papa. What is this on 2 mile upwind? Alright, let's try again. Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. Nope. Let's try here. Cessna Kilo India Papa, say again. That works.
Cessna Kilo India Papa contact Gander Domestic Center on 120.4. Enjoy.
120.4 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you were garbled. Please say again.
I think there's the like a Windows speech recognition thing is just having problems, is what I'm guessing. I'll let the computer say it again. Nope, it won't. It won't work. Oh no. Let's try this one. Say assigned frequency.
Say assigned frequency for Cessna Kilo
See if it wakes
India
it up.
Papa.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, this is Gander Domestic Center on 120.4.
Alright. This is
Please
Pilot2ATC,
repeat your
so this
request.
is the ATC replacement I'm trying out. Alright, so it won't let me reply to it, so... You got chills. Yeah, okay. Cessna Kilo India Papa 120.4.
Cessna Kilo
It doesn't
India
like
Papa,
me.
you were garbled. Please say again.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, 8,000 feet. Alright, whatever. We're just going to wait to see, and hopefully in the next 30 miles or so, they assign us an approach. She did talk to us recently. So I think she'll probably talk to us again. we'll see how it goes. Brother! Look, it's my twin. Or my cousin, I guess. We look mostly alike, but a little similar. I guess brother is the way to go. Hey, Kevorkian. We are flying to, what is it called? Goose Bay. Charlie, Yankee, Romeo. That's our destination. And nearest airport right now, let's check that. Nearest airport is far away. 50 miles away. Which is the one we're going to. So, if you wanted to join at this point, we have, let's see what we have left. We have 55 miles left, so it might be a pretty short flight. Let's see what the nearest fix is. Nearest intersection is 37 nautical miles away. Alright, that's not great either. Can you spawn at an NDB? I'm not sure. Nearest VOR. Everything's pretty far, actually. But I guess you could go to our destination, take off in a Hornet, and catch up to us and turn around. Something like that. Hey, Zaid, what's up? Just saw this channel on my on your recommend. Oh, awesome. Thanks, YouTube. Welcome. We're just flying along here in Canada. I'm doing like my on-air company stream. I've been doing this like once a week on the weekends usually, but I wanted to start this stream earlier today when Sim Update 10 came out. So just been looking over that. I've been on the beta for a while, so pretty much everything's the same as the beta. But it's nice to see everybody again. We're all on the same multiplayer server again, so it feels good. I don't know who just zoomed past us and what, but they're going super fast. Underdog. It's got to be in a Hornet or something. Oh, wait to see us land? Yeah, cool. Yeah, we're just 50 nautical miles away. We're waiting for the approach to get assigned still, so I'm using a third-party ATC called Pilot2ATC. And I'm a little worried it's not going to give me an approach, but we'll find out. We'll find out eventually. Loving Sim Update 10. Finally see other multiplayer traffic. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's a Hornet. Yeah, it's really cool seeing the multiplayer traffic now. Yeah, it's great. Love it. We got a couple traffics right here. All right, who's the furthest ahead? Is it Shoot? I think Shoot might be the furthest ahead. Let's see what we get for our approach here. Looks like we're gonna have another nighttime landing here at 50 miles away. Ricardo got ILS runway 08. ILS Zulu. Okay, yeah, so that's probably, I don't know if one is like an RNP approach and one's a GPS approach usually. Runway 8. Let's see what this one is. Hey, Jason. Oh, you're Goose 84? So many gooses. So many gooses and Mavericks. Love it. ILS 08. So ILS 08 is, let's see down here. I want to see what the difference between these two is. I wonder if one is an RNP approach. Say Goose. Okay. Well, this is a towered airport at least, so we're making it back towards civilization. I can't tell the difference between the two easily. Just looks like one has more, one has a DME arc and one doesn't. This one has a DME arc. This one's just a single straight in approach. Let's see, is the FAF altitude the same? It's a little different. Yeah, one's intercepting the glide slope at 2,030 feet, and the other one is at 1990. But they're using the same waypoint, of course, for the FAF. Yeah, I'm not sure the difference here. Maybe it's in class? This is for all classes. So is this one. Oh, this is military. There we go. ILS Yankee right here. Military ILS DME. I'm used to the FAA charts where it has a big, like, hatched band at the top and bottom. So, looks like, yeah, ILS Zulu is for civilians. ILS Yankee, it says military down here. So, this must be, like, the Jeppesen equivalent. I don't use Jeppesen as much as FAA. So, I'm used to seeing this big, like, hatch pattern that says military at the top. So, I think that's the difference. So, this one, if we get ILS Zulu for runway 08, this one has a DME arc, which... thankfully, the NXI flies incredibly well. But if it didn't, we would have to start our approach. We would make this turn by monitoring our DME distance from the VOR. So it's, I assume it's based on the Goose VOR, or it could be, or it's going to be based on the localizer probably. YYR, let's see. Yeah, it's based off the Goose VOR right here. I love that the VOR name is just Goose. We're in your bay. Soon. All right. I just hope that I hope ATC works. I want an approach. I want to get potential vectors the way it should be. If the visibility is good, getting vectored onto final would be awesome. That other app, the Pro ATC one, did do that, so it was actually really good when it worked. It just got lost one time when I kind of messed up and turned around Or I went to a waypoint sooner than they expected me to, I think. So they kept telling me to get me to do a 180. I probably should have just done the 180. Just so it would, you know, just so it would like start working again. But yeah, I was just determined to just stay on the path I was on already. All right, so we are only 34 nautical miles away. Let's see if ATC will listen to me now. Maybe I can just, let me use one of these say it things to request information. So I can look for information, frequency, say assigned frequency.
Say assigned frequency
Okay.
for Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, this is Gander Domestic Center on 120.4. Please repeat your request.
Repeat the request. All right, so we're good then. So it replied to us even though it didn't like us checking in. So if I say report, okay, report is for VFR stuff. Report, clear of the active, report when we're turning base, final, etc. Can request the arrival runway. Oh no, that's to request a specific runway. Let's ask for tower frequency.
Say tower frequency for Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Nope. She doesn't want to give us the tower frequency yet. All right, well, let's take a look at some of the airport info then really quickly. I mean, we're probably going to get an instrument approach, but let's tune into the ATIS and see what the weather is. See if they give us what's active according to their own ATIS. ATIS is 128.1. Here we go. Let's check that out. I have to do it on COM 1. Information Golf.
Zulu winds are 194 at 9 knots. Visibility unrestricted. 2,500 broken. Temperature 13. Dew point 8. Current altimeter is 2974.
2974.
Arriving and departing runway 16.
Runway 16.
Goose Bay Information Golf.
All right, so we might even get like a visual for 16 or something like that. All right, we'll switch back to the other controller. So 16 is the one it says act. Wait, there's no runway 16. There's a 15. Maybe the information is a little out of sync here. Yeah, the ATIS says runway 16. Let's check the VFR map, see if it shows the same runway. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 15. No runway 16. So, yeah, that's a little weird. And then, yeah, there's the ILS if we need it. And all of our frequencies. They'll tell us the tower frequency, though. 153 feet is the elevation. Yeah, we're going to get another nighttime landing here. 2 nighttime landings, or at least for me. I know everybody has their own time and traffic settings, or time and weather settings, so... Should get some lights on. Maybe dim that a little bit. Put these on a minimal amount. Alright, cool. It's so hard flying this slow. What are you in? Are you in the Hornet? The green candy cane. Wait, what livery is that? I see your flaps all the way down. Do you have speed brakes down? This is why I'm glad I have like the Aerosoft Simple traffic, because I have so many liveries. And it just has an update every now and then to add more, so. Let me switch to the showcase camera and I can follow you around a little bit.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, expect the nav approach to runway 16 with the Kaisex transition at Goose Bay cleared direct to Goose Bay then direct Kaisex.
Kaisex. We got RNAV for 16. Expect RNAV runway 16, Kai-6 transition, Cessna Kilo India Papa. All right, let's see what that looks like in English. Select approach. RNAV runway for 16, but there's not a 16 in the database. There's 15, so I guess that's it. Didn't she say Kai-6? What did she say? Let me look at the text. Kai-SOX, K-I-S-O-X. RNAV approach to 16 Kai-SOX transition. That does not work at all. What? 16? There's a 26. That does not have that transition. What is it talking about? It seems like the FMS manager I used, that software I used to update, maybe it didn't work quite right. There's no Kai-SOX transition. Yeah, this is the second time they've given us like an arrival or an approach that wasn't even anything we could choose, unfortunately. Let me check the other. I'm just going to browse through the other ones here just to see if there is even that transition waypoint. Actually, if I just search on the VFR map, we can see if that where that waypoint is. K-I-S-O-X. There is no Kai-SOX. What? K-I-S-O-X. I don't get it. Yeah, this doesn't even exist, right? Kai-SOX transition. It's not even in the database. Very confusing. So either there's something with the data, the Navigraph data versus... It's weird. I have Navigraph data installed in the sim, and I also have Navigraph data installed in Pilot2ATC by using the FMS data app. So they're both up to date. It doesn't even have the right runways. It's saying 16 instead of 15. All right, let's just do 15, I guess. Oh, it's not moving my map here either. That's weird. Normally it moves the map to show you a preview of the where the initial approach fix is. All right, let's check Navigraph. Just make sure that, I mean, it's going to be the same information, yeah. So there's no runway 16 here either. So if we did runway 15, and we are coming from the southeast, I believe. Yeah, so we would do Igves, and then we'd turn right to do runway 15. So let's set up for Igves, and then load the approach. I can put in the minimums here since we're looking at it. 354 for the LPV approach. So there's 360 instead of, we always round up there just to be safe, and load the approach. I'm just gonna activate the approach. She's given us the wrong stuff. I don't even think she has the right one in the database, so. What's going on here? We're over the airport already, too. This was just too late. I mean, the airport is over this way. Why isn't it? I don't understand. Why is this not working? Direct to. Activate. Hello? Huh. I'm not sure what's going on here. We should have been, like, to the north. This is so weird. And now, I must have some kind of conflict going on with another mod because the 530 wouldn't work with approaches, and now even the NXI is not working with approaches for me. It says direct, but it's not drawing it out on the map for me. Yeah, this is really weird. There must be something wrong with my setup. I'm gonna have to troubleshoot this tonight and tomorrow, like figure out what's going on. Oh, that's a Condor livery? think I saw one of those on the ground before. Yeah, I activated the approach and nothing's going on. It's working for you guys. Yeah, there must be a mod or something I have installed that's messing it up. Trying to think what it would be. It could be a plane. I have like the analog caravan, the warrior. I mean, I have Navigraph installed. I have the 172 enhancement thing installed and the Kodiak and Rex Acu seasons. That's about it. But something is messing with it, so I'm gonna have to figure it out once we land, and I'll investigate and figure it out so it'll be smoother the next stream. But yeah, I can't even do approach correctly. At least not with the Garmin, so. And what's also... Oh, is the heading working now? Weird, my heading shortcut is not working on my throttle quadrant. Oh, that's so weird. Look, heading bug. Yeah, so it does work on the button. I hit it up on my buttons, on my Bravo throttle quadrant buttons. So heading mode's turning on, but the GPS, it's not recognizing it on the G1000.
Maintain 4,700 feet. Altimeter is 2974 at Goose Bay.
Very weird. All right, looks like I'm just gonna hand fly this in on runway, I guess 15 is the real runway. So looks like I'm having some issues. And maybe, I don't know, maybe that's also messing up something with Pilot2ATC as well. It's possible. So I will, usually my stuff's pretty good because I keep my mods to a minimum, how many I have. But it looks like this time, maybe I've gone a little overboard. I have a little too many things. So I'll do the classic, removing the mods one at a time to figure out which one the problem is with. And then, yeah, and then I'm sure eventually they'll all be updated, so it'll be fine. When am I streaming again? Usually on weekends. This was kind of a midweek stream just because of Sim Update 10 coming out.
India Papa cleared for the nav approach to runway 16
usually on the weekends, in the afternoon, like California
India
time.
Papa descend via the Kai-6 transition to 2,500 feet.
Kai-6 transition. Cessna Kilo India Papa request visual runway 15 approach.
Kilo India Papa radar contact. Visual straight in approved. Call 5 mile final for runway 16.
16, okay. It's definitely 15. How's the autopilot working again? This is gonna be the same as last time. I'm gonna be I'll be the last one in. Sorry everyone. Alright, 153 feet for our altitude. So I'll do 1100 for traffic pattern. Or let's do 1200, I guess. Let's see, vertical. Alright, vertical speed mode is kinda working. Heading mode also seems to be kinda working. But nav mode does not like me at all. 15, yes. For some reason, it seems to be confused and thinks that it's 16. So let me just switch to OBS mode, put in 15, and yeah, something. I probably have just some kind of mod that's messing with it. Yeah, look, the OBS number here doesn't even change as I rotate OBS around. So I can't use OBS mode either. But it's letting me descend at least, so that's cool. Add-ons linker, control the use of your mods in any way you want. Yeah, I've just been doing them myself just because it's been pretty easy to maintain, but yeah, over time, yeah, it definitely gets harder. Okay, so runway 16. So I'm on the opposite side of 16 right now. So reciprocal of Yeah, reciprocal 1-6 will be what, 3-4? No, I'm just gonna fly towards the airport. This was awesome. Learned all I know about G1000. Awesome. Yeah, glad they helped. There's G1000's not doing much for me right now because yeah, apparently I have something conflicting with it. So. All right, so I'm just gonna put 1-5 on the left side of my heading indicator right now, just to get parallel with it. Let's see, how many miles out are we? 6 miles? They said to call a 5-mile final. You're not seeing anyone online. On your world map, in the top right, go to flight conditions. And in there, make sure you set... I would recommend using all players for the multiplayer mode. It probably switched it off or something with the update. Did I update the G1000? Yes, just be... Oh, for third party. I'm flying the... I'm not flying the analog, I'm flying the regular 208, so it should be working in this one. But yeah, that's right, Charles. If you have a third party plane or a mod, then you do need to download the NXI that's in the marketplace, yeah. But theoretically, it should be fine on this one since I'm just using the stock 208 Grand Caravan right now. And the analog one doesn't have a G1000 anyway, but yeah, I'm not using any kind of performance mod or anything with it. It's just straight up stock. All right, 5.8 nautical miles. I'm going parallel, so we'll just call final in a minute with ATC and see what they do. Unrelated note, does anyone know how to submit a ticket to fix a runway? I do not. Not sure. Maybe somebody else in chat does. Yeah, not in the performance mod, no, yeah. Just the stock one. Alright, I can't really see the runway yet. The lights are so weird. It looks like apes on final. It looks like it's like right around here. Cessna Kilo India Papa 5 mile final runway 15. It thinks it's 16.
Cessna Kilo India Papa contact tower on 119.1. Enjoy your evening.
119.1 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you were garbled. Please
oh no.
say again.
I'm not gonna say again. Alright, here's 15 right here. I'm gonna go flaps down. Cessna Kilo India Papa final for runway 16. Yeah, I switched and it didn't recognize me saying that I was switching, so now it's just in the stuck mode again. Let me go back and try. Cessna Kilo India Papa, say again.
Cessna Kilo India Papa contact tower on 119.1. Enjoy your evening.
119.1 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you were garbled.
Oh my.
Please say again.
No. 119.1 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Cessna Kilo India Papa, you were garbled.
Alright, it
Please
doesn't want me to
again.
say anything anymore. That's fine, that's fine. Alright, let's, I'm very high still. Let's get this nose over. I'm very distracted by it, yeah, it not switching me over is super distracting. And I'm very, very high, so I'm just gonna dive.
Cessna Kilo India Papa contact tower on 119.1.
Papa. 119.1 Cessna Kilo India Papa.
Cessna Kilo India
Nope.
Papa, you were garbled.
Yeah,
Please
it's not
say
accepting
again.
anything that I'm saying. When it says you were garbled, it means like it can't... You're saying the wrong thing, basically. but I don't think I'm saying the wrong thing. I know my speed is super low here. So I'm gonna land super long again. Really bad landings for me today. Okay, why did the autopilot disconnect when it was connected? Wait, why was it still connected? Was I fighting the autopilot that entire time?
Cessna Kilo India Papa contact tower on 119.1.
It just won't stop. So next stream I'm gonna try Pro ATC again. This one is, man, it worked really well the last few nights when I was trying it. I know I'm about to stall. It worked really well the last few nights when I was trying it, and now that I'm on stream, it's just dead. I don't know why I'm floating so much. This is crazy right now. I think the autopilot is on again. What is going on right now? It's like pulling up even though I'm pushing down.
Cessna Kilo
It won't stop pulling up. What is happening? All right, I'm going in reverse. I don't know what's going on with my yoke. It's pulling my stick up this entire... Look at this. What is happening? Why? This is so weird. What? Yeah, I would go around if I didn't really want to end the stream. I'm so frustrated with everything that's breaking right now. So this is a good ending. And now I don't have the landing. I have no idea what just happened that entire final. It was pulling my nose up, forcibly pulling my nose up the entire time. I'm going to go back to restart just to look. I mean, it's not... No, my trim was... I mean, I was okay for a bit, but when I'm on final, it was just like... I don't know if you could see it pulling the nose up constantly. That is so weird. I just want to see if something is messing with my yoke.
Cessna Kilo India Papa contact tower on
Smoothest landing.
119.1.
Let me see what's going on here. No, this is fine, right? Yeah, this is totally fine. It's snapping back to the middle. I'm so confused. I was trimming on my way in, yeah. I mean, not to that amount though. I don't know. That was weird. Whoops. All right, what a way to end the stream. Jason, thanks for the $1.99. Appreciate it, dude. Aft CG with trim. I don't know. I was too high. My Garmin broke. What else did I do? It's just ATC wouldn't give me the tower frequency after repeating it 5 times. It's just like everything was horrible all at once. So that's really frustrating. Like it won't stop saying it either. Oh, it's so frustrating. Exit Pilot2ATC. Yeah. I mean, I had a stress aircraft like explosion thing happen last stream randomly while I was in a bank to turn to final during the day, and it just ended the flight completely, just randomly. No window opening by accident or anything like that. Damage on during a stream. Yeah, I actually have to for on-air company. Oh yeah, I know, yeah. I was forcing it down to end the stream. I've been on for 7 hours and 43 minutes and haven't eaten food, so yeah, I wasn't gonna go around. I wasn't gonna do anything other than push it to the ground at this point because I really need to eat and be done. But yeah, a crappy ending, but that's fine. I'll make for it next time. All right, cool. Well, Pilot2ATC was, I think, a huge failure this time. I was using it the last like couple days and it was fine, and now it's like I turn on the stream and it just is horrible. So I don't really know what exactly went wrong with the software this time. I think next stream at the latest it'll be on Saturday or Sunday. But I'll put it on YouTube as a scheduled one like a day before. But I usually stream on the weekend and do on air and do a few full flights like this with on air company. So just like we did the last 2 flights, I tend to do those. just to keep my career going and trying to make my way over the Atlantic, but not going to do it with landings like that. So, yeah, I'm going to go figure out my mod situation to figure out why all the data is wrong, why my Garmin is not working. The 530 didn't work for an approach. The NXI didn't work for an approach. So I have something that's messing everything up. And then I'm also going to check in with my the Navigraph data. For some reason, it has a bunch of wrong data. It's giving us approaches that are wrong, at least in Pilot2ATC. So anyway, I'm going to try to figure that stuff out tonight and tomorrow. And hopefully it'll be in a better place. And then hopefully my landings will match that time. I think I tend to not mess up my landings that poorly, but the last few streams have been pretty bad. So sorry for the crappy landings. I'll make up for it next time. Hopefully everything's working correctly. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's been a pretty long day, so I'm gonna get some food, grab another beer here, and try to figure out my problems with the avionics. See what I have that's conflicting with it. Yeah, Discord. I do have a Discord. The link to, I put together a little website that has all my links and stuff. So if you go to kipontheground.com, it's there, or click it in the video description, or here it is. I'll turn it. The bot has a Discord command. So here's the direct link if you want to hop on. But yeah, thanks a lot thanks for hanging out. Nice landing. Yeah, thanks to everybody for flying along. And yeah, we can look at doing another group flight or something would be fun. Just to fly together again. Otherwise, on the on-air streams I do, it'll be flights just like this. So a full flight with IFR procedures and all that. Hopefully get some cool approaches. And hopefully ATC will be working better next time. But maybe I'll try Pro ATC again. All right, it's the longest goodbye ever. So thanks for hanging out all day, and yeah, and I'll see you guys in the next stream.